Welcome to the 2025 NextGen Cup, where some of the best black players from the African diaspora are going to duke it out for $20,000. I'm International Master Kassa. I'm joined by the one and only Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Maurice, how are you doing today?
I am doing great. I'm here in sunny Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The sun is out. I'm having just a wonderful day so far. And by the way, I got to mention, I got my Bob Marley cup as well. Today is his 80th anniversary birthday. So I got the water ready, I got the cup, and we have an absolutely exciting event planned for today. I can't wait.
Hey, I'm with it. Maurice is in Florida. I am in New York, but we have a ton of players from various parts of the world playing this event, whether it's South Africa or Barbados or Nigeria, and of course some folks from the US as well. So let's actually get into that format to give folks an idea what we're actually going to be doing today. So, NextGen Cup format. We have a 10-player round robin. There will be nine rounds, and it's going to be a rapid time control, a 10 minutes plus 2-second increment. And this is going to be interesting because many of the players in this event don't have a great wealth of online experience, and we're going to find out who has found the balance between blitz and classical, which is where that rapid time control is, Maurice. So how do you think these players are going to fare with this time control?
Well, it is somewhat unusual time control for them. I'm sure that those of them who found out when they said, hey, we're going to play in this event, I need to practice at this time control. If they were savvy, that's what they did. They're all experienced players. Well, mostly experienced players. We've got some youngins in the group, but I think they'll be able to handle themselves.
Yeah, no question about it. We do have some youngins in the group. And a big part of this event is going to be, sort of this multi-generational dynamics, because we have a lot of players that are in that young group, some players that are kind of more established, and then some real statesmen of the game. So let's actually tune into those pairings. You can get a sense of who these players we're alluding to.
I'm glad you didn't call them old, by the way, because they wouldn't have appreciated that.
I said statesman. All right, so in the top left there, you see Tunde Onakoya, National Master Tunde Onakoya of Chess in the Slums fame. And I believe he did break a Guinness World Record late last year by playing chess in Times Square for well over a day, maybe 2 days. He's duking out versus International Master Farai Mendiza from Zimbabwe, but hailing in the tri-state area. Then your bottom left there, you have International Master Watu Kobese from South Africa, duking out against International Master Justice Williams from the US. Top right there, you have the very young Goodness Ode Okunke from Nigeria, and he's duking it out against the one and only Tani Adewumi, who many folks are familiar with who have seen our broadcast. And Tersi Ferdinand, the current Nigerian champion, is duking it out against International Master Orlando Husbands from Barbados. So, and then the bottom right there, we have Grandmaster Kenny Solomon of South Africa, duking it out against International Master, or FIDE Master, but has definitely earned a number of International Master norms, Joshua Colas. So that's our field of 10. Maurice, what pairing captures your eye right away? What player captures your eye in those matchups?
Well, you mentioned that pairing with Goodness and Tani. Tani's actually from Nigeria. His story has been well documented that his family actually left Nigeria as refugees. He came and learned chess, came to the United States, learned chess, actually won a third grade state championship. Didn't seem like that big a deal, but that story went viral, and he was able to then go from being homeless to actually getting so much support that he and his family were able to move into a nice place. And since then, his career has absolutely taken off, playing against young Goodness, who is still sitting in Nigeria, in the town of Yenagoa in Nigeria, where Deborah Quickpen, also a young Nigerian star who's 12 years old, she's there. So they're just producing all sorts of champions in Nigeria. We will be mentioning all the other players as well. You mentioned Josh Colas. He's got 3 IM norms. Dude has got a GM norm, from what I know, as well. So let's not put too far on a point. We've got some very strong players in the field. Justice Williams, who was Josh's college teammate, also he's already an IM. has a GM norm and is looking to get his title. I mean, there's just a lot of really illustrious players in the field. And Tunde, by the way, played for 60 hours plus nonstop in Times Square. That's crazy. But this guy is just an incredible person and personality. The contribution he's made to chess is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, he is a marathon man, evidently, and he's someone who is, when we talk about, more than an athlete, in the chess lens, he's someone that has taken chess far and wide, and is probably one of our great evangelists of the game. So we actually need to talk about the prizes here because they are playing for some real money on the line. So if let's take a look at that real quickly. All right, so it's a $20,000 prize pool, and that's a lot. And we have first 8,000, second 4,000, third 2,000, and then fourth to sixth 1,000, and seventh to 10th 750. So every participant is walking away with a nice little sum today. And that was important actually, because we figured that, one of the things with this event is we wanted to give, untapped talent an opportunity to really compete on a really meaningful stage, and also, help continue some of the next steps in their chess journey. And so, whether it works out or not on the board today, they definitely will be able to take some next steps because, truth be told, playing chess is a costly endeavor as you try to ascend and get norms and get titles and really try to make something of yourself.
Absolutely. And look, you take home $750 for last place where you're just chilling playing some chess. I mean, that's let's be real. That's a nice little well, something. And then if you win 8 grand for the first, or even 4 grand for second, and that's a nice day at the office. So these players will be extremely motivated to win this event, and know that chess will reward them just in such a wonderful fashion. And we're grateful to our sponsors for making this possible.
Yeah, yeah, no question about it. And it's really important also to just point out that, like, again, the opportunities, the cracks at the apple, they are really important. I know, Maurice, I'm sitting with the first African American grandmaster ever. And that was almost 30 years ago, right? So but ultimately it's a really tough, arduous journey. And as someone that came up and shared similar aspirations, it was very tough sometimes to travel, to play events, to get opportunities, to get those cracks against the really strong players. And it's every ambitious player wants those opportunities. And so, you know, part of that is having visibility. Part of that is having events like that. Part of that is driving the conversation, recognizing the talent when it's there. And so, because really those formative years when you're young are really the best years to make something happen.
You nailed it on the head there. And it was 26 years ago. So don't make it too long now. But yes, it has been a while indeed since I did get the title. And it's something that I really want to see happen. More and more players chase that GM title. It's not easy. The rewards can be scant. It's really the kind of difficult, arduous climb that one makes because of passion, because of love, because of dedication to this craft. And these players are showing it. And it's great to see the young ones. The younger you are, the easier it is because it just becomes much more of a climb as you get older. And so it's great to see the youngsters in the field like Goodness and Tani and Tersi, the youngest ever Nigerian national champion. That's the kind of young person that you want to get behind, support, and give opportunities like this so they can really showcase their talent.
No question. Let's actually just take a look at this field for one more moment before the games begin. So, and make some predictions, possibly. Maurice, if I throw it to you right now, it's tough right now because we really don't know the rapid acumen of the players. But if you had to put your money on someone, who do you like in this field?
Well, the person who actually jumps out at me is Tani Adewumi. He jumps out because he's just come off a pretty decent World Rapid and Blitz championship. He literally just finished here in New York, and I was able to chat with him. And he's a pretty cocky kid, let me tell you right now. No, let's use the word confident. He's a pretty confident kid. He knows that he's not necessarily the best chess player in the world, but he won't necessarily act like it. He talks a great game. So I think he has a really good shot of pulling the upset against his more illustrious, higher rated competitors. But frankly, there are other names in this field. Your Justice Williams comes out at me just in stark relief. Certainly Joshua Colas. But really, the veterans in the field can also pull it off. Kenny Solomon, let's mention Kenny Solomon, GM Kenny Solomon, a bit older now, may not be as savvy on the online space as the youngsters, but strength is strength. So anything could happen. But if I had to, you told me I had to, then I might think that Tani could pull it off.
Yeah, Tani's definitely was a popular choice when I had discussions about off camera about players. I'm gonna go with Justice Williams. I think he has been practicing for this event. That is a little bit of intel I'll give, and also do not be surprised if Kenny Solomon as well makes some noise, because he's actually, I have it because I do work at Chess.com, and I have seen him play in Titled Tuesdays recently. He has some online fluidity. He's been building up the acumen, so I think he'll be ready.
That's not fair. You have inside intel. You're asking me questions. You should have been telling me this beforehand. But nevertheless, I mentioned the two names that you said just on strength alone. There's no shock to me if either one of those players actually wins the event.
Yeah, no question about it. We are going to get underway in just a moment. I think one other thing we ought to discuss is just how you handle rapid and just that time control, because it is different than blitz. You know, people aren't necessarily going to get flagged all the time. We'll see about that. But it's also not classical either. So managing your time in rapid is really important. It's going to be interesting to see how players take that approach. I think someone like Tani is probably going to be playing pretty quickly because he's just used to playing online. Some players might get a 3-4 minute think early, and it might come to bite them. How would you approach that, managing that time, Maurice?
Well, I play bullet all the time, so 10 minutes sounds like a very, very long time. That said, that's my crazy habit. This business of having that 2-second increment, it only gives you enough time to really just move a piece. I mean, you've got no time to really think about anything. It's not like, I'm adding up a lot of time on the clock. Even if you repeat the position a couple of times, you're only gaining 4 to 6 seconds or so. So the key strategy, I think, is to stay ahead on the clock. Don't get caught in those long thinks, and do the Hikaru Nakamura thing. Play maybe not the ideal move, but the good enough move. Don't look for perfect. Don't look for precision. Look for practical ideas. And that is what's going to keep you ahead on the clock, because the clock is not your friend. It is absolutely your enemy. And if you get into time pressure, you're going to feel it. You don't want to feel the pressure. You want to just be in flow. And so I think that staying ahead on the clock will be crucial. And we'll see who does so as this competition goes on. It'll show who's actually in form and who isn't.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that about the increment. The 2 seconds is really, the 2-second increment is really an illusion of comfort, right? I think it might, for some people, be like, oh, I'll be fine going below 20 seconds or 10 seconds, and you'll try to make some moves. But truthfully, if you just freeze up with your mouse for a second, palms are sweaty, mom's spaghetti, then you're compromised. And we are actually underway. We have games underway. We have a move on the board. I'm going to actually kind of selfishly take us to the Justice Williams game, because I did say he's one of my favorites. So I'm going to hop over to him and see what we have here. We have a knight f3 e3 position. This is a little way to get out of some main lines right away, and maybe force the black player to show their intentions, whether we want to play like a Slav setup or a Queen's Gambit decline setup. Let's actually go and dive into that. All the rage these days to play knight f3, b3, and to kind of let the game develop as things have become so theoretical.
It was the rage in the 1920s when hyper modern chess became a real thing. And the pawn going to c5 for black would have signaled to white the opportunity to play one of those positions, maybe even b3, a reverse Queen's Indian. So here we see c4 on the board. We are in a ready system. I would expect a move like e6 or c6. E6 has been played, and these have tremendous transpositional possibilities. You could go into a Queen's Gambit, decline quite easily with the move d4, knight c3 on the board right now. Eventually, you will likely see the move d4 land on the board, depending on exactly what black does. If black goes for that c5 move, which he isn't, he's keeping his bishop back because he knows d4, well, a trade on d5 and then a potential d4 could land. I don't expect him to hold that d pawn back for too long in this game. d4 should be played quite soon. Of course, you could play b3, bishop e2, and play cagey chess, but d4 has got to be the principal move, which goes back into some lines where the bishop is stuck on c1 as opposed to outside the pawn chain. So black is being super smart, I think, in this position, not giving him anything, not giving white anything specific to latch onto.
Yeah, it's funny because I do like this b3 move, and one of the reasons I do is because in a lot of these Queen's Gambit decline type of positions, the knight on c3 can be a little bit of a problem piece actually if it turns into if there's a d takes c4 structure and the bishop has to recapture. A lot of times in Queen's Gambit positions, the knight would prefer to be on d2 if there's a releasing of tension. But now d takes c4 will always be met by b takes c4, maintaining this kind of pawn grip in the center. So a bit of a slower developing game here. Yeah, we can let this one breathe for a little bit and perhaps navigate elsewhere. Let's actually go back to this view for a moment and see what else is going on. And I do see an early Queen b3 in Joshua Colas versus Kenny Solomon game. So I'm actually very curious about that as well. So let's dig in over there and get to that Joshua Colas Kenny Solomon game because we
And it's a
have
US versus South Africa matchup in both those games, both with the white pieces as well. As you take a look at that, you see that the veterans Kenny Solomon and Watu Kabesi facing off against mid-20s, 26-year-olds, Joshua Colas and Justice Williams, who famously became at the time they became a master, were the youngest African American masters in chess history. I believe Justice broke your record, Kassa, before his record was actually broken by Josh.
Hey, and records are meant to be broken. Yeah, they all came through and blasted through that door pretty quickly after I had broken it. So I was very happy to see that. Let's go back for a moment just to see how it started. So there was another one, knight f3. So we see that's maybe being a bit of a theme so far. And we had knight f3, d5, d4, and g3. A little bit early for g3 usually because now the bishop can come out and you have a bit of a reversed London against the fianchetto systems. Uh, h6 wasting or spending a tempo early, saving that bishop is really cagey and clever because you kind of preemptively deal with knight h4. My personal taste, to be honest, has always been to say, you know what, I'll give you the bishop if you have to play f3. If I can go bishop e4, then I'll force you out to play f3. It's not such a big deal. But anyway, moving on, we got c4, e6, and queen b3. This was a really interesting inflection point because that b7 pawn is sensitive because the bishops come outside the chain. It was met by queen c8, which I always felt was a bit risky. The rook can maybe one of the rooks can come to c1. There's sometimes tactical opportunities. Maurice, how do you feel about that queen on c8?
Well, the option was what? I mean, that's the real question. What was the option in this position? I felt like without the move, you're going to play b6 or you're going to actually weaken the light squares over there. I'm not really sure what the option was. If you had played an early c6 instead of h6, then you'd have been able to play queen b6 in that position. So I'm not thrilled by the queen sitting on that square. I would say white has successfully engineered some discomfort in the black position.
Yeah, I'm gonna just zoom forward, take us to where we are now. Josh did go for an e4 break, played knight d6, which does force the does earn the bishop pair, and then rook e8 was played. And so here we have a position. This is the live position where essentially, Josh has some space, has the bishop pair, and will try to massage those advantages. And the rooks are connected first, which I always think is a really healthy indicator of who's better. Typically, usually the side that connects the rooks first is the side that at least has the advantage, and many times often wins the game. But there's plenty more game left, so let's not get ahead of ourselves there. Let's go back to the how did the bird's eye view once more, because I do see there are a few other games that are underway. And Maurice, why don't you take a gander and pick which one catches your eye? Because I was looking at the knight f3 games, but I see we have a Grunfeld on the board, which is a bit more exciting. We have also have a Scotch, I believe, or four something Scotch like Scotch Gambit type of thing in the husbands Ferdinand matchup. We have a Grunfeld in the Farai Tunde matchup. Which one are you feeling?
Well, I'm absolutely feeling that Grunfeld. We were talking about the hyper modern opening and that era of chess that was so rich for the game. So the new style of chess that followed in the modern slash classical era, which of course had preceded it, and then the one before that, the romantic era. And if you look at this particular position, White has been gifted the central formation, the two pawns abreast, e4 and d4 in the middle of the board, and a protecting pawn on c3. Some pressure along the long diagonal, bishop on g3, eyeing the queen, which has now shifted off of that diagonal. The question for black is always, does white get a clamp, a move like d5 and c4, and have a permanent clamp in the position? I'd be concerned about this idea, and it has actually been played. And you can play a move like c4 here and just have a protected passer for all time. Now, what will black try to do? Black will try to blockade that d pawn, not let it get going anywhere. But in the meantime, white does have a lot of space. I'm surprised by this move, bishop back to c2, when he could have just maybe played c4 and enjoyed the clamp. Now
Yeah,
b6, the bishop will go to the a6 square, and now we've got some explosion f4 on the board. No holds barred. There goes Farai.
yeah, it is. Getting spicy very quickly. And yeah, the question is whether white typically, is going to crash through, or are they going to overextend? And time will tell. This c4 square is always a critical square or avenue for the black pieces to get in. Knight c4 could come in at a really valuable time. It also makes connection with the e5 square, which is an important blockading square. I was going to say, if the c4 did happen as you suggested and probably was good, there's always knight b7, knight d6 as well. A nice rerouting, nice blockading square. And the computer tends to, I think, overvalue these positions for white a little bit because of the space. We know engines like space. But yeah, this is a really tricky position. And you can see both guys on the screen are locked in. Tunde is locked in. Farai is locked in. And yeah, it's anyone's game.
This position is super tricky indeed. Black has options here. One option is just a simple b5 move in the position to cement the knight on that square. There's also, I was thinking there might be a little sneaky bishop a6, but how to get my bishop protected so I can move my knight with tempo. He's played b5 as suggested. The knight will get to d6. There's really nothing you could do to stop that blockade once the pawn is where it is. The question is how to play the position now. It might be necessary to actually back off as white. Trying to open up the game does not look promising. Taking on e5 will only let black pieces cement themselves on that square. So it might be that you're playing for some other sort of buildup with the move f5. That said, it's not easy to foresee how you pull it off. Well, for tactical reasons, f5 might be met by bishop h6, in fact. And I'm not a fan of the e3 square being as weak as it is. That move f4 is what weakened it. So white may have to just kind of sit here and figure out how to organize these pieces in this position. This is a tricky position with very little time on the clock. We'll see how White solves this last move. You see here, Farai is going into a bit of a think, and he's not clear exactly what to do because it's really a divergent point. He's played the casual H3. That's called I don't really know what to do. I need to make a move. H3.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of maybe some prophylaxis connected to Bishop G4, but it is a bit of a pass. I actually would have passed in a different way. I think a lot of times in these Grunfeld positions, especially when the center does become closed, the knight E2 on knight on E2 is a problem piece. So I personally would have gone king H1 and knight G1, tried to start fighting for that E5 square. Typically, you can get some chances that way, but it's so complicated. It's gonna, you really have to ignore some of the chess.com emote evals here because these are the common themes. Putting the knight on d6 is extremely typical. Although you can see queen e3 is very nice and incisive hitting the c5 pawn.
Taking advantage of the last move. That last move was definitely weakening the square E3 and the square C5. So White has played two moves in effect in that last position from the position he just had, and Black has put the knight back on the C4 square and is, by the way, in some sort of time pressure as well, as his clock is now under 4 minutes. I like what White is doing. White is building slowly in this game, and it's very important. And now we see a very aggressive move. I'm not even clear what the purpose is. This move doesn't seem to serve a purpose. In fact, if I play just rook over to d1, you can't take on f4 because of queen takes. Is he actually going to take on c3? That is not going to happen. So what happens if you just play rook d1 here?
To be honest, you don't have to ask me twice to sack an exchange. I'm going to play fe5 and then recapture with the rook. And you couldn't take on e5 because f7 was hanging at the end. So if we just go back for just a moment, just so to show some folks there, if you took on e5 here, knight takes f1, rook takes f1, you have an extremely imposing center. And I think e5 is not possible to capture because there's queen takes f7 at the end. And it seems to be a bit of a dangerous position in my eyes. So I'm a bit surprised went for that. This is the current position. White is clearly better. That's for sure.
Who's arguing with just gaining free moves at no cost? This one is just as juicy, or at least maybe not as spicy as the sacrifice that you mentioned, but White just gained a few moves and now is playing yet another move, prompting Black to play f6, burying his own bishop. I like for sure what's happening here. We'll see how he builds on the position as Black has just wasted a ton of time. Maybe we get a chance to look at what else is going on other boards.
Yeah, let's go back.
The live board shows.
Yeah, let's go back to the.
Sorry, the live board show that a few moves have been played.
Yeah, there were a few moves played.
And we haven't looked at that Orlando Husbands Ferdinand game. I see a fat pawn sitting on the f6 square. What is that about? Somebody's getting their king carved open.
Yeah, what's the saying about the goose and the gander? Because this king looks a little compromised, and Tercy, this is a real inflection point for Tercy because with the black pieces here, he is getting in that 3-minute, sub 4-minute range, and he's have some decisions to make. Very steely defense so far. Rook f8, ignoring the incoming potential danger and saying, look, you can take on g7, but it's not the end of the world. That pawn maybe is an umbrella pawn for my own king, and I have the bishop pair. I like bishops, so when I see the bishops, I am good. I don't see a discovery here that really hurts Black because e3 is really being fired down upon right now. So navigating this tension is going to be tough, though.
I'm impressed. You make a move like that, just chilling like a villain and saying, whatever, go ahead, crack my structure open on the king side. As you said, the traitor pawn sitting on g7 that the king is hiding behind, but you never know what might happen in the position. And now this move, knight to b3. This move is asking for it for sure. The knight is now in some kind of hinterland, weird territory, off base. I mean, a move like knight f3 seemed a bit more reasonable, gaining a tempo. But this one, knight b3, trying to hit the c pawn And that blue arrow is saying that that's a boss move. The engine's liking this move to create some
Yeah.
problems in White's position.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, this is one of those things where, like, if this arrow was not there, I would not be so critical of knight b3 because there are a number of thematic ideas. You have a discovery against the queen. You're looking at the c5 pawn. You're trying to kind of stake out your claim over some dark squares. And, from a positional perspective, you love the trade of the dark squared bishops, right? If you can imagine the dark squared bishops are gone and maybe the pawn is back on c6, you get to cement some light squares. But wow, Tercy found bishop b5 and didn't even take that long to play it. That is impressive.
Boss chess, come on now. I'm telling you, the position to me when a knight lands on b3, I get a little bit scared no matter what the knight is doing. Okay, maybe if you go to some game like Alekhine Yates 1922 when he plays knight b3 to c5 and takes care of business. But this game, it's not that. It's not a blockade. It's not a weakening of the dark squares. Black is just dynamic. Black is in flow, and there are going to be some chances here. Now, the tactics are the real question that we're looking at because it is possible in this position to play bishop takes on c5, right? Bishop takes on c5 is not impossible. It looks like a move. What's the
It
deal here?
does.
And I'm
Yeah,
sure Orlando is studying it.
yeah, it's a real question. What do you do against bishop takes c5? Not easy to figure out which way to play, but there is a very, very clever retort, and I believe it is with this move queen d6 actually. So if bishop takes c5 comes on the board, queen d6, this is a pin, mind you, because the king on g1, and you're still also attacking the rook on f1. So I'll just go make the move just to see. So bishop takes c5, queen d6, and again, you're at there's a double attack here, and there's a double attack here, and you can't defend both things. So black would be in control in that position, and we
Bishop
have
c5
bishop takes
played.
c5 on.
Oh, and he missed
Oh,
it. He missed it.
yeah.
Queen d6. If he had found queen d6, I'd have been just jumping up and down because that for Tercy to find in a rapid game like that would have been very impressive. That would have been a moment. He has instead traded and now played the move, but knight d3 is possible, and he wins nothing back in this position.
Yeah, in fact, he's actually a pawn down for the moment, and queen takes b2 was there. So I thought at least he would take on b2. He'd shatter the white pawn structure and still have the better minor piece. So did not net the pawn there. Now Orlando might have some dreams of this knight one day migrating towards the king side, maybe landing on f6 one day and inflicting some pain. So very interesting back and forth here.
That's a lot of pain. And the thing is, you could go for bishop takes knight here, trying to win the b2 pawn in some line. So bishop takes, pawn takes would be a natural response to keep that pawn. And then the possibility of queen to b6 with check as you hunt down that pawn. The problem is there's going to be some kind of back crank, and here it comes. The tactics are very interesting here. Maybe he'll toss in rook takes actually with check first before taking back again with the pawn so that queen b6 check doesn't win anything. That this is razor edge sharp right now. Any mistake could spell doom. I think particularly for black more than for white, and black is down to only 140 in the clock. And we do have a result in the Mandiza Onakoya game. Tunde went down. I was not liking what he did in his position, and it looks like he went down with a quick exit.
And yeah, and we won't get to that game, but I think first we actually have to go to the Justice Williams Watu Kobese game because Watu is in crazy time trouble here, and his position is not much better. So we're just gonna not go back, just stick with this one. White has two minor pieces for the rook. That is typically decisive, and pawn weaknesses galore. A6, E6, and now even the latest G7. I believe Justice is going to crash through here, particularly as Watu's very low on time.
No, he has two minors and a pawn. Like, give me more. What much more food do you want me to have? This one is completely busted on every level you can imagine. This is resignable. He's not resigning. Well, it's rapid, so he's hoping that he gets through, but there is just nothing to do to save a position like this.
Yeah, and I love this. Oh, knight takes e6, bishop f6, perhaps. And then if rook d7, knight d, oh, okay, all right. Justice is getting kind of gluttonous, but it's so funny. Sometimes you make moves that win a piece and then they'll resign, or you could checkmate in a few moves and they wouldn't. So he made the move that elicited resignation, and really impressive game from Justice. Yeah, impressive moments at the end there. You can see Justice is locked in. Watu is going to, be looking and maybe going back to the drawing board and seeing what's up. Let's pivot very quickly now to the Josh Colas, Kenny Solomon game. Another game where folks are basically with the 1 minute to go. And I think this one will fizzle out potentially with opposite colored bishops. So, even though there's some, the only thing I could imagine if this bishop on b3 was on e6, g4 would be a nice little mate. But that's not happening here.
This one's a draw. We should leave this one alone. There's no real activity here for us to worry about.
Yeah, let's go back to Orlando and Tercy and see where that's developed. And I must say, I think Tercy's doing a decent job so far. I think the key thing will be leaving that g7 pawn alone, honestly, and playing in the center. Ideally, you want to trade a queens here. You trade the queens. It's going to be much easier to hold this. Although I do think white will have some decent chances based upon these split pawns. If you can imagine this king one day marching along the yellow brick road. Oh, he took on, remember he said taking on g7 is not going to be in your best interest. Trade the queens first. Now it's going to be tough. Queen takes a7 is there. I spoke a little bit too soon.
That was completely unnecessary for him, but he was in time pressure and he had to make a quick decision. Now he's just down a straight past a pawn plus a weak king to deal with, plus the f7 pawn that he has to protect all day. It's just time to push him, baby, as Yasser Seirawan would say. a4, a5, a6 is coming, and they're coming quickly. Don't even hesitate. I put a pawn on b4 as well. Black has exactly 0 counterplay. Just the number is 0. I don't like that last move, by the way. Why did you need this check? You could have just kept pushing pawns. Now you allow the possibility of rook e2. Now offering a trade.
Okay, it's still white's still firmly in control, but it is a bit surprising to allow any activity here when it wasn't strictly necessary. Trading queens, honestly, and then it's going rook a1 and a5 might be sufficient, or you could trade and go rook c1 and go passive. But even trading, you're fixing the black structure, and then they really can hope to just fight on the queen side on that front, knowing that they're holding the fort down on the other side. So a bit of a surprising decision, although the passed a pawn should still be a win.
And this sort of passive play, he's clearly just up, but now the king will become active. I did not like the conversion, even if the engine's saying this is good for white. And of course, white's the one who's up the pawn. But I did not like the way he allowed any sort of activity. Should have kept queens on the board and just pushed the a pawn and frozen all of black's pieces. But that's for another day, as the pawn is now racing up the board. And it is indeed a powerful pawn. It will be a deflecting pawn. Black did not get the c pawn yet so that he can have a pass pawn himself. And now he's got to drop back with the rook.
And you know what's crazy about this? You can play a7, you can jettison the a pawn and trade the rooks, and then actually you can have an outside h pawn. You can force a passer with g and h because of the asymmetry on the king side, and that'll be enough. I do like this attempt by black though to try this king c3 stuff.
Yes. Well, the only thing is that rook a2 freezes that entire side. So rook a2, right. And maybe you get to play the move d4 and d3 is the hope. But as you mentioned, that passed h pawn is about to be real, and you can't stop both.
Yeah, and I think that will be a reality. Rook a2 will be played. Yeah, the c and d pawns, the imbalance is not going to be enough. But we're going to let this play out and then pivot right after this to a game we have not taken a look at because it did start a little bit late, the Tani Goodness game. So that'll be the last game of the round after this one.
Whoa. Sorry to interrupt. Josh Colas pulled off a miracle in that drawn ending and managed to win that opposite color bishop ending against Kenny.
Wait, what? Wait, we got to go. We're going to trust that white handles their business here because white does have a dominating position. But let's actually go and see how that one shaped out, because we thought that one was over, and I fear a mouse slip somewhere, Maurice. I really do. So let's back it up to that's the middle game where the queens are traded. So we're looking somewhere around here. We had some shuffling. There is a pawn. Sure, the white is a pawn up, but it's sufficiently blockaded. And so what happened? This bishop got to d8. Okay, I can already see the contours of concern. So really, f5 should have been played. You lock up the king side, you bring the king over, and there's nothing to discuss, right? Because the king will basically box out the white king. That did not happen. This king stayed tethered to the king side a little bit too long, which allowed the white king to come over. Now, f5, as this arrow is indicating, is still good enough, but the direction, and it was played, but the direction has still been a shift. Now, king c5, that's very clever. That deserves an exclamation point, actually. Josh said, you know what? I'm willing to give up my bishop in order to get into the position, potentially get to g6, have these pawns, and I'm not going to lose. I'm not going to lose. So that's a brilliant sacrifice. And
don't take the bishop.
It's actually the only move. It's the only move according to the computer here.
That's
I see.
The only move that is deep. Then king c5 was pure brilliance.
And now king e6, and this is the only move now. Bishop c6. That's amazing. And maybe the bishop hides on e8 and a4. That's amazing.
Extraordinary. This is
bishop
extraordinary.
F3.
And he's
lost.
Now
the king just walks.
Yeah, now you're just stuck trying to deal with these two pawns. That ending was so brilliant. I'm going to have to take a look at it because that was incredible. That sequence was incredible. The king c5.
Orlando, I'm just getting word. Orlando just blundered. We got to go and check that one out. What just happened? I don't know. I'm gonna stick with this live position, but it looks like it's gonna fizzle out to a draw, and that Tercy is gonna escape. This rook was gonna sacrifice self or give some checks, and it's a draw. I need to see what happened there. We need to see. Hold on. Wait a minute. So we had a position where somehow black got this counterplay that we weren't seeing should happen. That's another story. But white is still winning. The pawns are here. They're marching. And okay, in this position, he, again, when you have opposition and you have that opportunity, push him back. Just push him back. He decided to queen early, which is surprising because you trade both your pawns for a c pawn that is very close to winning. If you did give this check with rook d6 check, the king has to move to a very uncompromising square. And even let's say king c4 is played. Well, here you have all type. Rook d6, king c4, and now you have some options. Probably the easiest one is actually this is kind of tricky. Actually, if I'm looking at this, the bar is showing stuff, but I'm not seeing a direct win.
I think here you can get your king back in front of the c pawn by playing king e2. Is that a mistake?
Nope, that is sufficient. Yeah, basically the rook is frozen. So as long as you are able to kind of manage this pawn, then you can go for rook f6, rook f8, and actually force one of the pawns home. But you have to control that pawn first. Unfortunately, It did not happen, and there was a fizzling. Wow. I'm actually going to go back for a second here because we're talking about this being a very clean conversion. And I think the biggest thing is actually make the outside H passer. There was no need to sacrifice the pawn. And then all of a sudden, black has counterplay. And so it happens. But that was a tough one. Let's pivot to the last game going on. There is a game between Tani and Goodness we have not checked out. And
these are two of the youngest players in the competition, by the way. In fact, they may be the two youngest players in the competition.
Yeah. Goodness is born in 2011, I believe. So he is 13, probably going on 14. And Tani is also still very young. But it seems like he just won an exchange and the pawns are collapsing. It's a everything must go sale, Maurice.
Yeah, this is not looking good for black right now. And another pawn dropping on the d5 with check as well. That's going to be 2 pawns ahead, plus the exchange, Plus, they're going to be tricks in the position. So don't play after queen takes d5 check. Don't play king to h7, for example. He's not going to play, but there's a rook takes c8 check. A rook takes c8 followed by queen f5 check, picking off the rook. I'm surprised he's taking actually this long as Tani to play his very next move because queen d5 check looks so good. You're not trapping the queen. And why not just bury it with this move? And the next question is actually going to be, how do you apply the pressure? I just take on with check and drop a rook on c7 and think, there's got to be something winning here. Like, seriously?
Yeah.
I'm not
Queen
winning.
d6 is surprising.
It's subtle. The thing is, if you could get, I would have used the check to get the king away from the rook. So when I play rook c7, I'm threatening queen c5, and then I'm hitting the rook and the bishop. So those moves, if you can make that point, yeah, that queen, that if I had taken the pawn with check first, move the king over to h8,
Right.
then the rook would have been an undefended piece, like this move and rook down. And the queen is for the moment trapped, and queen c5 is a threat. So you need to look if you're black. In fact, I'm not even sure where that bishop is supposed to hide, because bishop g4 can be made by f3, and I'm still hunting it down. So this looked very good. Even doubling rooks, I just want to be a little bit careful about the f2 square. But
yeah,
I thought this was a good, simple way. But he's being subtle. He played queen d6. And sometimes you make a little bit of a subtle move and your opponent freezes. Like what should I do now?
And this is the live position. And I think bringing the knight back, that's just what I was going to suggest is, we don't even need more pawns. I mean, we take on d5. I just need my knight to come to any type of real estate near the black king side. I'm going to get one of the bishops, and I'm going to just clean up on Al5, And
We're doing it all anyway. We're doing it all. He took the pawn, and he got this position. Now just prayer is the only hope here, because this is busted.
Yeah. So, and the time situation as well, you can see Tani there pretty comfortably, relaxed, just, trading something. I do expect knight takes f6 now. It does happen. Rook takes f6. There will be a brief phantom threat on f2, but it probably won't be enough. But I'm gonna hold my breath there, because we have seen a few slips so far.
Yeah, best to play queen f6 and keep things normal-ish, but it's bad, and he indeed did win the game. Tani looks bored. What's up with that? He like so what? I know he's my pick as the outside favorite, but he better get the game face on. That ain't gonna cut it. Can't get too confident with this field.
All right, so we just got all the games. They're done. What an exciting round. And here were our results. We had Farai kind of crashing through in that Grunfeld position. That was spicy for a while, but eventually the maneuvering, I think, was in Farai's favor. We just saw Tani defeat Goodness in a position we didn't see the early parts of, but he took care of business late. We saw Justice Williams beat Watu in a very nice finish with the 2 minor piece versus the rook. And we saw Orlando Husbands, unfortunately, almost at the finish line. It worked out. And then we had Josh win a really, really nice game we're going to check out probably at some point during this event. But we do have our first guest, Maurice, and I'm really excited to bring this guy in, because he is a huge chess fan, huge chess enthusiast. And so can I welcome this man to the show? Can I welcome an NBA star, Grant Williams, to the show? How are you doing?
I'm doing great, actually. It's an honor to be here. It's super cool because I was watching the endgame between Tani just now, and I played Tani in Boston, and I technically can say I beat him once. But that's not real, because I beat him off of time. I didn't really beat him. So I counted though. So it's a good win.
Hey, a win is a win. Don't trip. A win is a win.
But it was very fun watching that end game. It's pretty cool seeing. I forget who I was watching, and the blunder he had towards the end with the rook. I heard you guys' analysis of it. It's a very tricky position.
Yeah, you're talking about that game versus with Orlando Husbands, where the pawns were coming. Yeah. He gave up the rook a little bit too soon. But yeah, Maurice, jump in here.
Well, I mean, you said you beat him in Boston. Being a Knick fan, I'm glad you're no longer in Boston because I would have had to hate on you. But I'm kidding, of course, kinda. Look, it's a real honor for you to be on the show. I know you're a big chess fan. You've been enjoying chess for years now. What has got this fever in the NBA as it looks like everybody has jumped on the chess train?
Honestly, it's a peaceful game. It allows that competition, but it's not like technically like a Call of Duty or one of those type of games where it's like super fast paced, and you have to like scramble unless you're playing like Blitz or something like that. I grew up playing chess. My grandfather taught me how to play. Fortunately, I took a couple years off, and that's something that I like regret because I feel like I'd be a lot more advanced than I am now if I didn't. But my brother was always playing. I think his rating I think is like 1600, close to it, and 1600 or more, maybe more than that in certain formats. But I beat him for the first time, and I was like, okay, maybe I'm on my way, and that's something that's really cool for me. But the chess rave came along, I think, because you can play it before a game. It gets your mind focused. It allows you to prepare. It teaches you strategy. It teaches you how to really just calm your mind down, which is, I think, in NBA, we don't necessarily do all the time.
Grant, your NBA story is well chronicled, well heralded. I remember when you were at University of Tennessee putting in work. I remember, I was calling you one of the best perimeter defenders in the NBA on the Celtics. You were locking up, KD and crew when you guys were swept them 4-0 on that team. And now you're in a new home. You've been in Charlotte. I even saw you at the Charlotte Chess Center. Tell us something that maybe folks don't know about your chess game.
I would say my chess game is deceiving. I think I'm overconfident in my ability sometimes. So like if I play somebody new, I don't even ask their rating. I'll just kind of like try and guess it at the end. But I'm not good enough to do that. That's what grandmasters like you guys can do. For me, I probably should be more structured and play a decent game. But I love the Sicilian. I love I'm trying to learn the English. I usually play the Italian game, which is pretty beginning, like, basic and with white or Queen's Gambit. But trying to learn a lot of different openings and just find the one that fits me. I've heard the London is actually really, really fun. So that's my next game that I'm going to study. But I'm just trying my best to improve because, like you said, chess is competitive and it's something you can play internationally. Similar to that of basketball, you continue to grow the game in both and kind of have that synergy, and you can bring them together.
I'm hearing a lot of opening talk there, but just give a little bit of advice. As you know, the fourth quarter is where the
Yes.
dollars are made and where the winners are decided. So I would definitely say, what about the end game? How much work do you put in that technical conversion side? You feel confident when it's getting close to the end so that you can finish off your opponents.
I feel pretty good when it comes to in game. I feel like that's probably the better part of my game, like in terms of the in game or mid versus like openings is where I kind of like I don't know enough. So like there's certain openings that someone will play a different tactic and I just won't have experience playing against it. So I'm using the same line that you would when you're supposed to not do that, and that's something that I like, and I leave myself exposed. But when it comes to the in game, I typically have good strategy towards the end and tactics, but I would say I struggle a lot in the beginning of the game, just getting my position and making sure that I'm set to be able to, make the things happen that I want to make happen.
It's funny because the end game in some ways I always liken it to like when you're up, 15 points with like 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and it should be over, but you still got to lock in. You can't take possessions for granted, and that's kind of how it is with chess sometimes. We do have some of the chess games about to be underway. Are you rooting for Tani given the previous relationship, or are you just kind of seeing how things develop?
Honestly, I'm rooting for Tani. Probably he's a great kid, and I want to see him continue to develop on his way to be IM and GM down the line one day. So I'm hoping that he can show how talented he is, even at the age that he is. I wish I had the confidence that he has at his age right now. So I know he's playing some very, very talented competition, but I would say Tani's got my number one support.
All right. Well, it's a pleasure to have you join us. Wishing you the best in Charlotte and your endeavors. And also, I'm going to check up on you and see how that London system is going, or maybe that Italian game is going. And best of luck with everything going forward. And thanks for joining us.
Anytime. Thanks for having me on, and I'll be tuned in probably for the rest of the tourney. So I wish I had more time to be able to talk a lot more. I just have to go speak to the kids at my high school. So, but I'm thankful for the opportunity to be on, and I'm excited to see how this turns out. And I'll let you know. Maybe we could play one day.
Hey,
Grant, we
most definitely.
appreciate you. You know, we'll welcome you on the Knicks anytime you're ready. Just know that, and
I have
definitely
a
keep
story
doing
for
great.
you on offline if you want it.
I
Hey, yo, we
definitely
need to
want
get
it.
into that. We are both. I'm a New Yorker as well. I grew up in Harlem. You know, we're both native New Yorkers over here. So we definitely want to hear that. So, but but we'll let you go. Have a great, talk to the kids. Let them know what's up, and yeah, we'll let you go. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, guys. You as well.
Take care, man.
That was cool, right? Maurice, again, the chess book has caught so many different communities, with the NBA, the NFL. Really, it's a good time to be involved in chess and to, be passionate about the game.
Well, you and I are big basketball NBA fans, no question about it. And to have a player on, and then to have all these players who love to play. Luka Doncic. Oh, by the way, Luka to the Lakers. That's a whole different conversation you and I haven't had yet. What the heck? Wemby loves the game as well. Klay Thompson of the Mavericks. I mean, Jalen Brown in the Celtics. You could just look around. Everywhere you look, you find these NBA players who are loving chess and making it known that they love chess so well. So it's great to see somebody as cool as Grant Williams comes on and say, yes, I love this game. I've been playing since I was a kid. My brother plays. And everybody now really taking to this. It's an exciting time for chess and these celebrities. And I'm going tomorrow, actually, to New Orleans to participate in a chess tournament for football players just before the Super Bowl. So I'll be there. Tomorrow's my son's birthday, so we'll be hanging out at that event. I'm pretty sure, is it going to be broadcast? I'm not sure if it's going to be broadcast here. Might be a private event, but we're going to have a ton of football stars who are going to be playing chess, American football, that is. So very exciting time for chess.
Yeah, no question about it. And yeah, we do have round two underway. And yeah, there's we got our bird's eye view here. I'm thinking about who won in round one. We have we have Orlando Husbands who almost got there. He's playing Kobisi. We have our winners actually. Wait, do we have our winners playing each other? We have Farai playing Tani. They both have a point under their belt. We have Justice, who's this game just got underway, so we'll sit tight on that. And we have yeah, I think we should go to the Farai Tani game, given we were just talking to Grant, and they both won in their first round game. And I have this game on my view. It's the bottom left one. Let's get out of that view because it's a really interesting one. There's an IQP, and whenever you have these isolated pawns, these isolated queen pawn positions, that's what IQP stands for. It's always important for me to assess whether it's a good IQP or a bad IQP. And I think this is a decent IQP because in my eyes, it's going to be tough for this bishop on C1 to get out quickly. You want to get this one to B2, but B3 is not possible right now. The knight on D4 is not, you don't want to take on C6 and strengthen that hanging pawn structure. I must say I do not like the bishop F3 move. Normally the knight ought to be there to cover H2 and to clear the way for pressure against D5. So I would have gone knight F3 back if I was white. I'm not sure what the bishop on F3 is doing. Maybe he's trying to creatively play knight D E2, but it feels a little artificial, Maurice.
Actually, even knight C back to E2 might be his idea, so he can play A3, B4 and get the bishop on the B2 square. You have rightly pointed out that the bishop on C1 is an anemic piece. And in fact, this feels like white is playing a reverse isolated queen pawn type setup, meaning that if white had the isolated pawn, then white would have all this freedom of movement. One of the things about isolated pawns is that they do give freedom of movement. It might be a weak, so-called weak pawn in your position, but look at black's pieces. They have absolute fluidity. They can just fly into the game with ease. And there's no reason for black to be thinking, I'm defending this position. Black can think aggressively. I mean, matter of fact, Tani's even yawning back there. What is up? This guy's way too cool for himself. He's pulling a Magnus Carlsen type cool right now. Like, I just rolled out of bed. I got to the game. Just going to make some moves and crush you and then go back to sleep. Well, he needs to pay attention because he's playing against stiff opposition right now.
Yeah, maybe he sees himself as a favorite, and favorites are going to favorite. They're going to be a bit more casual and potentially chill. What are the attacking plans for Black? Right, you mentioned that space. I'm just going to draw some arrows. This is kind of in an ideal world. You maybe put the rook on e8. You'll put that bishop back to d6 probably. You try to sometimes get queen e7, queen e5, and if you have the time for that. Also, Alpha Zero has taught us. I must say that h5, even as a pawn sacrifice, can be quite strong. Bishop e6 is a very different direction, and I think it's a direction Farai will be happy to see, because now you can actually take on e6 now or when you feel like it and play against those hanging pawns. There are some, there's a bishop pair for white, and I must say there are some of those Karpov-Kasparov vibes, the playing against these weak pawns in the center. Sometimes you can spin a knight around and then start to get your own batteries as white. So those are a lot of moves. It does. Each side gets to move one at a time. So that's getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. But Bishop e6 is a curious decision.
Curious is one word for it. I personally think it's a bad decision. It means that he did not understand the potential in his position. And I'm glad to see you know your classics, the Karpov Kasparov vibes. That's before your time, young man. So you definitely had a proper education, a chess education there. Yes, I think that Black could have been far more adventurous. Probably even the move knight to e5 caught my attention in that position. But certainly rook to e8 was playable as a move. There's really absolutely no reason to give away your bishop. It means that you have the wrong spirit about the position. He didn't realize that he was playing the white pieces, even though he's playing black, that he had the Tempe lead because of that bishop sitting on the c1 square. Now this challenge, a concrete threat in the position with queen to b3, and at any moment, 96, as you mentioned. So this is sofisticado. This is something that subtleties will abound, and one small mistake could really spell trouble. And by the way, the rook is headed to d1 as well. So more pressure on that isolated pawn. There's some questions that Black will have to answer here, as I think that he is slightly misplayed. And now he's just going full hoovering, vacuum cleaning, in fact, taking twice. Maybe not such a bad decision in the position, just try to solve some problems immediately. That leaves white with a backward pawn on the c3 square. I have to say, that's probably the safest solution he could have played given the circumstances.
I must say I have not been able to predict moves for a little while now, and that probably means we should leave this one be for a moment. I thought queen takes c3 would be played. There is now a very clear plan for Black to play against the c3 square, and I don't see the two bishops here being so incisive when knight e4 can come at any moment. So I think now it's about to stabilize, and we potentially could go back to that bird's eye view and see what else is going on. So let's actually head over there. We have, also Justice Williams underway. We have, Kenny Solomon underway. I actually don't even recall Kenny Solomon. Did he win his first game?
No, he lost. Remember
He
that
lost. He
the
lost to Josh Colas.
South
Yeah,
African
yeah.
matchup. Yes.
Josh Colas, in my opinion, had the game of the round, or at least the decision of the round, giving up that bishop to get in. I want to see what he's doing. So let's actually head over there and take a look at Josh Colas, who is playing Tercy, and see what the vibe is over there, because I think what he did in that first round was special. So here we are. He is Black against Tercy. Tercy did manage to draw quite fortunately against Orlando in that skirmish at the end. And we got an f5 on the board. We got a bishop versus knight. Both kings are a little bit exposed. Who do you like?
Well, I'm seeing right now the move f4, knight e4. I'm trying to evaluate what the problem is with white's position. Because that knight, although it's a fair knight sitting on g3 and maybe even e4, Yeah, I'm very curious actually. It's not clear to me that I should like anyone in this position. It looks fairly balanced. White does have that passer, but Black has the dynamism. The team might be getting broken up in the center, those two pawns on F5 and E5. So this is a sharp position. It's probably anybody's game. I've got to point out, however, this game doesn't actually hold my interest as much as that game with Tunde. That position
Okay.
is sick. I mean, this is way too positional. That position is sick. And I
All right,
think we
so
really need to go take a look at that one.
we're gonna do two things here. We're gonna switch over to the Tunde game really quickly, and then we're gonna welcome our second guest because we're gonna have a lot of guests today, folks. And we're switching over to the Tunde game, and we're gonna bring in our guest, Dr. Daim Shabazz, of the chess drum fame, of professorial fame, of I cannot laud enough praise his way. Welcome to the show, Daim. Daim also, by the way, is a serious chess player in his own right, so he can actually help us, with some commentary here. Welcome to the show. How you doing? Good to be with you, etc. All those things.
I'm doing pretty good, Kassa. You're far too kind with those compliments, but I'm glad to be here. It's exciting. Good job at putting this event on. Looks like we've got some good games going.
Brother Daim, we've known each other since before Kassa was born. That's actually a fact.
Yes.
Look, great to have you on the show. A real pleasure indeed. We've seen each other on multiple continents, even around the world, as you have done a fantastic job showcasing the story of the African diaspora as it relates to chess. And you must be thrilled to see an event like this take place.
I was thinking about the Wilbur Page Memorial Tournament 2001, that both you and I were in Harlem for that. And the person that won that tournament, Stephen Muhammad, had a great tournament, and that put him on his way to earning the International Master title some years later. For the audience here, I had some unfortunate news that Stephen Muhammad had passed away. And I found out yesterday. So I have not been quite right after hearing that news. But I wanted to let the audience know, because they may very well know Stephen Muhammad. Great player, wonderful blitz player, fantastic blitz player. And he would obviously like to see something like this take place. But definitely just wanted to recognize Stephen Muhammad in this moment.
Yeah, and you alluded to the that 2001 event, to Stephen Muhammad, to even the history between yourself and Maurice, and I just want to kind of codify or recognize your contributions over the last several decades to the game, because some people may not know about the Chess Drum. The Chess Drum is a website that's chronicled the journeys and successes of Black players all over the world for many years, and he's really been the main I would say the main driver of cultivating discourse for players from the African diaspora for a long time. And I just want to kind of acknowledge that contribution and thank you for that. I mean, I can personally attest to your writing and your work, spurring on the careers, chess careers of many players, including myself. So I want to just acknowledge that. Where do you see the game going? Where do you see, these players going? What is really needed to kind of elevate as we have, this event, but we also want to have, more than today?
This is really a platform for something great that I think will come out of this event. I remember we talked about the Wilbur Page, and of course that tournament was held in Harlem. It was an over-the-board tournament, and that tournament was such a wonderful event. It was in the iconic city of Harlem, right on off of 125th Street. We were at the Hotel Teresa, and actually Watu Kobeza and Kenny Solomon were also in that tournament. And just to see these players coming together and competing and really developing these relationships are something that we will look back on and draw inspiration from. And I think this is the beginning to something great that may happen for years to come. And again, hats off to you for putting this together. But I see this as the beginning of perhaps something that we can do on a continual basis.
Yeah, that would be amazing to have an extended conversation, just highlighting the talent, because talent needs to be cultivated and it needs to be identified and then cultivated and fostered. So anyway, we have some incredible action here. I do feel we do have to jump into these games. I do not know where to go. This game has obviously changed tides a little bit, but Ferdinand, you want to go to Ferdinand and Josh Colas. So we're going to jump there then. Get out of the bird's eye view and get to that Josh Colas game, because he might be on 2 out of 2 very soon.
Yes, this last move, rook to c2, was a beast of a move, and the threats are going to be very difficult to deal with in this position. Notice he's trying to deal with the rook, is young Tercy, but it seems easy enough to sidestep the rook, maybe just play rook b2 here. And they're going to be threats like bishop. The f2 pawn is obviously tenderoni, and bishop g6 will be coming soon in the position. And I'm not feeling this position at all. By the way, the d pawn is hanging straight after the move rook to b2. It's just a straight, give me your pawn. I got bishop g6 threats. Your king is hanging. f2 is weak. There's a lot happening here. He's decided just to play a simple trade in the position. I'm a little surprised by it, although he still maintains so many advantages. The move bishop f3 is very spicy, and the pawn is under attack. I don't see the pawn in my brain, though, at all. I see something like rook d6, rook g6, rook g2 coming soon at a theater near you. That kind of move would bother me much more so in this position than anything else.
Yeah, and I think actually that's what Josh is doing here by trading. Sometimes you trade because you're, trying to win material. Sometimes you trade just to remove a defender. And I think, wow, rook c8 is super strong. What he's saying is, look, if this knight is moved or airlifted off this square, e4, e3 is at my disposal. The d5 pawn, of course, is tender as well. There's rook c2. I think rook c8 is extremely strong. And Josh is locked in today.
Looks like that queen is overworked.
Yeah, man. And I think rook c2 now is, the blue arrow came down before I could draw the orange one, but rook c2 is super strong. And I do not, also, if the knight moves away, queen g3 is going to be mate. Just FYI.
Oh, this is gorgeous. Gorgeous position, devastating. King g1 played, but this is going to be all she wrote pretty soon, because nothing's going to be able to move in this position. Actually, I'm intrigued about what the best move, absolute best move, is in this position.
Can we go g5? Can we go g5, g4?
Now you're greedy.
Yeah, that is a bit gluttonous. I must say I would not do it if it was my own game. If it was my own game, I'd probably go queen h5 and then go queen, just to try to lift the knight off of the e4 square.
Yes.
And because once I get my queen to the g file, again, queen g3 will be mate as long as the rook is on c2. So, okay.
Absolutely. And that makes a lot more sense, to just shift the queen and get going. Josh is definitely playing some chess here. A little bit of history. Looking at Josh play, it's so shocking to me, because he so resembles his uncle, Clotaire Colas. And Clotaire was actually the person, and as he's won the game, who got me on the road to chess. And the mate did happen on the board. Clotaire, Josh's uncle, is who started me in chess, period. I knew the rules, but in Brooklyn Technical High School, Josh's uncle beat me something awful, and I didn't like it. There was a chess book in the school, in the library. I grabbed the book. I thought I was going to beat him. It turns out he had read that book and a bunch of other books, and we played every single day after school. Come to find out, decades later, here's his nephew, who's turned into a pretty strong player, GM norm, bunch of IM norms. I really thought he would get the GM title. He looks like he's gone in a different direction in terms of his career choices. And you see here, he's analyzing different possibilities. It's actually weird looking at him as a grown man. I just find it so odd. It's spooky looking at him as a grown man. And Daim, getting back to your view of the history in this way, we've seen so many come and go. You mentioned Stephen Muhammad, a fierce competitor, a fantastic blitz player, an IM, a precise player, a great teacher and coach. His loss just before this event took place is felt really profoundly. One of the few IMs, and now what a blunder on the part of Tani, and Tani should be going down in this game. But if you can just contextualize, just how important it is, how few players we have, people like Kassa himself, that are representing our game in this way.
I remember something, a statement that was made by Emery Tate, who many of the audience will know Emery Tate. He passed away in 2015, but he would always talk about the lack of brothers at the top boards, and he says, it's kind of lonely. We need some more battling on the top boards. And we all know Emery as being this just wonderful competitor and tactician. And that type of support at the top is crucial when you have players who can sharpen each other, who can support each other, at the top level, analyze. And we just have not been able to have any consistency over the years. And now we have a young Brewington coming up, and then Tani is also playing. So maybe we have the start of something of a new generation where we will see more players representing at the top boards. And I'm looking to see, hopefully we'll see that improve over the coming years with this new generation coming forth.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of promise. Again, I think the visibility is really important, and again, continuing to initiate the conversation, and also folks watching. A lot of things that happen come down to interest, viewers, and those type of things. You have a larger impact than sometimes you realize. But our round 2 games are over. We just saw Farai kind of knock out Tani there, and so I am going to show you these round 2 results. We had Kenny Solomon beating Tunde in the end there. We had Joshua Colas winning his game against Tercy Ferdinand. We had Orlando Husbands. We didn't see too much of that game against Sawatu, but he did win his game, bouncing back from that unfortunate slip in the first round. Justice also won against Goodness, and Farai, maybe that's the upset of the round, beat Tani after Tani was seemingly in a nice little middle game position there. He kind of got him off the board at the end there. So here are our standings. We have Joshua Colas with 2 points, Farai with 2 points, and Justice with 2 points. We have Orlando with 1.5, Kenny with 1, Tani with 1, Tercy with a 0.5 point, and then Watu, Goodness, and Tunde trying to get some points on the board. So kind of shaping up kind of the way I thought. I did think Justice would have a real impact today. Josh so far has been extremely impressive, Maurice.
Well, don't call it a comeback, because we got players who are saying, look, I might not be so young, but the youngsters, sit back and let us show you how it's done. By the way, that last round, Black was more than okay. Black won 4 of the 5 games that were decisive. We had 5 decisive games, 0 draws. By the way, we've had 9 out of 10 decisive games. This is how you like blood on the chessboard. 9 out of 10 decisive games so far, and 4 out of 5 for Black in the last round. And we're just seeing aggression, dynamism, bold play, just no holes barred. This is fisticuff chess. This is what you like to see when you have a competition like this. And Farai winning, I don't think was an upset over Tani, as much as I picked Tani as a potential victor in the tournament. But Farai has been around. Farai is for real.
Sure.
Okay, for sure.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
Let's get that straight. So we are into round 3 already. This is just booming along. Gotta love this, the way the pace is going round after round.
Yeah, and we do have our bird's eye. Round 3 is underway, and where do you want to go? We got two guys on 2-0, Justice and Fry battling it out. I do also have a curiosity about Kenny and Tercy, but let's start with Justice and Farai, our 2 folks on 2-0. Let's get out of that bird's eye view and get there. And Justice again, it sounds like maybe some preparation amiss because he's again going for knight f3, e3. And I must say, I do think this is a good choice against Farai, because Farai's a very sharp player, and you kind of want to take him into positional territory.
Yes, it's just subtle play. You know, it's obvious that this could lead all sorts of different ways. The opening is not going to be heavily significant as we keep going along. The question again is, how do you handle the clock? How quickly do you play? And we see the players who are currently on form. And you know, when you start winning games, you start feeling good. I mean, you just start feeling good about life. You don't really want to play against a guy who's 2-0 as well, because already the clash begins and one of you might end up being the one in greater form. So a perfect score, both players walk out with a draw. I feel like, okay, I ducked somebody who's playing really good right now. But Justice, I know for a fact, is not the type who will just gift draws over. I think Justice believes he can go 9-0. Like, if Justice goes 8.5, he might be like, yeah, I should have gone 9-0. He's got that kind of warrior spirit as a player and a mindset, a little bit, maybe even too overconfident. And I just added 2 to the word overconfident. So, you know, I'm just building on the superlatives. But Justice is just a cool character. And I really like his confidence. He should have been a GM already. That's how I feel. He should have been a grandmaster already, but he's still on the path. And so we'll look forward to seeing what he can do. Right now, we have a complex position in front of us. White has the lead in development, but Black has a center pawn, little extra center pawn energy, and Black still has to resolve the castling issue. Bishop d3 stops you from castling right away. So it looks as though White's path to developing is a little bit smoother, but Black has no real weaknesses to worry about. So we're still in the middle of a serious game.
Yeah, Daim, you are he always says, "Oh, I'm not a chess player. Don't bother me like this." But Daim has some chess knowledge as well, so I want to give him the opportunity to kind of weigh in to some of these positions as well, or honestly take us somewhere that you actually want to go. So if you want to. Do you want to tap into the 2-0 guys here, or do you have a curiosity about any of the players that are playing that you want to check them out?
Well, you know, with Farai is a very interesting character. I've followed him for years, coming out of Zimbabwe. You know, he is a contemporary of Robert Gwaze, who famously went 9-0 in the 2002 Bled Olympiad. And to see another Zimbabwean shine is a testament to what that kind of inspiration can do from that gold medal performance of Gwaze. Now, Farai, the first time I saw him was probably at a World Open, and we're talking about in the U.S. And of course, he was playing blitz, and there was a huge crowd around him, and I was just amazed at his technique and his speed. So it's not not any surprise to me that he's going to be in the thick of things as far as being at the top of the leaderboard, and he is the top seed in terms of the rating. which I think is helps strengthen the entire field, given that Jimmy could not continue in the tournament. So I'm looking forward to see how these matchups ensue, and I think justices are also going to bring some heat as well. So it looks like it's going to be an exciting tournament all through.
Yeah, let's actually move from this game. It is still underway. I know sometimes with these rapid games they develop so quickly, so you want to stick on one. I will say here that G6 was a little peculiar when it happened because it did weaken some dark squares, and White did try to take advantage of that with Bishop B2. Black tried to fight for those dark squares again with Bishop E7, F6, and we'll see now how the game shapes up. But we can see Justice has very aggressive intentions, castling long here, maybe some H4, H5. So we'll let this simmer, and we'll maybe pop off somewhere else. Maurice, where do you want to go next?
I'm seeing that game with Kenny Solomon and Ferdinand. That one is fire, opening theory down. This used to be played back in the day, and this one is such chaos on the board. You see King C7 being given this exclam of a move. You'd have liked to bring your king over to B8, and yet the king says, no, I'm stepping up. You want to check me? I'm not afraid of you. This is the kind of chess you want to see. These players are in the jungle right now, fighting it out tooth and nail. This one, wild pawn formation. This was played back. They're too young to be knowing the theory
Yes.
of these lines. Well, Kenny should, but not Tercy. And Tercy's saying, I don't know about you, but I'm going to show you what these pawns can do. Eventually, that bishop on the long diagonal might be able to do. The F6 pawn might drop, actually, in some cases. But White is struggling to organize the pieces on the queen side.
Yeah, I have to just mention a few words. You've just set the scene really well. This was a Botvinnik Semislav. You just, when if there's certain images, when you see them on the board, you know exactly where they came from. And just for folks at home, they're like, "What's the Botvinnik Semislav?" It's one of the sharpest lines in chess. We're gonna go very quickly because we can't explain it all. White sacks a pawn. Black tries to hold on to it, and then you get a very weird position where essentially both it's a mess. White has managed to vacuum up some of the king side, but Black has a foothold on the queen side and intends to castle long. Then the center blasts open. This is still theory. Nothing new here. B4, knight A4. There's also this rook B1 move, but this has all been played before, folks. And essentially A3 all still been played before. I'm starting to lose the plot here with ED5 and H4. And I think, yeah, the players as well, you can be forgiven. This is such a complicated position, but why? What happened? Why did the king step up to C7 instead of B8? Well, folks, if king B8, bishop F4 check, and the king ran to A8, we'd have a beautiful knight B6 check, taking advantage of this pin, and Black would have to give up their queen. So it's a total mess. Even though Tercy's navigated pretty well, actually, and the computer loves Black's position. This king is going to be exposed. This king can sometimes be exposed on the long diagonal. And where are we now? We're in a position where both sides have over 6 minutes, which means they can try to make some magic happen, even though it's complicated. So I'm very excited to see where this goes. This is crazy.
This one is absolute psycho chess. Come on now. Black also is looking at the move at some point, not now, move knight to D4. The knight is actually covering the E7 square at the moment. You don't want to see that move drop in on you, and then your rook will be in danger. So Black has to be a little bit careful. But if Black is able to play maybe even rook to D8, that rook on H8 is not really doing anything at the moment and needs to somehow carry its own weight, then Black can start thinking about, and there we see rook to E4, D2 played. And D2 doesn't threaten anything. Why did he give away his C pawn? This is a big question. He played this move very quickly. Isn't it possible to just play rook takes C4 here?
Rook takes C4, queen takes A4, and then we'll go D1 queen, I think, right? If rook takes C4.
That's probably true. You're right.
Rook takes C4, queen takes C4, and then we'll get something there.
Yeah, queen takes is definitely a nice trick. Overlook that. Well, what what makes this move such a blunder then? Because the knight is going to hang regardless. And by the way, the
Yeah.
threat is either the queen or the take. So this looks like a one move win if you don't have a
Yeah.
move. So
It's a mess. It's a mess. This position is a mess. But hey, we're just gonna enjoy it and
no, but
let it
hold on,
unfold.
hold on. I mean, no, hold on. We're saying it's a mess, but the reality is the eval bar says winning. D2 looks winning for black. I mean, it looks like you're winning a piece, right? And he played bishop g4, which was not the right move. I'm curious what the right move is in this position because it
Oh,
looked so. Yes, go ahead.
so I would say honestly, so that we saw the arrow suggesting rook d1, and I can understand why. So you give up the piece. Let's say you go rook d1 in the previous position, and then after queen takes a4, you just go rook takes d2, and you're threatening the
Queen
d6
D.
rook, the rook e7 as well on the cards. If rook d8 happens, you can go rook e7 check and knight e7, fe7. There's just too many tactics with the pins and the bishop on the. So I could see something like rook d1, queen a4, rook d2. How do you defend this rook? You can only go rook d8, and then rook e7 seems to be look pretty nasty to me because this rook is going to be overworked. So
It's not
and
pretty nasty. It's winning.
it always feels like in these positions, if the queen is strays a little bit too far from the cuckoo's nest, something hits you. So that's what it is. But I do want to actually, I actually do want to say bid our guest Daim farewell. He's been chilling in the cut here, watching the games. But I think he has to actually jump, and I just want to say thank you so much for the work you've done over the years, your contributions to the game, and yeah, let's talk soon and spin this up again.
I appreciate it. Thanks again. Take care, Maurice.
Thanks, Naeem. See you as always. Appreciate you, man.
All right, so here's the live position now, Maurice. So we had rook e4, and then now rook takes c4, and this is the position now.
Yes, and that line with rook to d1 was clearly crushing and counterintuitive as well. Just giving up your knight and then realizing as you calculate that it is completely winning. So that was a beautiful line with rook to d1 and takes on d2. That lovely refutation. Now black is back in business. Black, in, as you see the blue arrow there, go to e8, threaten to go to e1, and there's a lot of dynamism in this position. It's that knight. It's all about that knight sitting on the a4 square, the rook on a1, and the pawn on d2 for black. So it's just a great position for black, even though the pin is on the rook. Every single move counts, like every single move in the Botvinnik Semislav. And at the moment, this move, this clean tempo that white has gifted black is going to cost severely. But that said, clocks are ticking down. They're under 5 minutes. Every move must be played. This is still not easy at all. All the moves still have to be found.
Yeah, and it's so funny what you say about every move counting, because this is one of those positions where I sometimes wish the arrows were not showing, because if you just had to think on your own, you realize just how complicated it is and how many decisions don't work. So I can imagine if it was white to move, for instance, I'm probably going to go knight c5. I have a feeling that if I get rid of this light squared bishop under decent circumstances, all of a sudden bishop f3 is going to be very powerful. I'm be hitting the queen on d5. There'll be rook takes c6 potential tactics as well. But Terzi is very sharp and has found rook e8.
Fantastic move, fantastic young player showing his capabilities. And clearly, right now, Kenny has to worry all sorts of different ways because this d2 pawn has been allowed to live. He missed that opportunity to play the move rook to d1 and then take on d2. Now this is going to be serious. You have to deal with, it's not just a question of, let's say, for example, you were able to play the move rook d1. At the moment, the rook is defended on the d1 square, but there's a problem because the queen is coming into the h1 square. So rook d1 just simply doesn't work. You can't hide because of the mate on that square. You don't even need the bishop because this knight on c6 is in the way from giving the bishop that beautiful support. But you don't even need it if the rook lands there. I'm not even clear on what the defensive move is right now. If you move the king, then rook e1 is going to happen anyway. King f1 allows bishop to a6, and that should be
Or
all she wrote.
how about queen h1 mate?
Queen h1 mate is actually even better. I saw one good move, but there was an even better good one, better one. So what to do? I mean, what do you do here?
Man, I mean,
I'm not sure what the next move is. How do you
yeah, it's
even
like
fight?
passivity will not work. I mean, I can try to fight with rook f1, but it's an insipid move, and then rook e1 would happen, right? So, um, I'm. Can you? I'm really trying here. It's hard. I mean, maybe. I mean, can you start with king h2? No, then rook e1 still. I mean, f3 would be such a yucky move to muster, but maybe. Actually, maybe in some positions, bishop f3. But again, I mean, because actually bishop f3 does threaten bishop takes d5, and you can't recapture because of the pin, but you're going to make a new queen with rook e1. So I don't see salvation here for Kenny.
But bishop f3, rook. No, none of it. Actually, bishop f3, rook e1, king h2. I can take the rook on a1, and if you
That's
play
the
bishop
problem.
d5, I can get the queen, right?
Queen. Yeah.
That is not going to work. I'm trying to find rook f1 might be the most reasonable move, although it puts the rook on the same diagonal as the other rook, and again bishop a6 starts to come back into the fore. But again, rook e1 is going to be the next move regardless. So I just think it's busted. I mean, this position is cold cut busted. He's going to be looking for a while trying to figure out what to do here, and this is going to put young Tercy on the board. We should take a look at some other position because this is clearly dominant at the moment. And is there a game somehow that did not start? I see one board that didn't start, and it features a pairing that actually should not exist. Is this bird's eye view with Ferdinand and Kobesi in the lower right?
Yeah, and that might be a technical error there, because on my end I see I see something different. But Orlando Husbands did beat Goodness, and we do have Justice playing Farai. Do we want to look in there, or maybe check in on Josh? It's been a little while since we Watu's in time trouble again. Maybe we check in with Josh and see if he's able to create some endgame magic as he did in round one.
Well, I'm curious what's happening between the two leaders. Let's just at least let Justice and Farai be known as they are playing this king and pawn ending.
And this is a tricky one, actually, because white is a pawn up, and Fry is to show some very decent technique to demonstrate the draw here, although it actually might not be as hard as you think, because if white ever tries to play e5, then the king side is locked. So the other break is to play for f5, but the moment white plays for g4, f5, then e5 locks everything. So you can imagine perhaps that the e to the h file is just shut down, and Fry's really just trying to defend this front.
I don't see how you win this position at all. The white king has no path. Its own pawn is in the way, the e-pawn. And even if it wasn't in the way, how would you get past the king? And they have agreed to a draw. Yeah, there's just nothing in that position. No path. You're up a pawn, but how do you make it work? Nothing there. And now we do see that Orlando Husbands, that pairing that you were talking about, has appeared on our screen. So that is a victory there for Orlando Husbands. Goodness is definitely taking it on the chin in this tournament so far.
Yeah, it's early, but we'll see how that develops. Tercy's still in control, it looks like, and Kenny's thinking. So I'm going to go to Josh's game. He's the other leader on 2-0 against Watu Kobese, and I've seen a position Josh has won like this already, so I feel like Watu still has to be on high alert, particularly with the time situation with 23 seconds left. Bishop b6 is a tricky one. Knight d7. Definitely black would like to trade that last minor piece, and things would be a little bit, there'd be a little bit of a sigh of relief, but Joshua's going to try and press him on the clock here.
Well, this is the kind of position you try to milk. I mean, only question is, what can you do to bother him? And you see there, rook h4. Let's see if we can bother him a little bit more. The knight is now headed for that A pawn to try and get it off the board. But rook takes and F4 is something worth thinking about. That's a little bit of danger. You're going to have to be precise. And he has played this move. And like I said, you had to be precise. And there you go. This move, a mistake. Bishop drops back to B6. Looked like a move. Oh, even this one. Nice. Bishop F6, winning the pawn on E5. Now it's Johnny ball game. That bishop was just so agile. And there it is. The bishop was superior to the knight. And now it's just 2 pawns up with a winning endgame.
What technique too? I mean, really, the bishop on D8. I thought it should have been challenged with rook A8 a few moves ago, but the time situation made it tough. And now even rook E4. I'm sorry, rook E6. I would trade the rooks. Do take some care, actually. Actually, maybe not train the rooks because it's the wrong color corner. So the knight may try to sack itself for the pawn. If white is smart, the knight shouldn't touch the pawn simply because the king can kind of shoulder it off. But that would be a tricky conversion. So maybe it's smart to keep the rooks on the board a little longer. You can go back.
You can come anywhere. I don't think you can come anywhere near this pawn, by the way, with your knight, because that bishop is so potent. But I mean, and there it is, rook takes. I don't think you can come anywhere near this piece. Just watch out for knight C6, though. Yeah. That would be annoying. But I think once you freeze this king out the game, then you just, like in this position, you can just play a nice little king move. And there's just no way. This pawn has immense flexibility, but there is the trick. Maybe you might lose your F pawn, but I doubt it.
Yeah, again, I'm gonna say here that Watu has the knights are so tricky. Watu still has a little bit of a chance, and you see Josh hesitating just a little bit, trying to figure out where to put the king. I love king e4. Whenever you're 2 diagonals away from a knight, you cannot be checked for 3 moves. Same thing if it's 3 horizontal or vertical squares away. So I really did like king e4, but you still have to show me to kind of lock in this king. Expect king f5 here, maybe bishop e7.
That's the point. That's the point. You start trapping that knight. That knight gets trapped. King f5 made a ton of sense in that position and will happen. And then that knight is going to find itself running out of moves. You have to play knight f8. And look at the knight. Just this knight is horrible.
Note that the bishop on d8 is covering the h4 squares. That's why king f5 is not met by knight h4 check.
Exactly. And if your knight goes to f8, the only next square it can go to is d7 or h7. H7 would be a terrible place for the knight because it would get trapped on that square. So now it's clear that this knight is trying to figure out how to create some kind of problem for the white piece. And now it's just a question of how do you finesse this pawn forward? I think king e6 works for me.
Yeah, I think what Josh is trying to do is, and I get it, but I don't agree with it, is he doesn't want to give up the pawn on a5 yet, and so he held off on bishop e7. I don't think that was strictly necessary. He's trying to keep the bishop on d8 as long as possible before jettisoning it. But yeah, I think it's a good decision now. The king is so far away, it's time. And now knight c5 is an impossibility. March this down the yellow brick road.
Yeah, this knight really has no chance against the bishop and pawn, and is going to be extremely difficult to imagine how you do anything here. Knights are tricky, but that's why you become an IM or become a GM, because you deal with illusions quite well. And this is an illusion that this is going to be anything. I mean, how do you stop? Now, where's your knight going to stop the 2 moves that are necessary? Because remember, when the pawn hits f7, there's no fork on g5 or d8. I mean, you just play f6, f7. There's not going to be a fork. There's not going to be a way for you to attack this pawn. You're just going to be shouldered out the game, and this pawn is flying up the board. And now it's going to be Zugzwang.
That's a beautiful finish. Bishop d6 is a very elegant finish. The knight has no meaningful checks where the bishop can't thwart, and you also had opposition against the king, and excellent technique. Really excellent technique. Josh is locked in. He's on 3-0. And what a game. What a game. Very, very impressive play. And that concludes round 3. So let's actually take a look at our results for that round. We again had a super decisive round, which I know Maurice and I do love. Tani beat Tunde. Justice drew with Farai. He was a pawn up, but it was a double pawn. Wasn't enough to win. Orlando beat Goodness. And Josh beat Watu. We just saw that technique there, bishop versus knight. And Kenny did wind up beating Tercy in that game. I am very confused about that because we saw Tercy dominating in that Botvinnik semi-Slav. So I'm trying to figure out where the swindle happened. Maybe we have a chance to check that on that. But the standings are as follows. Josh is the sole leader with 3 points. Farai, Justice, and Orlando have 2.5. Kenny's at 2. Tani's at 2. And then we have some folks in the back that are trying to catch up. We're not even halfway. So that's where we are. And here are round 4 pairings, Maurice. Which matchup are you most curious about?
I'm looking at Tani versus Justice. That's definitely something we're going to want to watch. I believe Justice actually has coached Tani in the past, or maybe coaching him this year, as Tani has entered a school where Justice coaches. So that is always going to be an interesting matchup. Joshua against Goodness, and Goodness has had some trouble so far. So if Joshua he picks up another point, he could be an unstoppable train rolling down the tracks. That's going to be a huge matchup. Will anyone be able to slow down young Joshua Colas?
All right, so that'll be a question. We'll find out shortly. But before we find out, we are going to take a short break. And before we take that break, get ready for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. It's here now, folks. The first stop's in Germany. In this epic Chess 960 chess style showdown, 10 elite players will compete for the lion's share of a $750,000 prize pot. Watch Magnus, Gukesh, Hikaru, Vishy, and more go head-to-head starting February 7th. Use !freestyle in chat or visit go.chess.com/freestyle in chat for more info. We will be back with round 4 after this, so stay with us.
Want to add to your resume and earn up to $1,000 too? Chessable Research Awards are for you. Head to chessable.com/research_awards and apply today. The application is 10 questions long and some questions are easy, like what is your name and what is your email address? Application questions also ask you to tell Chessable about a chess-themed research project that you want to begin or about chess-themed research you're already doing. Past winners' topics include detecting chess cheaters and scuba diving in chess. Applications are due by May 15th and winners will be announced on June 15th. If you win, you will work with a faculty member on your research, then submit a blog post about what you accomplished. So what are you waiting for? Start your application today.
Students, did you know that you can get a discount on any Chess.com premium membership? If you're enrolled in a college, university, or high school in a participating country, you can get 50% off any yearly or monthly premium plan, diamond, platinum, or gold. That's unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, unlimited bots, unlimited lessons, and no ads. All at 50% off. Go to chess.com/students and get your discount today.
Look at that Chess Kid subtle branding sticker on the table.
I forgot.
Danny played this against me and he won, so I'm sure you're in good hands.
Yep.
I think it was an accident. I think I blacked out for those first 2 games.
Levy's prep.
I don't know, are we in my prep? He's scared because
He's moving with such confidence.
He doesn't seem concerned whatsoever. It's like really concern. It's extremely concerning. I don't understand.
This is secret prep.
Your prep? My prep?
Actually, I think this is actually prep. Or maybe I just figured it out. Or maybe it's a bluff.
This
is not my prep, actually, but like. So I have an option to take that pawn don't want to do
Wait, Tani, is this legit prep?
I have a suggestion, Tani.
it.
Why don't you take none of my pawns?
I just take none of them?
Just don't take any of my pawns.
Okay, I won't take any of your pawns.
Okay. Deal's a deal.
First them to be taken. Wow, this is actually crazy.
Well, this position?
No, actually, yes.
Yeah, it is. Like, actually. Okay.
I mean, this prep is paying off. Wait a second. Wait a minute.
So yeah, this was what I was fearing when I
You
actually
guys are playing this a little too focused here for me.
Are we supposed to be like more goofy?
Supposed to.
King to d7.
Why did I think about that move?
I mean, this is all prep. I mean, look at this. I watched a video of you today before I was coming here.
I'm really sorry.
And it was about a Magnus destroying everybody,
Yes.
right?
Were you inspired?
And I was inspired. And he hanged the pawn, or not hanged, he sacrificed the pawn in the opening, first game. And he sacrificed the pawn to have major counterplay.
Okay.
And I'm inspired by this. So I'm doing exactly what he did.
But you're giving me way more than. Am I mated?
Yes, you are.
Am I really?
Yes, you are.
Oh,
Wait a second.
Wait.
Oh my God. Yes, you
I think
are.
I'm missing my wallet. It's not a good thing, everybody.
Yay. Yay. Everything
Wow.
worked out.
That was an epic game.
What are we doing? We can't be awkward. We gotta do this one. There you go. We're gonna be one of those like epic like. Oh my gosh.
That was
so
inspiring.
casual.
That was just like.
This whole time I was like, my king is safe.
Welcome back to the 2025 NextGen Cup. I am International Master Kassa alongside Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. We've had an extremely exciting event thus far, and what more can we say, Maurice? I don't know if I'm hearing Maurice, but I might be.
My apologies there.
There we
My
go.
apologies
There
there.
we
My mic was muted. I'm counting 13 wins out of 15 games. 13 out of 15, and that's a dream event. When you look at that, that's an absolute fantasy for commentators, definitely for the fans. Maybe not for the players because people are going down like flies, but when you're not seeing a lot of draws and you're just seeing blood on the board, fire on board, as Alexei Shirov's book would say, that is just incredible. And so I'm loving what we have so far. This is the kind of event that we hoped it would be, and it's delivering.
Yeah, and there are folks tuning in far and wide, and that brings me to our next guest. We got some interested chess fans in school watching the games. So shout out to the IS 318 chess team, chess squad. Hello, how's everyone doing over there? What's going on? How's it happening? Love to see the next generation here. Hello, and right to there is there a coach there? I believe Elizabeth Vickery, Elizabeth Spiegel, rather, who is taking us to a room a little bit away from the kids and the noise there, and has some special students here. If you don't know, folks at home, IS-318 is has a legendary chess program, and Elizabeth has been at the helm for a good while, since I was a youngin'. So, who are the kids in front of us? Do you want to introduce yourselves?
My name is Bryson. My name is Christopher.
I heard Christopher, and I missed the first name.
My name is Bryson.
Bryson. All right, Bryson, Christopher. So how are you doing? How's I'll start with Bryson. How are you doing? How's the chess? How's the chess action been today for you? And yeah, where are you in your chess journey?
I'm doing good. So far, I think I'm at a mediocre level of chess. I think I could grow a lot, but I think I'm still improving.
Okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. And Christopher, what about you? Where are you in your chess journey? Is the coach over there getting you some good work?
Yeah, she's having me do tactics and whatnot, and I think I'm like just like Bryson at a mediocre level, able to compete at nationals.
All right, so we got some people competing in nationals. That's what's up. I will say this: I would never walk around. I'm just telling you right now. You guys are being too modest. Never call yourselves mediocre. You have to have illusions of grandeur in order to compete. I'm telling you, as in chess or as an athlete, you have to believe. You gotta have some illusions of grandeur because you're gonna be the first person that believes in you. In most cases. So, but Maurice, why don't you jump in here?
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you two young stars of the future. You got to have some swag, as your boy Kassa just told you, a little bit of swag. I want to know, between the two of you, because it chose the two of you to talk, who is the better player?
Me. Hands down.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. The swag, the confidence, the battles. You are definitely going to the nationals. Your coach has been around for quite some time. Are you two going to be the captains of the team running the show, or what are you looking forward to the most as you head into nationals? And I'll start with you, Bryson, and then we'll switch.
I really don't know what I'm gonna do after nationals. I'm trying to go to nationals currently, but like after that, I don't really know what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, nationals is a very very interesting atmosphere. So sorry, actually, let me let Christopher jump in there. But nationals is different, man. So that I always love to hear about kids' experiences with nationals.
Yeah, me too. I hope to improve my score from last year, so I hope to get better.
How did you do last year?
I only got 2.5 last year, but I hope I can get at least maybe 4 this year.
Okay, and I hear Elizabeth whispering in the background, so I want her to come to the fore as well because she has been the architect of this program for so many years, and she was also a consultant on this event. So great for you to join us here. And what do you want the kids? What do you want the kids that are with you watching this event, and actually the kids at home that might be checking this out, to know and see and get from this event?
I think it's really fun to watch, and part of it is just introducing kids to the fun of like watching chess commentary. But I think it's also so important that you can see yourself in people you look up to, and so I'm really excited because so many, like I have in my classroom I have all the world champions, and aside from Anand, they're kind of all white, and so it's really great for kids to see other possibilities, right? I talked to them about how in India, people didn't play chess 10, 20 years ago so much. And it's really taken off. And that benefits the whole chess world when you can tap into these untapped pools of talent.
100%, 100%.
You've been doing work, great work for a number of years now. We are so proud of what you've done with all those great players. You've actually been a part of the rise of player in this competition in Justice Williams. I mean, he was part of your team that ended up winning so many national titles as well. You must be immensely proud seeing how your students have fared over the years.
My heart is bursting watching him play. It's amazing. I mean, even when he was here, he was better than me. Like I was facilitating, I wasn't really teaching him, but it's been amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it really is amazing to just see the next generation right there, and to see that you're going to be a steward of the next generation, because I know that with those kids, they're in good hands. And let me come visit one of these days or months. Give me an invitation. I would love to drop in. I'm in New York, so I'm happy to drop in whenever you're available, whenever the kids are ready. We could chop it up sometime.
That would be wonderful. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for joining us on the show. I think we're gonna have round 4 underway soon, so I think we're gonna let you go. But Christopher, Bryson, good luck in nationals. Maurice, any advice for them?
Well, they seem to have all the love they need, all the love and care. Listen to your coach. She knows what she's talking about. She's been around. She's coached national champions as well. And I'm curious actually to know, are you rooting heavily for Justice as somebody who's graduated from 318? Is that the one you're trying to see win this competition?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
And what's amazing is Fry taught here for a year as well.
There you go. There you go. So, all right. Well, we'll continue to root for him as well. And thanks so much for joining us. It was a real pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we got some very talented kids in the mix watching these games, and round 4 is going to kick off soon. So you see the pairings in front of you. We have an all-Nigerian matchup with Tersi Ferdinand and Tunde Onakoya. Tersi, actually, I learned he lost on time in that game against Kenny Solomon, not on position. He was winning that one, Maurice. Kenny and Watu, another actually all-country affair, this time South Africa. That'll be an interesting matchup. Joshua Colas on 3-0, our sole leader, playing Goodness with the white pieces, and Orlando Husbands playing Farai Mendiza. They're both on, I think they're both on actually, Orlando's on 2.5 still, and Farai's, I think, and 2 maybe. And then Justice is playing Tani in All-American Affairs. So we have a lot of countrymen playing each other this round, Maurice. Where do you want to go first?
Well, all these matchups are very cool. I think that we want to see what Joshua does, just because he's a tournament leader right now. But I'm very intrigued, and I think just this sharp matchup between Tani and Justice. That one is going to be a war. Again, as I mentioned, Tani is now attending, what is that school? You must know the school that Tani's attending. The same school that Brewington actually attended.
Columbia Grammar.
Columbia Grammar. And I believe that that Justice is a coach there, or at least coached there. So this could be a coach versus student affair for this year, because I know that Tani has just arrived at that school. The word has it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Let's jump in there. I did not know about that. The justice coaching lore. I'll have to check in with them later and verify that. But we have a very fascinating and unique position on the board, which arises, I believe, from a Sicilian Rossolimo structure, where essentially early on, black actually, white parts with their light squared bishop, but in doing so, they inflict some double pawns to the structure, and a lot of people don't play. Playing it with e6 is less popular than playing with g6, so very interesting to always see how black handles the double pawns here. And f6 is a way that people do handle this structure. They try to play against that bishop on b2 that was planning on going there, and this tends to be a very sharp, imbalanced game. So I'm loving the direction thus far.
This game is insane. Knight h4, knight h6. Don't try this at home. You're told not to put your knights on the side of the board. And here we see both players saying, whatever, you can keep your rules. Black is not developing any pieces. Neither side, in fact, has developed anything but a knight so far in this game. We did see the trade, of course, happen on c6. So this pawn structure is weird. Let's be clear. You do not see this pawn structure every day. And I'm honestly not even clear on exactly what to do in this position. My instinct wants to play d4 and threaten to take on the h6 square. Of course, that knight will move off of the square, or most likely, I doubt he'll play g6 in that position. But this position is crazy. I mean, it's nuts, and it just started. And it looks as though Justice just seems just so cool. I just, like, whatever. I feel good here. I'm playing these unusual moves, your little f6 and knight h6 idea. He seems extremely cool, and Tani knows he's up against it.
Yeah, he's well prepared. That's what he is. Look at the time right there. He's not spent much at all on these decisions. Knight h6 is not a move you play unless you know. And I think really a lot of it, as we see d4 on the board, it comes down to this fluid center. Usually when you play against this Ross-Lima structure, you tend to put the pawn on d3, play knight bd2, maybe put the knight on c4, and you try to slow play it because black, d5 is not always so desirable because then the c5 pawn is very weak. So a lot of times black has decided between playing for d5 or playing for d6 and e5 and essentially creating a barrier that way. And it tends to be a bit more of a maneuvering game, but Justice is keeping pace on the clock. Knight h4 is going to stick out like a sore thumb sooner or later. It was kind of a one-move threat with queen h5 check, which was pretty easily parried. And I think Justice, so far, so good in this position.
Yes, agreed. And the fact that this knight is offside really is telling because black was able to develop his knight quickly. Where he was going to put his knight was a question. He had to do it anyway, but you gave him a very specific place to put it, and that was a very nice square on f7. Also, white's last move, bishop a3, is being given blunder by the like straight blunder, and I think the problem could land in the move f5 at some point, hitting the knight on h4, and then getting ready just to take the pawn for nothing on the e4 square. So, and the move has been played. f5 is on the board. f5,
wow,
exclam, hitting the knight, and once again, that knight going to the side did not get resolved. It is hanging, and now suddenly white's pieces are just all over the place. One on a3, one on h4. He's played g3 now in desperation, but he's going to drop blood. That pawn on e4, that's a freebie. That's something that you want, and it will be cemented eventually on that square with a move like d5. But I must say, maybe he's hoping against hope of taking, after takes on e4, pawn takes on c5. But man, that f3 square, all the light squares in white's position suddenly turn into Swiss cheese. I'm really not liking what's going on those light squares. The knight on f7 is perfectly poised to be able to go to g5 and f3 or g5 and h3. And don't forget about that bishop sitting on c8. It will come into the game and be a roaring demon in a second on those light squares if you're not careful. He just needs to figure out how to jimmy this position, does black, and white's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and I echo all of those sentiments, Maurice. In fact, thus far in the game, I was notified that Justice has played with 100% accuracy. So very, very impressive play. Those light squares are porous later in the game, maybe even sooner than you'd think. And it's just a little bit of an asymmetry here, right? There's a knight h4 happened, bishop h3 happened. These are not the normal squares in these types of positions for these pieces, and there's a lot of holes. And so Justice is really doing an impressive job at taking advantage of that. And also, I must say, now with f takes e4, this knight is very, very exposed. I mean, you called it in terms of the position we have on the board, but there's all types of promising moves here. c5 is going to be weak. Queen a5 check one day might be interesting. You do not go for that in this particular moment. I mean, shoot, there's even...
I like bishop e7.
Bishop e7. Yeah, there's all types of moves. Bishop e7 and castling, because you would get a tempo on that h4 knight. I think it's safe to say Justice is going to be in control for a little while. We could probably move to another game.
But I'd like to point out, bishop e7, it's concrete, right? You want to take on h4, and then you want to plant a knight on f3. You're going to bring your knight to e5, and then plant. That taking on c5 is meant to constrain black in some way. That pawn on c5 stops the d pawn from moving. But the problem is that your squares are so weak and are going to be so weak that black's going to be safely castled. A knight lands on f3, and anybody else shows up at the party on that side of the board. The queen is ready to go to h4. Forget about a5. I mean, maybe one day. But man, if you could take on h4 and then take it, and there it is, bishop to e7. If you could take on h4 and then take again on h4 twice, and then bring your knight over, it's just straight mate. So this is problematic to say the least for Tani, and it's going wrong very, very quickly. We can shift from this game and see if there are any other exciting games. Did you find something of major interest? I'm looking at the bird's eye view, and I don't see anything specifically very powerful right now.
Yeah, I do see Farai playing Orlando. That has some intrigue given how Farai's been playing lately, and there's a little bit of an imbalance there too. So that would be my one other candidate here. Also, the All South Africa affair it does intrigue me just to show some love over there. So those would be one of those games would be my candidate if we do move off the one we were looking at.
Yes, I'm feeling that game you mentioned with Farai because right now, buddies play each other, and Kobesi versus Solomon, that one is we play each other all the time. We played each other for years, and we play a bit more correct positional chess, and I'm seeing that in that position. But this game with Farai against Orlando Husbands, this one here is just war on the board. White has that great majority on the queen side, and b4, bam, move your queen, excuse you, get it out of here. And that even what's curious about this move is it does allow the shot queen to a3, and the question is asked, what's the deal with your knight? Because you can't defend it. Rook c1 hangs a piece, and so it looks as though you have to continue with the move knight to b5, allowing your rook to come under fire. But it seems that white will have full control after knight b5. And there it is. And now it seems to me that knight b5 is the kicker. Bad move. Queen to b2, and then rook b1. And the queen is in trouble. It realized he couldn't even go into b2 because of rook b1.
And I'm wondering here, do you toss in the intermediate bishop c2 first to force the queen to an uncompromising score on a6? Or do you just leave it be? I'm not sure how I'd handle it there, but I could see some benefits to putting the bishop on c2.
Well, at the moment, the rook is hanging. So bishop c2, queen a6. I'm not sure I'd like for my...
And then rook d1?
Resolve. Maybe. I wonder if you just play rook d1, what's his next move, though?
Fair. It's not attractive either way.
Yeah, I mean, if I just make a move, you have to show me what your plan is. And you don't want to waste the move, for example, like a6, because that's just going to be a freebie on my part, moving my knight into your kitchen. And then you will lose the path back home if you play this move a6. Your queen no longer has this square. So it's a choice. I mean, he could play it or not. I think that this position is just fantastic. However you look at it, he's played the move rook to b1, which we didn't suspect would be played. Kind of interesting move there. Interesting choice. Black's going to have to somehow figure out how to break the bind, how to move your pieces. Maybe rook d8 with a knight f8 idea, or knight e5 even.
Rook d8 with knight e5. Yeah, I mean, it's still extremely unpleasant. White is a clear pawn up. I mean, knight d6 now also looks extremely attractive. I do feel that queen on a6 was really poor, because then everything would have been frozen. So I think that, Farai still definitely in a dominant shape and is a pawn up. But Orlando can at least argue that I have a bishop pair to work with in the long term if I'm able to kind of open up some lines, and he's trying to do so with a5. Yeah,
a bishop pair is dubious. Like, that's like you just trying to pat yourself on the back in this position and say, I got something. What else I got?
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying.
By the way, now knight e5 is a giant problem for black, because the queen can always go to e4 after knight takes and queen e4, hitting the bishop and threatening mate on h7. So there's potential problems there. Although now that I'm looking at this position, a5, that's a reasonable, let me just muck it up a little bit kind of move. let me just give you something to think about, because there is the threat of taking on the so-called threat of taking on b4 and then taking on a2. So a little something, just mixing it up just a little bit, confusing his opponent just a little bit. I think he was virtually winning with rook d1, though. I think he was like virtually.
Yeah, but this is tricky now, because to me, like, first of all, like, obviously a3 is out of the question. It just hangs a pawn. b5 is not a move either, because you're basically trade queens and the c5 pawn is hanging. So all of a sudden, it's not so clear. And I think Farai is coming to terms with that as he gets under 4 minutes. I agree with you on the rook d1. I don't know for sure, but I'm going to hold firm on the fact this queen should have been pushed to a6, because then there would have been no harm to or undermining of the queen side. So it's a tough position to navigate now. And practically speaking, if Farai gets under 3 minutes quickly, I'll start preferring black. So we'll see how this shapes up.
Well, this one's definitely exciting. We would be bouncing between this one and our feature game that we were just looking at, because these two are extremely sharp, difficult positions, difficult decisions to now make. Black's counting on the fact that white is actually still locked in the center with his king. I get the feeling that the move bishop c2 now, though, is ideal. I mean, I would just almost not think about it and play such a move. Boy, I wish the rook was on d1, because I'm looking like I'm winning a piece on d7. With the rook on d1, all the niceties would be set up to win this piece, because you could play takes on c8 and queen d3, threatening mate. Maybe you could take back with the other rook, but everything is going to hang. There's all the connections would have been there. At any rate, everything now is a challenge. And bishop c2 on the board, trying to push that queen back and push it back to some not necessarily enviable square. At least the queen has come back in the game. And now a3 is pretty easy to keep the position as is.
But what if and actually b6 is out of the question, because bishop e4 will always be a problem. So if the pawns remain intact, Farai can feel very good. And Farai can play a nice brand of positional chess. The challenge sometimes is switching, because you felt like you had everything under control and you were attacking as well. And now you kind of have to keep things tidy for the time being, but he's up to the task. Let's switch over. Let's go back to the bird's eye. And I think, honestly, we should just switch over to justice, because I want to see how that game is developed. We had so much promise there, Maurice. You were mentioning this bishop e7 idea. And what do you know? It happened. And then something else happened, and bishop and knight kind of course corrected from where they were, but the boots on the ground, if you will, still remain the same. Black is definitely for choice, although I could see now the contours of white maybe wrangling out of this somehow with some dynamics. Bishop e4 is an excellent move, though. I think you got to go bishop c3 here. Pawn c3. Oh, I do not like that pawn going to c3. Now the bishop is immobilized. d5 is a massive threat, and bishop h4. Did not love c3, Maurice.
Yeah, he made a lot of moves that just don't favor his position, and now this bishop coming back. Once again, this potential threat, but d5 is a monstrosity. Once that center gets rolling, you're going to be in trouble. And again, the permanent nature of the weakness on the light squares. This bishop, we'd seen it buried on the c8 square on that c file. We've seen it buried, but now after knight f5, d5, he's trying to pick up the pace. But whose bishop is better? It is absolutely Black's bishop on c8. Where is that king going to hide? You do not want to castle, 100% not want to castle kingside. You see, queen e2, he's saying, I need to go the other way, even if it looks a little bit more open. But castling kingside with the bishop landing on h3 and potential knight landing somewhere around that sector as well, that's harem scarum. And by the way, e4 and knight to e5 and knight to d3, I mean, all of that looks bad. And now bishop h3 definitively says you are not castling on that side. But I don't really want to go. I mean, I'm going to have to, but I don't really want to go queen side where there's the possibility of an a5 and a4 and opening up that side as well. But hey, you got to bite the bullet and do something.
Yeah, I must say, I think I can see the contours of white fighting back here. If you give me a few moves, I'm gonna go a combination of castles. That's one. I'm gonna go f4 and c4, and my bishop is covering a1. You are gonna need some gymnastics to to really hit me hard, right? Like you're gonna need a few moves here. This almost this dragon bishop, and we'll see how this develops. But we have another guest. This one, I love this guy. I've never met him, but he is. The Wire is my favorite show of all time, and his character is iconic. And he's done a lot of other great work. So let's not just make it a Wire thing. But we're going to introduce Wood Harris to the show. Wood, how are you doing?
I'm well, man. How are you guys?
Woody, what's
Pleasure.
up? How you feeling?
Pleasure.
I'm in California, so I'm dealing with I was one of the people that was evacuated, So I'm fine, but you know how that is. I'm working through my mess, but I'm on the other side of it now. We got rain coming down, so life is good. But y'all playing my favorite game of all games. So I gotta tune in.
We appreciate you.
I gotta tune in.
Appreciate you. We love you, and all the work that you do. You're excited. I know we've rapped about some things. We got a chance to chop it up once, and so curious to know.
You my imaginary. Listen, Maurice, you're my imaginary teacher. You're my teacher, who I need to get classes from. Like, I need to be the greatest pupil you ever had.
Let's do
I'm only
Let's
a 1200. I'm trying to be I'm one of those people who think they could be a 2000 this year. Help. Help.
Hey, we gotta kick it. We gotta rap.
Yeah,
man.
we do.
Listen, so how often do you play? We know you must be playing a lot. How often do you play chess and keep yourself relaxed?
I play every day. Probably. I try not to play too much. I used to play maybe like 10 times a day or whatever, or just blitzes. I play blitz mainly. So I play every day. People like Jeffrey Wright play a lot. Jamie Foxx, they play a lot. I've played those guys before. As Maurice knows, Jamie is one of the best. I've actually talked to the Hollywood Bowl about organizing a chess festival there. So Maurice, I'm gonna let you know more about that. But I spoke a little bit to Chess.com regarding it. So we want to take it out here, maybe raise some money, maybe make a little money. Nothing wrong with raising and making. But definitely do something in the near future regarding chess. Not a tournament as much as I like to call it, like a chess festival, where you have tournament play for sure, but it's at the Hollywood Bowl, so we'll mix it up a little bit.
Absolutely. Sounds like a fabulous idea. As Tani has gone down in this game, Justice just ripped him apart with that attack, and Justice Williams dominating against the youngster in that game. We also have a result, Joshua Colas dominating in his game, and Tercy Ferdinand also winning. We see the all South African matchup ended in a draw. So only Orlando and Farai are playing right now. But Woody, you mentioned Jamie, of course. I've hung out with Jamie and got a chance to chop it up with him. He's one of the bigger trash talkers around. Who's the biggest trash talker playing in the Hollywood?
Trash talker. Big trash talker. You know what's funny about chess? People think they're smart if they can beat you at chess, Like it seems like when you lose, you just feel dumb. There's nothing that makes you feel dumber than losing at chess. Really, other than failing a test. So the bragging rights that comes from winning are all intellectual shit. So when you lose against Jamie or even Jeffrey Wright, I ain't as much a shit talker because I just know that there's so many people better than me. So I don't talk a lot of shit. Except for a couple of cats I talk shit to because they talk so much shit. But yeah, it's braggadociousness through the roof, but it's intellectual. So it hurts a little to hear like somebody say I'm smarter than you, bro.
Yeah, let me
I'm better
jump
than
in
you
here.
at this.
Let me jump in here because one of the things that I love about chess is the opportunity to kind of show your your countenance, your personality, and sometimes it's very different than the way you walk through life. And so I feel like people can bring their own life experiences, their lens, and then kind of take that, ingest that in the game. Who are you on the chessboard? What type of person are you?
Oh, that's a great question. Um, you know, it's just it's kind of like when you're a rookie and you develop some, right? I mean, compared to you guys, I'm basically not in the league. But I feel like my transitions on my level, so I've gone from being a rookie who sat on the bench type, if I can use these analogies, and I ain't get in the game very much because I'm one of those people that learned about chess through people just teaching me the moves when I was a kid. I just knew I didn't know about openings, and I just didn't know chess for real. I knew how to play, but I really didn't. And most people are like that, I think. Most people who learn chess, all they really learn is it's like learning the alphabet, but not knowing how to put words together in sentences and stuff, right? So when people know the alphabet of chess, but not anything else. So I feel at this point in my game, I'm talking to pros, so I'm about to be blasphemous, but I feel like in my heart, I feel like I could be a special chess player. That's about as best as I can play. Like one of those people who could beat everybody that's a hustler. I just want to be able to beat chess hustlers, and them dudes are great. They're great. I watched you talk
You're
about it,
hoping a lot.
Maurice. I watched you in the doc. I watched you, Maurice, interviewed, and you talked about the chess hustlers who come out. And a good friend of mine, I guess he's a chess hustler, Rob Morgan, who's also an actor, but he comes from that world of chess. He's a great chess player. He's like a
Yes,
1700
he is.
chess player, so he's above people
Very
like
good.
me. But he's better than most chess players. But he's really from that world, which is ironic, right? Like the movie Fresh played a role on me, to be honest with you. I know the director of that. He'd also directed Remember the Titans. Y'all gotta forgive me because I'm not looking right at y'all. I'm driving as we speak. But
Please look on the
so I know
road.
a lot of very serious chess people. Um, in terms of entertainers, uh, I guess if I was to put myself, that's such a great question. I'm thinking about it different ways. Like if I was in the league, what player would I be? Kind of thing. And I wouldn't be like a named player. I wouldn't be nice. That's why I need Coach Maurice to put me in the game, coach. Put me in the game, coach.
Oh, yeah. Yo, Woody, Rob is for real. Rob is the one who
Rob is
actually
super for real.
introduced me to Jamie. Rob is who introduced me to Jamie, and both of those guys are players. The funny thing is he still there with us? Because it seems like we lost him
I'm
for a
here.
second. Are you still on? Oh, you're here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. I thought we lost the
Okay,
visual
yeah.
for a second.
It's all good.
But the thing is that when I went over and hung out with Jamie and Rob, Jamie almost beat me the first game we played. And I'm being
I
straight
know.
up
I
about
tell
that.
people that shit. I tell
He
people
almost beat me that
that
first game.
story.
I was busy trash talking and holding court with everybody, and all of a sudden I look down and JB has the better position. I said, "Wait, whoa! I got to focus." So you never know. People with talent and creativity like yourselves, you guys think a bit differently, and you could have been something if you played the game, but instead you focused on something else. By the way, we have this round that is starting, so we should definitely set it up, Kassa, for those of the viewers who are watching this exciting event. We can't
This
hear
is
you,
awesome.
Kassa. You're on mute right now.
Oh, sorry, folks.
Got it.
Folks are clamoring in the chat, so I gotta ask. There's a scene, iconic. I mean, there's so many iconic scenes, but there's an iconic scene in The Wire early on where D'Angelo is talking to Bodie and the boys about chess and the pieces and the rolls,
Oh
and
yeah,
Bodie's like,
yeah.
he's like, yeah, you could be these pawns they go early, and then Bodie's like, unless you're a smart as pawn, right? So, where if you were to maybe the chess style, you can't really say. What piece do you see yourself embodying when you're playing, or Ryan, what piece do you rock with the most?
What piece do I rock with the most? You know, I don't have a piece like that. I think the Precious Queen is, to me, the most protected. Like, the king should be the most protected piece, but I play like, I think most people on my level feel like the queen is who you got to guard the most and keep on the board the most, the queen and the king. But you know, I got this battle going between the knight and the bishop because man, the knight is something else. It's the knight is special. So I like the knight a lot.
That's what I
I know
thought
at
you were
the
going
end
to
of the
say.
game, I feel. Oh, really?
Yes, I thought you were going to throw the knight right in there. I thought you were going to say you're a knight and not the kind of person. Now, that's
I
what I
feel
see
like
you
the
as.
knight because I like the trickery of the knight. I like how you, like, you know, on my level, the knight is tricky. You know, you guys see the squares differently, right? So, but on my level, oh, and by the way, hey, yo, Maurice, I beat. Now I'm about to brag. All right. First of all, I beat
Please do.
Rob, yo. Yo, you hear me, Maurice? I beat Rob, yo.
You're
And when I
lying.
beat
You're
Rob,
lying.
Hold on, do we
We
miss him
lost
for a
him when he
moment?
said he beat Rob. I got to check it, Rob, to see if that's legit. How Rob let Woody beat him? Right as he said he beat Rob, he went out. You know, that couldn't be true. What?
Well, we'll see. We'll see if we
Yeah.
manage to bring him back momentarily. But yeah, it's such a pleasure to have him on and chop it up with Wood. Well, pun intended, chop it up with Wood. Holy cow! Pun not intended, rather. But while we do have the chess on the board right here, we do have a matchup between undefeated Joshua Colas and Fry, who's just trailing behind at 3.5. And we got a position on our hands, a game on our hands. I think it's easier to play with white, but black does have some long-term potential if they manage to trade queens. This A pawn could be a little bit sensitive in the end game. This bishop on c8 is going to have to stay at home and guard the b7 pawn for a minute, though. So we'll see how things develop. But yeah, we'll see how things develop. I think
game.
it's yeah.
This is just a position. This is a position. It requires some precision on both sides. There's a lot of room to maybe maneuver. Something like rook d2 catches my attention as far as white's concerned. The problem, honestly, though, is that white doesn't have a real way. And here we see the move knight c5. You know, I'm really impressed by the way Josh is handling his business. He's finding little ways to annoy his opponents and play these kind of subtle positional moves that maybe it contain a little bit of poison here, a little bit of poison there with threats. This move, knight d3, is one of those types of moves, but knight c5 really doesn't go anywhere after rook to b4. So it's just one of those, I'm going to keep annoying you and play maybe even ghost threats that make you stop and think, because we want to stay ahead on the clock, which he is not right now, as Farai has the lead. The bishop can stay on d8. Black can play around the so-called weakness on b7. I don't think it's a real long-term weakness for black at all. The A pawn is more of the weakness in white's position. So this one is a KG position. Two undefeateds playing like it as well.
Yeah, that must be said. I would say, what do the contours for a win look like? Well, for white, it's going to look like keeping some pieces on the board for a little while, particularly the queens, maybe playing some bishop f1, knight c5 dynamic at some point, tickling the queen side. For black would really like to trade some minor pieces. If black could trade the light squared bishops and the knights, you could see a dynamic where the A pawn could be particularly weak, but we're a long way from that. And that's why the eval bar is giving white a slight edge, because the pieces kind of favor white, in my opinion. A3 here wasn't strictly necessary to cover the B4 square, I suppose. But again, Josh is trying to keep more piece on the board, and that's why he played A3.
Well, the B pawn you mentioned is a potential issue, but queen 8 Okay, as I said it, he played it. Queen a7 to me created some space for the rook, and being able to put the rook back on the a5 square at any moment, and the pawn is covered. I think that black is playing perfectly in terms of the solidity of the position, but white obviously has some chances here as well. A little something to play with as that rook is funny. Again, the clock, please pay attention to that. But I will tell you, I am fascinated by an evaluation that I need to jump to in the Orlando Husbands versus Adewumi game. This, Tani, this position is so much intrigue to me. As you look at this position, there's a bishop sitting firmly ensconced on the d6 square. That bishop is super powerful for white. Black's bishop has just moved to e4 with the potential of taking, though, on f3, and then working around the bishop, queen h4, queen g5 being a major problem. For example, you can't castle in this position. Castling for white blunders immediately at least a piece, because castles is met by bishop takes on f3. If we can show that on the board, castles for white, I believe he can. Now bishop takes, pawn takes, and then queen to g5 with check, and thank you very much for your free rook. So the threat of actually taking on f3 has created a real problem. This queen coming out, bishop takes f3, and queen coming out, and he's played b4.
Yeah, that won't do it. And it's funny because the whole reason, if I was to go back to bishop b4 here and add on to those sentiments, the whole reason that white is so clearly worse is the placement of the queen. If this queen was anywhere reasonable on the king side, f4, e3, maybe not e3 because it's lined up against the rook, g3, white would be better, in my opinion. This bishop, with you could say, was cutting the knight in various ways, even d1. But because it's so far offside, it really puts a strain on white's other resources. And you see now in the live position, this is a disaster. And queen f6 is really incisive because there was g5, but Tani's saying, I have f3 is hanging. What are you going to do about it? And queen takes d6 a threat, taking advantage of the pin of the king on e1. That is precise play.
That's saucy play. That's just bold. I'm putting my foot in your face play. This is what he's about right now. And this is big time trouble as white's position is collapsing. King f1 to deal with both threats. Well, so to speak, to deal with the main threat, actually, of queen takes d6. But the f3 pawn is hanging. That's going to drop. And he knows that he is in deep trouble now is white. Again, you mentioned quite accurately the offside queen on a4, not able to come back in the game. Now the question, he's already dropped the pawn. The question is, can you get even more food out of this position to dominate? How do you continue the pressure in a powerful way? By the way, doesn't queen f4 pick up yet another pawn? I mean, that looks like it's hitting everybody.
No, you are. Queen f4 may very well pick up another pawn because things will be attacked. I do like Tani's position. He's like, no need to be gluttonous just yet. We're just going to get another piece in the game, and I have checkmate on the mind. Already knight takes d4 and rook c1 is that type of threat, and this king is just boxed in. So, yes, there's nothing that will feel good here. And knight takes d4 is now a move.
Is crushing. Knight takes d4, he completely missed. You have to play queen d1 and just go for the lost ending, but you don't have to tell Tani twice about these kind of tactics because he spots them for breakfast, and he's just dropped knight d4 like it's hot on the board. And look at Orlando sit back in his chair and smile like the youngin' just took me to school. There is no respect for your elders after that move. That's a spectacular shot. Knight takes d4. It's not a queen sack, it's a knight sack, but it's not a real knight sack. It's not one of those that would take very long for students to see.
And it's funny because this is given the brilliant moniker. This might be our first brilliant of the day, or I would say the first round when Josh sacked his bishop with that king move. I don't know if it was given the brilliant marker, but it was definitely brilliant. Here it's actually quite simple because you're not actually losing material. And to add insult to injury, queen takes f3, knight takes f3. If you didn't have two pawns already for the, you can also have an exchange because that's a nasty fork. So not much for Orlando to do, and that's why he resigned. So very impressive win for Tani. Tani's back in the mix, and we're going to navigate to another game. I think we should go to back to the Josh Farai game, given how those two are shaping. But we have our bird's eye here. Is there anything in the bird's eye that catches your attention? I do like what the transformations Josh has made in his game. So I'm actually gonna insist we go there, because if you look at the picture, if you just look at the picture on the board, look at all the improvements. White now is flashed open and broken open in the center, taking advantage of the pin, but he's really pushed the pieces back. If you recall, this rook was on a4, a queen was on a5, a knight was on d5. Everything has been pushed back. And I say to people that have been starting playing the game just to think about all the time, control the real estate on your side of the board. Look at how many, all the squares on white side of the board here are controlled by white. The only one I can think that isn't is e2, and it's not particularly relevant. And when you control the real estate on your side, then it's much easier to encroach, because there's no real risk of anything happening to you.
That's a great point. I would also point out that Black stopped knowing what to do, because if you look at this position, the position we saw earlier, Black had a pawn sitting on h7, and Black decided, I'll just play this move h5, h4, break up the team on that side. And all that he was doing was creating a weakness on the h4 pawn. Nothing happened to White after White played g4. So you made those pawn moves, and now all you are is weak on that side. So you made no progress. His knight also dropped back. His knight was not under threat from my memory. The knight was sitting on d5. It wasn't under any threat. It also dropped back to the f6 square. So he became at a loss. Your point well taken about maybe he didn't know what to do. So he just started doing something. And the things that he did were not helpful to his position. So now White was able to play just a couple of moves, make some progress. And now d5, the massive breakthrough you can't take because of the pin on the c file, queen opposing queen. And now we're in massive squeeze mode. A5 is not trying to control squares on his side. He's trying to say, I got squares on your side too, buddy. Complete board dominance in favor of White in this position.
Now, the one thing I will say that's always tricky is when you actually do wind up encroaching and going forward, which clearly Josh is doing. There are tensions that you need to kind of maintain and evaluate and see whether it's worth it to keep or to continue to go forward. So this last position before a5, you could have taken on c6 and forced a weakness in IQP, but that would facilitate more trades. The rooks would probably have been traded on d1 and d8, and it's a question of when do you snap on c6. And I was going to mention, this is the other thing. Farai is not going to go down quietly, so he's just going to try to create something in the position, even if it's dubious, because he's just not going to sit down, right? So very interesting now to see the game is broken out. White obviously is a piece up and in control, but you got to manage a lot of stuff with not a lot of time.
I hear you, and for the fans out there who may not be able to handle this kind of business, I would say be careful. But you look at this position and you say, what exactly is Black attacking with? Yes, White's king is a bit more exposed because two of the pawns are gone. But what is Black using that White should fear? And in this position, there's a knight and a pawn. There's nothing else over there. There's a knight and there's a pawn. Maybe if you could break through on the e3 square at some future point, we would be scared. But right now, it's a knight and a pawn. And all you have to do is basically chase that knight back. I'm not sure if bishop f3 or bishop h3, which one was more precise. But now that we're chasing the knight back, now it's just the pawn. And we're the ones on the attack. Queen c4 with a double hit. Thank you very much. So there was nothing to fear. And it is here. Josh is showing why this guy is running away with the event. No fear, playing with just pure poise and precision, just mastery. Queen c4 will force you to resign. There is no chance anywhere, as he is just dominating this competition.
I mean, I didn't see that move, candidly. I thought there was going to be some trade on d8 or a knight c5, pushing the knight back. Josh is playing tactically precise in a position where he doesn't need to be. And that's really the sign of someone that's in a nice flow state, because these moves are the best moves, as far as I can tell. I mean, the bar is showing me that the moves that Farai are making are kind of desperate, and that was so precise. I'm very, very impressed with Bishop H3 and Queen C4.
I'm seeing Knight D4 now as a great move because E6 is just yummy yum. I mean, how are you going to deal with that? By the way, if you play the move Rook F8, I might just drop in Queen G7 with check, sack my queen so I can play Knight E6 and then pick off your queen. So I like the move Knight to D4. Somehow we've lost the image momentarily.
Yeah, we've got a technical difficulty for the moment, but we'll get that back up soon. But what you were saying there, I do want to show if we have a chance we get back there. But yeah, it looks like Josh is well on his way. Let me see what's going on with this board. I want to see the action here.
I know. It's a shame when the tech is what actually gets us. But that's the age we live in. I think the audience understands that kind of stuff happens from time to time. But I was loving that moment. Joshua showed some real style in this. It has been showing, and not just in this game, but in this tournament so far. Quality chess, high-level stuff, the stuff that excites us when we see. And it just shows, by the way, he's not a professional player. I mean, he's gone on with his life. He still wants to be, theoretically speaking, a GM, but you see why he's been able to defeat grandmasters, play this kind of level, this kind of stuff we're used to seeing from the top players, tippy top players, and he's showing some real deep chess style control. He did play differently. He did not play with Knight D4. He planted a queen instead on the E6 square. That pawn on A6, it's currently just a piece up, and now trades.
Well, no, Knight D4.
Oh my gosh. We were just extolling his virtues, and he calmly put just a horrible move on the board and allowed this tactical shot. Incredible.
Oh, no.
Completely turning the game around.
All right, so honestly, just now that the terms and conditions have changed, I'm not taking the rook. I'm going Bishop G2. Actually, I don't know if I'm going Bishop. I need to get the queens off somehow. Maybe in a dream scenario, my queen could come to B7. Oh, that's heartbreaking. He played such a good game for that. And you could see him on you could see him on screen shake his head a little bit. This is why chess is so hard. You could play so well. You could be painting such a beautiful canvas. And
he was. Like that. And I think all he needed was Queen C6, actually. Oh no, sorry. The pawn is on E3 is the problem.
Yeah,
how do you
go back here?
Deal with
this is not easy. But this is also why I wanted to just play Knight C5 early and just blot out the dark squares. Here, I'm already
I had
not
Knight
sure.
D4. Remember, Knight D4 would have done it when there was nothing in the position. Knight D4, pull on over, grab the E6 square, and everything was working. That's what you mentioned. Now, we see on the live board, he has, in fact, gone for a position where he better not lose that A pawn, or else he's in deep trouble. He's down material. He does have some compensation against that black king, so let's not completely count him out. Can black take on that check?
But you might start with Queen B2 check. You might start with Queen B2 check also, and then maybe at some point there's some Knight G4 business because White would have to block with the bishop on G2.
This is true.
I don't know.
I mean, now he's actually lost he's not going to lose the A pawn because he's got his eye on the knight. So at least he's kept his A pawn. This is huge. He's down a pawn. He was up a piece. He was rocking it until Knight D4 happened. And I'm sure everyone else in the competition is going, please beat this guy. And Farai, we need you because you can't just let him run away with the competition. There's still chess to go here. 42 seconds left for Josh. 1:19 left for Farai. And Farai has got to be smelling a potential victory, but seeing now that it's technically not that easy.
Yeah, basically what he's doing is he's using time here, even though he doesn't have a lot of it, to figure out, do I have a repetition or do I have more? Because he has the repetition in hand, and essentially he can just give a series of checks on dark squares, but he's looking at can I have time for Queen C1 takes F4? Can I allow the pawn a tempo to allow the white pawn A7? I would say no. My instinct tells me
no.
no, but we'll see. We'll see if he rolls the dice, essentially, because again, the psychological turn could inspire some not unobjective decision making.
Not unobjective decision making. Does that mean objective decision making? Not unobjective?
I meant unobjective. Ignore the not. But
Okay.
all right, I'll put it in simpler terms. He could start getting too ambitious and bleep it up.
Yeah. I feel you. And now we have 4 victories in the other games, and this one is crucial. Did Josh win? This is what I want to know. I mean, not Josh, Justice.
Justice did win. Justice did win.
Justice
but let's
did
go back
win
to the
this
game. Let's go back to this position. Because knight g4 is now maybe a possibility. You have to look at perpetuals, but he allowed the pawn a7, Maurice. He really is trying to have his cake and eat it too.
Well, he gets the feeling like he can always draw this position, knight g4. The question is it a perpet or not? But it looks very much like a perpet, but worth trying to be sure. Knight g4 on the board. And here we go. Farai just jumped back like he didn't see queen f8. What else could the guy do if not queen f8? And now the mate threat is going to prompt a repetition. Well, he could try to bring his king closer to the other side, but then you start walking into other checks as well. And here comes a series of checks, queen d8 check. And do you go for it with king f5? You're afraid of bishop d3 check, obviously. So what to do? It looks like the repetition is necessary. And king f5 is met by bishop to d3. And then you have to step onto some weird squares. Don't get your knight taken somehow, and then the other queen land on the board. So this looks like it will be a draw by repetition. No time. Down to 2.8 seconds. He had 0.8 seconds left on the clock, did Josh, when he played his last move. So a fine line there. But he finally, and he's shaking his head because he was winning, finally slowed him down just a little bit. And he's checking, what did I do wrong? You can see it on his face. What did I do wrong to mess up a game where I could have been 5-0?
And I'm giving a golf clap for entertainment purposes, because even at the end of that position, both sides were trying and fighting, and that's what I like to see. So shout out to both players there. We have the results on screen here. It was a fun round. We had Wood Harris in the mix. We had a lot of chess talk, and we had some games. So Justice beat Tunde. So he's back in the heels. Tani beat Orlando Husbands. Joshua Coles and Farai drew. We just saw that game. Kenny beat Goodness, and Watu beat Thirsty Ferdinand. So let's check out those standings. We have a 2-way tie at the top right now. Joshua and Justice at 4.5 points out of 5. Farai on the tail with 4 points. And I lost the standings here, but I'll keep telling you. Kenny has 3.5. We have not looked at Kenny in a minute, but he's only a point behind. And then Tani's on 3. And the rest are catching up. So we got this bird's eye view now. Where to go? I see this line that Farai is playing against. Farai's playing in his game was this line that's supposed to be is not played very much anymore. It was quite popular in the late 2000s, early 2010s. So I just want to go there very quickly before we switch somewhere else, because I want to just say a word about this position. So if we can go there, Farai, first of all, the Farai and Kenny are close behind, so maybe we could stick with this for a moment. But these Queen's Gambit decline positions where white plays c5 are usually not very popular anymore from the black side. I can recall in the late 2000s, 2010, this was something that someone like Hikaru Nakamura was the main practitioner of. He would play all the time with e65. White would get the space grab with b4, while black would undermine with b6 and a5, and usually these pawns would come off the board, but white would have this really nice pawn chain starting from c5. Black players stopped allowing this and decided to start to go c5 in one go. Newer engines said this was better and more active, and it was easy to defend. And a lot of players struggled to hold the black side, even though objectively it was, a decent position. So I am curious to see whether Kenny's bringing some new knowledge to the mix, or he's going to treat it like those players did in the late 2000s, 2010s. I can recall, because we talked about draws before, the Kazan Candidates Tournament of 2011, where there was so much of this Queen's Gambit Declined stuff going on, and the draw rate was so high in these particular lines that folks were like, is chess a draw? Who knows? But before Maurice jumps in, I think we do have our guest returning. Wood Harris is back in the mix, so I'm gonna allow him to jump in and welcome back. We are glad to have you back, and Maurice, you can engage our guest here for a moment.
All I know is that Woody started talking trash and said the last thing he said was that he beat Rob Morgan, and as soon as he said it, boom, he got knocked off.
Yeah,
So
the chess gods didn't want me to tell a story, but I went. I hollered at the chess god. They said it's all right. I could tell it.
I got to hear this story because when I talk to Rob, we got to know who's legit. How Rob is like you said. Rob is like 1800. Legitimately,
serious, too.
Rob is a serious player. And you're telling me you're 1200 and you took Rob down. Now, who's got the version? Do we have this game on record?
No. Listen. Rob is going to let you know that this is a fact, right? What I'm going to tell you is a fact. Now, I'm not a bragger. Well, I am a bragger. I am. But when you're playing over unless you're playing over the board, right? So I'll be at home being like, I got you. But when you play over the board, I don't know if I would be vocal like that. But when I beat Rob, first of all, like, the interesting thing about chess is that a player can not be as good as you at all and win. In another sport, in basketball or any other sport, if I beat you, I'm probably better than you. Like, if I beat you, especially the way I beat Rob, right? I beat Rob with tactics because he just didn't know what I was doing.
That's it.
It's called the black burn, the black shit. I forget what it's called. It was some shit where you win in 7 moves.
It was a gambit?
Say that again?
Was it a gambit?
Yes.
Because
it's called the black shield, the black
Mardimer gambit, maybe?
No, not the black Mardimer gambit. It's the one where I sacrifice. I forget how it goes. It's a 7 move. It's called the black burn, black shield. You remember what it's called?
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of it, but I learned it, right? And then he just fell into it. And though he is much better than me, I can't brag that I'm better than him. But I can tell you I beat him. And then I'm the type, if I beat you and you're better than me, I'm never playing you. Well, it sucks to lose to me because then I'm going to be like, bro, I mean, the last time we played. But I ended up beating him in 7 moves.
I'm going to tell you right now, I just texted him to try to affirm this story. So we're going to find out if it's true or not. Okay.
He going to say it's true.
Okay.
He going to let you know it's true. And I beat him in like 7 moves. Now, you starting something, all right?
Yes, always.
You
know how it
just
goes.
started something, Maurice, all right?
Yep.
But that's my boy, man. Like, I learned from playing him, though, to be honest with you. I beat him, but I learned from playing him. And I just do more studying now. I actually have fun studying it. And I like how much there is to learn, basically, about the game of chess. It's a lot to learn. It feels like golf, like you can get old with it and still improve. And no matter where you are now, if you keep learning, you're going to get better. And I like the feeling of it getting better. It's weird. I'm at this place where I learn something, I apply it, and I lose at first. And then when it sinks in, I'm really learning stuff, So I just like the way it feels to grow in the game of chess. I don't like losing, though. I'm very competitive, so it's tough to play and lose a lot. Like, it sucks to lose, you know what I'm saying? But I got my wife playing chess. She play like 10 times a day. She didn't know how to play no chess. I showed her how to play chess. Now she 10 times a day, Yeah, so she don't you.
Oh,
you play more than me now, okay? But I I really do enjoy the game, man. I enjoy it as a part of life, you know. So that's why I'm in cahoots with Chess.com the way I am. I put that energy toward Jamie, Jalen Brown, and others regarding the Chess Fest. Of course, I got to reach out to you guys like y'all who are official, and make it a festival where there's music and food trucks and stuff like that. And just trying to make chess a little bit more sexy. Y'all doing y'all part. Yeah, we need people like y'all to make it for that Tiger Woods effect, I guess you could say. So it could just be more dominant within certain cultures. Even though there's a lot of chess players across all cultures. But I would like to see it be more pervasive in the black culture and do the magic that it does to the ideology of the black culture. So I'm very much into that. Although the Chess Fest is not aimed at that, it's just putting chess out there, raising some awareness and some money for people in Altadena and Palisades and other places out here who are affected by the fires. And I feel like once we establish this wonderful event, we'll be able to take it on the road and put it in different cities and have some fun with chess. This chess is like golf in a sense where you got that one person makes it like cool and gives it the appeal to young people, even though it's very much a young person's game. Now it's a watchable game. I can watch this, you know. I couldn't watch before. Now I can watch y'all talk about chess. So that's an evolution. And I hope I'm a part of it becoming more in the ideology of it and the effects of chess and learning chess. I hope that this could be put in my culture just a little more than it is. If I can do that, Maurice, if we can do that, I think, you know, I think we've done all the work we need, you know, making young people feel chess, you know,
You
beyond
know,
go on.
no, it's funny that you say you mention all this because Maurice and I, Maurice is a bit older than me, but I always joke around that I was a part of the last generation of park chess players, right? Like I grew up playing in the parks. I grew up in Harlem. I grew up playing in Marcus Garvey Park. I honed my talents
Wow.
in street chess, basically, and it's very unusual today. But it's part of the beauty of that. Although at some point you have to play organized chess, it's like playing street ball, right? It's like there are limitations to your growth in that sphere. But I think the one thing that was
Right.
really cool about that sphere was the social dynamic, was the trash talk, was the culture, was the flavor that, Maurice can attest to as well.
Where's the movie at? Let's make the movie, man. Let's make an awesome movie and you guys could be in it. I'm very serious. I mean, let's make an awesome movie that deals with that aspect of chess. And I guess Fresh was kind of like that, but it's about time for something new. That's 30 years old. If we can conceive of an awesome movie, put it together with Jamie, myself, you guys, whoever else, it'll be awesome. It'll be awesome, y'all. It doesn't even have to be a movie. It could be a series. We could put that on Amazon, Netflix, or Apple Television, and y'all can make some other money outside of utilizing your chess and your acting skills. Okay, but I'm very serious about this. I don't want y'all to. This is not
We got to
I
an
talk.
know you're
aside.
serious.
We got to
I'm
I know
talk.
you're
very,
We got to
very serious.
we got to talk beyond today. We got to talk beyond today. We got to definitely chop it up beyond this
I got
event.
Maurice's math. Maurice. I think I got your math. I think I got your math. So what I'll do is you mean you can send me Maurice can give you my math or we could work it out over this way. But yeah, let's do it, y'all. Let's do a couple of things in 2025 that make a difference across a couple of different platforms. Well, cultures, I should say.
Well, Woody,
It'd be really great.
we're definitely gonna wrap after this. And appreciate your soulful take. You're actually also your dedicated, your
I am.
dedication, to developing young people and the culture as well. So we're going to have that conversation and many more conversations. Right now, we got some superstars playing some great chess. We don't want to lose out on that, but we
Don't
appreciate
do
you
it.
for coming on, and also, that your wife has also caught the bug as well. And I can't wait for her to tell the story about smacking you down and get the real story right. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Never.
That's what I
Never.
want to hear.
Okay.
Never. No.
Never,
See,
never, never.
you said that. I might have to be giving her some lessons to make sure that happens.
You give
But
her,
we
you
appreciate
give her
you,
all
man.
the lessons, but you don't get started over here, yo. Glad you give her lessons. I'm gonna find somebody. I'm competitive. If you give her lessons, I'm gonna find another GM or something. Somebody gonna teach me something I don't know, bro. I can't let her win.
But
Listen,
those who play
great to
together
talk to
stay
y'all,
together.
man.
No, it's
Yeah,
beautiful talking
yeah.
with you, my brother.
All right,
Listen,
well,
we'll wrap, man.
Yeah, Wood, it's been a
And I
pleasure
know
for real.
Rob. One last thing, Rob is gonna let you know what the real deal is, okay? Rob is gonna let you know.
Hey,
He's not
okay.
replying to my text, so I don't know what's going on. We're gonna have to
He
confirm
will.
that
He
storyline.
will. And listen, I won't be on here, but let the folks know, okay?
We'll let the folks know. It's been a pleasure. Yeah, we'll over and out. We're definitely gonna wrap it up. We're gonna wrap soon and talk about this. So
All right.
all
Well,
right,
I'm gonna get your math. Pass my math on, Maurice, and I'll talk to you cats later.
all right,
Yes,
all right.
sir.
Peace.
Peace.
All right, so we got the bird's eye view here in front of you. We had an excellent conversation with Wood. You can see the passion that's just shining through with chess with him, and that's where the game has gone lately. So it's great to see, and again, a huge part of this event is amplifying voices and talent that doesn't always get that shine, and yeah, we're doing that. So.
Whoa. Rush to Justice versus Orlando Husbands. Look at
All
this
right,
position. My
All right, I clicked on it.
goodness.
I clicked on it. We're about to tune in there. It looks very picturesque. There's mate in one, folks.
Look at Justice just eating somebody's lunch. Breakfast too was already eaten, and now dinner as well. This is nasty.
All right. Yeah, no, it is vicious. We didn't even talk too much about this game, but man, Justice is in form as well. We have some brothers that came to play today. And
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I see we also have a guest that's about to join us. Am I correct in saying the man is picked up and ready? We have another guest, Chidobe Awuzie, aka Cheeto, aka Blitz Champs fame. What's going on? How you doing?
Doing good, man. Great to see my guys. How y'all doing?
Good, man.
Awesome.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining us, man. And you watching some of this action?
Oh yeah, I heard y'all say it's mate in one. I had to make sure, and yeah, it looks like that's all she wrote.
All right, so he
Okay.
saved himself for a moment here, but Cheeto can play. So the one thing Wood could play, Cheeto could play. A lot of our guests could play. So I know Cheeto's looking at this and saying it doesn't look very good for Black. I want to know a little bit about how you've been. I mean, we did an event together last year, with the Boys and Girls Club, and excuse me, it wasn't Boys and Girls Club. I'm saying Big Brother. Yeah, there's so many great organizations. Sometimes I just mess them up. But we did an event with the kids last year. I think it went pretty well. You had a football season that was pretty busy. How have you been since then? How's the chess journey been? How's the football season? And I got to ask you, who you got in the Super Bowl?
Yeah,
Press
man. It's been
pause. Press pause. Sorry, 1 second. 1 second. We have another double exclam on the board. Queen F6, double exclam. We got to show some love to our superstars. Justice just dropped Queen F6 with the idea of 97, Queen A6 mate. Also 97, Queen F7 in case you guard that mate. Sorry, we just got to give respect when they drop moves like that down. That's like a slam dunk or a sack in our game, and it is on the board now. Genius move we're seeing. All right, Cheeto, get back to business as you answer the question, please.
Yeah, no, that's beautiful. And talking about giving respect, I had a legend just on Wood Harris. That's a legend, man. That guy, he's been putting it down in the acting and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, as you see, chess bridges a whole bunch of gaps. The gaps of culture, the gaps of sport, and yeah, I mean, it's been a beautiful year. Since that event, Kassa. Oh, okay, we got someone. Okay, he resigned, so he didn't want to see it fall
It's
through.
mate in one. They don't let you play mate in one. They do not let you play mates on the board very often. These folks are stingy. They do not let it happen.
Yeah,
So
yeah, it's a pride thing for sure.
I'm gonna switch over to another game, but yeah, you could keep chopping it with us. So yeah, go on with what you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, so I was on a new team last year, the Tennessee Titans. It was a rocky road. We didn't win that many games. We ended up getting, the first pick in the draft, so that's gonna be fun to see who we end up picking. And then yeah, in the Super Bowl, I mean, it's kind of hard. It's two great teams, but I've learned from past. You don't bet against all-time greats, and Pat Mahomes is definitely one of those guys. So. If it's a close game, I got the Chiefs. If the game gets some legs and the Eagles jump out ahead, then I think they can hold on. But if it's a close game, I got the Chiefs.
By the way, breaking news. Tani Adewumi has upset Josh Colas. Josh was running away with this event, had a perfect score, then blew his game and got only a half point. And we just saw Tani take down the leader. Nobody is safe in this tournament. The tournament has turned upside down. Look at this position as Tani took Josh to school. Young 13-year-old Tani took Josh to school in this event. Is he 14 by now? Whatever it is.
He might. Let me see how this game went down because it didn't seem so dominant early on. So I'm just going to flick through real quickly. So we had a Caro-Kann, advanced Caro-Kann position. White has the two bishops. We like that. White has a little bit more space. We like that. But black has some squares for the knight. So the knight jump around. The G3, H4 is very thematic. And you fight for the G5 square. You get a grip on the black king side. And then H5 down the line is quite useful. King G2, Rook H1. What do you know? H5 starts to happen. But G4 happened instead, and that was a exclam move, not the most obvious one, but you do kick the knight to a kind of disgusting score on H6. So actually, no, knight H6 takes, and there's no way to save the piece. Because if you take with a piece, it's a fork. You take with the pawn, the knight gets snapped off. So that was a really nice tactic there. And so Josh had to, say, you know what, we just got to, go for it and try to sack the piece. And he did that by taking and playing E4. And it looks like there could be some compensation, 3 pawns for the piece, but still there's some excellent squares for White's pieces. And unfortunately, didn't hold it together. Queen B3, excellent move. Trading the queens, but also getting a tempo on the A7 pawn and just not allowing black the coordination to make the pawns really work. So you got some more moves. The bishop came in the party. The other bishop came in the party. The knight is doing things, and it's everything must go sale. Everything must go. Everything must go.
Stop it.
That was
Stop it. This is criminal. This is criminal. This. Ooh, that was a beatdown. I felt bad just watching that thing. Ooh.
So the standings have kind of turned on their head, and we're gonna pivot to the Fry game, but yeah, like chess is booming right now, Cheeto. There is a lot going on. We got players all over the world playing. Have you managed to get some folks in your new locker room involved in the act, or folks are buckled down during the season?
Nah, it's amazing just with all the things you guys are doing with chess. A lot more people have interest and started to play, or they played in the past and now they're trying to get back into it. I just seen, Wembyama, was in a public park playing. Obviously Derrick Rose, he plays. You have all these players that, it wasn't kind of part of their personality, public personality at least. And now, it's such a glaring thing that, they love playing the game. So on my team, there's a lot of people that play, and it's not surprising anymore to me at all.
Yeah. No, it's really cool to see. I mean, it's nice to see chess get the glow up that it deserves, and I think part of it is also the characters playing, because you guys have we have a responsibility, of course, to be evangelists of the game and to share that joy, and it's super cool to get other people in on the act as well, and yeah, it's just awesome. So okay, we have a draw here. I'm going to switch games real quick. Maurice, you want to tap in with Cheeto here?
Cheeto, I would like to know, you seem like a real cool guy, real chill, and we get a lot of those. But what is your trash talking game like? That's what I want to know. Are you like one of those on the low, or you just put it on people?
Oh no, I put it on people. I put it on people. There was actually a chess tournament I think last year that Amari Cooper did. Hans Niemann was there. I forgot who he faced, but it was like a bunch of NFL players, and I ended up winning that one. But it was funny. It was fun. It was fun. Like, it just felt like the field, like you're on the field. A whole bunch of guys were competing, obviously in a different sport now. While we were playing chess, and I was talking a gang of trash. But usually when it's classical, and I'm in front of a person, it's just natural. Like, you can't help it. You can't help it.
Okay.
All right, we got another draw here. I'm going to just pivot to the last game here, but keep going.
Oh, Tunde's playing. Okay.
Yeah, we got everyone out to play. But he looks great. This might be his first dub. He's got 2 connected passers. He's got rooks or pigs on the 7th, as some people say. And he should lock this one up.
Okay.
Yeah, just go straight into an endgame, should be winning as well. But he has to be a little bit careful. Just don't let any perpets happen. But now that the rooks are leaving, this is looking very bad.
And now the pawns are excellent shields, vertically and horizontally, for that king. So he has money on the mine, checkmate on the mine. Rook h8 is there. There's a few spite checks or sacrifice, so I hope he didn't pre-move. Sometimes people pre-move by mistake. What is do you have any take on pre-moves, Cheeto? Do you do it? Do you like them? Do you not like them? Where are you on that?
I like pre-moves. It's a little swag. But obviously, with swag, you can get swagged out. So you want to make sure that, if you do that pre-move, that's the only move that makes sense. And, just like you said, if you don't, then it could go bad. And I see Watu Kobese is getting a little mad right now. So Tunde got the win. Shout out to Tunde.
Yeah, Tunde did get the dub.
That last draw was insane. The one we just saw, as we see the scores, as Justice has taken over the lead to 5.5 points. Joshua Colas was the early leader, now at 4.5, tied with Farai, and Tani just dealing back there, dealt a big blow to Josh and his chances. But that last game we saw, that was just a draw. I think it was the game with Tercy. The last draw we saw, you realize that Black might have been winning that position. This one, if you go back a couple of moves, back to this position
right here,
it looks as though Black can start pushing this pawn. And I know it seems odd because you're down a rook, but that C pawn is 3 moves away from being something special. And if you put your queen on D2 and just start pushing, it might just be winning.
You know what's crazy? I'm going to play C3 here. And the evaluation rises. There's no checks. There's no check.
I'll tell you why. Because if you play Queen G7 here, thinking that you at least get some chances, then you could put the queen on D2 and prepare to play Queen H6. And the rook cannot stop this pawn from becoming a queen. So let's say play Queen D1 and then Queen D2, or Queen E1 and then Queen D2. And now if I push C2, Queen check, I just play Queen H6.
And the rook
and
can't come back.
Queen, doesn't matter. The rook can't play Rook B1, so we're just queening. So you're just winning. That's crazy. He probably thought, I'm a rook down, let me run out of here. But he actually always had a draw, and he should have just tried to push his pawn. So that kind of messed up our draw situation. I do have a question for you though, Cheeto. I've heard this among coaches that they don't want their players to think. They want their players to just read and react instantly. Is that the case you notice now with coaches, that when they're like, man, you're playing too much chess, I need you to just go out on the field and hit somebody? Or do they want players to be thinkers, both on and off the field? But even
I think any rational person wouldn't play as violent a game as football, or UFC. But so yeah, there's a part of it where it's like, okay, you have to hit this person in his leg, get to hit it, as hard as you can and get back up, then guard this fast person and quick and, remember these plays. So naturally there's a form of thinking in football. Like you can't hide from it, the formations, the keys, the plays that you have to remember, the personnel that you're going against, there's a lot of factors. But then once you go on that field and that whistle blows, you have to kind of move in this kind of flow state or in your subconscious, because if you're thinking too much, you can overthink. And if you study long, you study wrong. So there's weeks of preparation before you play any game. That's where the thinking happens, on the sideline, right before the play. But then when that play happens, you have to kind of react now to the information that you have stored in your head. So I think if you're thinking while you're playing, a lot of injuries could happen. You can make the wrong move, you can make the wrong cut, you could do the wrong assignment. But right before the play, if you have done the work and you prepared well, the thinking, it's natural. It's subconscious at that point.
Yeah, there's always been this cliche that that football is like chess on the field. Like, do you agree with that? Do you think there's some truth in that?
I think to an extent. I think before a play starts, the pieces are set, right? The pieces are set. This is the position on the chessboard. Now, a motion can happen, a jet sweep can happen, that's en passant or an advanced pawn or whatever. Now you have to react to that, and blitz. Literally, blitz is a football term too. So it's like, a defense could be showing a blitz. The offense, now the quarterback has to react to that. Okay, blue 42, check. No, 53 is the mic, 53 is the mic. Slide this way, slide that way. But again, when the play happens, it's now executing. It's the execution part of it. So I think it's chess to an extent, but then once the play happens, it becomes football.
Let me ask you this. Do you
well said.
Beautiful answer. Absolutely brilliant answer. We're gonna have to clip that, as a matter of fact, because it was so well said. Let me add to that, continue this conversation. Do you feel that the smarter football players are also the better football players?
It's a very hard question. It's a very hard question. And obviously, yeah, you have to have a level of wit or, level of wisdom, smart, whatever you want to call it, to play this game and to be successful. But there's so many different answers. I could be playing a certain assignment wrong, but then the quarterback throws it straight to me. Does that make me a good corner, or does that make me, a lucky corner, or does that make me, someone that took advantage of the opportunity? So there's a lot of players in this league that, they're very good at one thing. There's a lot of players that are very good at many things. And there's a lot of players that the ball just finds them. It's like almost an instinct thing. They just know how to get the ball out. They could get beat on the coverage or whatever, but they know how to, intercept the ball or punch it out. So there's a lot of different ways to be good at football. So if you, and nothing ever goes by the book. Football is we have a saying in our DB room, the iPad can't make plays. Because you look at the iPad, it says, okay, I'm supposed to be in cover 3. The linebacker's supposed to be here. The safety's going to be here. The D lineman's going to go like this. And the quarterback, but when you go out there, it's never that. It's literally never that. So there's a bit of freestyle that's in it that, I would say the most instinctual players are the better football players, not the most smart per se. Because someone that's smart, there's just so many things that happen during a play that, it's just a dynamic game.
It's so well said.
Chess, by the way.
Yeah, no, it's so well said, because the iPad can't make plays. We talk about the computer in chess all the time and how the computer is not out there making the decisions for you. We can draw arrows on the screen, but these positions are really hard. It's real life, So let me ask you one more question, kind of related to some of this stuff. Are you able to take anything from chess and put it into the way you practice football or think about film study? Is there anything about the game that you're able to kind of transfer the other way?
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's formation recognition. So, if people know my story, they know that Amari Cooper is a big part of my story. That was my rival on the field in practice, and then also playing chess. And we used to play chess after practice for hours. We would just play chess, and he would whip can I cuss? I don't want to cuss. Okay, he would whip my butt. He would whip my butt constantly. And it just drove me crazy. It was like, bro, I have to start getting better at this game. So then I started really like studying the positions and like, okay, I've been here before. What did I do last time that wasn't good? Okay, let me try this. And I didn't have a computer. I wasn't playing online at this time. It was all classical. So I really had to like try to remember, what I did in that last position and then do something different. And I feel like in football, it's like, okay, this offense has lined up in this formation before. This defense as a quarterback has lined up in this formation before. It looks like cover 2, but really he's at 10 yards instead of 12. So I think this is their assimilated pressure. Or if I'm on defense, they had this split and they ran this motion, but it was a different guy. Saying this guy was the motion guy, this guy is not the motion guy. So now it could be a different play. So it's like little things like that like happen in my head at a faster pace now. And I believe I credit that to chess because when I made my leap, really when I left the Cowboys to go to the Bengals, like things were just happening and I was just able to respond so much quicker. But at that same time was the time that I had got better at chess. So it was kind of simultaneous. So I definitely think chess has helped me in my career and just being able to really recognize formations and recognize positions of offenses.
Clip that. That was such a thorough answer. That was brilliant. And honestly, every coach in the league, defensive or offensive coordinator, ought to get their players a little bit of coverage recognition, formation recognition for maybe openings and something like that. So clip that. I hear we gotta actually let you go, but Cheeto, it's a pleasure. We gotta chop it up. I need to tap in with you. I need to actually go out to a game sometime as well. And such a pleasure having you on the show. Thank you for being evangelist for our game. And respect, man.
Thank you guys, and
we appreciate
you guys know.
We appreciate
you. Yeah. You guys know you guys are pioneers in this thing, and I look at you guys as people that are blazing the trail. So keep doing what you guys are doing. Obviously playing it, but then pushing the narrative forward. And obviously it's Black History Month, and I see what's going on. And this is just beautiful. It's beautiful. So one day there's going to be a little kid that wants to be like you guys, or there's kids out there right now that want to be like you guys, or it could be my son, my little brothers, little sisters, whatever. And I just think you guys are doing a great job, so keep going.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Much love.
Appreciate you.
All right, peace. We are spoiled today, Maurice. We've had so many great guests. We've had great chess. We've had decisive results. And we had a little bit of a shakeup in that last round as far as our standings are concerned.
Yes.
We are going to go to a very quick break, and then we will come back with more rounds. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon.
I loved it, and bringing the whole aspect of formation. Mate is in 4 moves from the position in front of you. Don't move until you figure it out in your head. Don't look at me for a hint.
I can't do it without moving the pieces.
Yes, you can. Clear the lines of men in your head, one at a time, and the king will be left standing alone, like a guy on a street corner. I'll make it easier for you.
What was that about?
I thought it would help.
How does that help?
You know, visualization and stuff.
I'm not picking up the pieces.
Sometimes you don't need to do anything crazy to get better. You just need to reassess your chess. I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, and I'm presenting Jeremy Silman's How to Reassess Your Chess now on Chessable. So go to chessable.com/yourchess and start reassessing your chess today.
Want more chess on the go? Check out all of our essential chess apps. Turn your phone into a chess clock. Learn with Dr. Wolf. Tackle new chess challenges. Entertain your kids with Chess Kid, and level up with fun and adventure. Download them all at chess.com/apps.
I strongly suggest you stop banning me when my account didn't even have an entire game played yet. This seems very unfair. I'm better than 100% of your GM level players and you stupid banned me. WTF is your SU? I hope Bobby knows it and is auto-resigning in his grave. You.
Wow. Dan, you want to run with that one?
I thought maybe you would take it. I mean, he apparently, if we're banning him before he's even completed a game, I don't know. I mean, kudos to you and the crew, Kassa. I don't even know what else to say to that.
A lot of times people that, have played games, they might finish them and they react and they're so hot, and step away from your laptop or your phone, decompress a little bit, give yourself the opportunity to turn that temperature down before you respond. Like that's the first bit of advice, because if you're dealing with support like that, you're gonna have a hard time dealing with people in your own life. So take a moment, think before you make that move, and then maybe then the response will be a little bit different. Rest in peace, Bobby Fischer, one of the goats of the game. At the end of the day, I don't think he's auto-resigning in his grave. I don't believe that. I think he might have a lot of perspectives on the way the game has gone. I don't think he's thinking like that.
Why should I open a new account if you guys keep on closing them?
Well, look, I mean, at the end of the day, we're closing your account for a reason, and so the behavior has to change for you to, keep an account open for an extended period of time. So clearly the behavior isn't changing, and that's, why you're in the situation you're in. There's such a great opportunity to enjoy your time on the site. We have so many things you can do. You can play, you can talk to people, you can learn, you can watch top games. Your experience is going to be soured if you're, making these decisions. So
do better. Do better. I like that. Maybe we'll get lucky and that user will watch this video. And just maybe that'll be all they needed to hear. Oh, do better. Okay.
Welcome back to the 2025 NextGen Cup. I am International Master Kassa Corley, joined by Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, and we've had quite the event so far. We are 6 rounds through, and we've seen some incredible chess. We've had some incredible guests, and it's just been a great event so far, Maurice.
Absolutely, man. Geez, our guests have been spectacular. Well, let's go there. But so has the chess, and they are dropping it like it's hot. Some moves, getting double exclams left and right. We've seen drama. We've seen so many victories as well. Decisive games is what I mean to say. And it's just fighting chess. I can't predict who's going to win, but we did have Justice Williams on our minds, both of us thinking about him, and he is starting to show himself. But we still have a long way to go. 3 rounds left. Don't slip. You trip, you die. So here we go as we see some great matchups.
Yeah, here are the pairings for round 7. We have Tunde Onakoya versus Orlando Husbands. We have Justice Williams versus Joshua Colas. Is that correct?
Boom, 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 boom.
That is going to be of intrigue. We have Tani versus Kenny Solomon. We have Farai Mendiza versus Tercy Ferdinand, and we have Goodness versus Watu Kobese. So, yeah, we got everyone is on the board now as well, we should say. So everyone's got their feet under them. They're gotten used to the air up here, and yeah, they're duking out from some really serious prize money. So the games will be underway at any moment, and I think we have to start with the Justice Joshua game, right?
Duh. What? Man, are you mad? Those two, they have been the story of the tournament so far. You've got to see Justice and Josh. They're college teammates. They've been trailing each other since they were 12 years old, when Justice became the youngest African-American master in history, and then Josh took over. We didn't give any love to James Black, who also did that as a 12-year-old, and they all went to Webster University together. Then they went different paths, divergent paths, and I think Justice is the one who stayed the most with chess, as the others have kind of blazed their trail, at least as far as a player, blazed their trail a different way. But this matchup right now could decide the whole tournament. I think if Justice manages to win with the black pieces in this matchup, then it's going to be very hard to catch him. Josh has to take that momentum he had early, winning 4 games in a row. Then that hiccup draw. You remember that draw he should have won? When he allowed Rook takes D4 with Farai? That was big. That was huge. And I think that hurt a little bit. Sometimes you can't play your next game properly because you're thinking about the last game. And that one, you could see him afterwards. He was just that bitter taste, like I was killing the guy. I was smoking him. How did I let him come back? And then the next game, maybe just distracted a little bit. Tani took him down. Now he's got to right the ship and recognize that he's human. He is mortal. He has tasted his own blood. Now it's time to see if he can actually slow down the Justice Williams train and make this into a real horse race going to the end.
And we're going to go straight there because that game is underway. So take us out of the bird's eye view and get straight to that game. Joshua Colas has the white piece and opens with C4. So very flexible move. We'll see how Justice decides to slice it. You could play E6 and go for Queen's Gambit decline. You can go C6 and go for a Slav. You can go Knight of6 and keep it still flexible and try for some type of Indian defense, whether it's King's Indian or Grunfeld or whatever. So many options here, but we have another guest and we're going to allow him to also weigh in. It's someone you and I know well, Maurice, the one and only Gerald Times. Welcome to the show. We are so glad to have you. And how you doing?
Great. Great to see both of you. Maurice, your commentary has been scintillating, and Kassa, the fact that you are the visionary for this event, I think is amazing to be here.
Great to see you, Gerald. Of course, we've known each other a lot of years. That way, decades. In fact, we've taught together, we've worked together, we've competed together. We've seen the Wilbur Page Memorial. We've seen the evolution of chess in Harlem. You are somebody who has been a Harlemite for all these years, and you could take some perspective. How do you feel about seeing an event like this on the world stage for these players?
I mean, long overdue. I mean, Maurice, you and Jerry Biebel had the vision back in 2001 to highlight the talent in the throughout the diaspora. I'm not just going to say the African American community. So the fact that Kassa would like to continue this vision, I think, is much needed and an excellent step in highlighting the talents that exist, but needs more support and more visibility within the chess community.
Yeah, like it's really great to see. I mean, it's just great to see some of these opportunities, some of these cracks at the apple. I feel like I've said this before already today, but it's just really awesome to see. We have a really hotly contested chess game right now because Justice is a point ahead of the field, and this game might be the game for first, even though there are many rounds left. I must say, this position here, White normally, when they go for double fianchetto with the pawn on d4, usually White is slightly better. And one way that Black has tried to shake the tree lately if I'm not mistaken, is to go for early e5s, even if it's a pawn sacrifice. So it might be a little bit different with the pawn on c4 because now d5 can happen. But I've seen games where there's an e5, d takes e5, d takes e5, bishop takes e5, and then knight c6 and some really weird pawn sack business. We're not going to have that today, it looks like. But that was something I was actually searching for because Justice has been very well prepared this event.
Yeah, and particularly the e5 break, d takes e5 would have been followed by knight g4. So I'm not even sure it would have been a pawn sacrifice. But if you know anything about Justice, he likes to go down the rabbit hole. I mean, I spoke to him many times about this. These two have a long standing. They went to the same university together. They competed since they were 10, 12 years old. So they know each other well. So, I mean, I think your build-up that this is one of the most climatic points of the tournament is clearly true. And yeah, I mean, Josh is probably trying to keep the flexibility here in this position. But what I know, in general, strategically speaking, about Justice, there's a time in the game where he just wants to mix things up and doesn't believe that his opponents can always catch up.
His confidence level is something. You talk to this young man and he just exudes it in spades. Josh is more of the quiet assassin, if you will. He's not braggadocious. He's very respectful along the lines of his dad and his uncle, both of them class acts. And so it's beautiful to see these two clashing now on this stage. But Gerald, you have been coaching chess for so many years and you are still coaching chess. You actually won Coach of the Year one year. What year was that you won? And are you still pursuing coaching as your main endeavor?
I am. I mean, I'm at the Dalton School. Kassa also has a history there at the Dalton School. 2021, I won Chess Educator of the Year. Since then, I have been mostly coaching with the Dalton program. We have a great high school program, won the high school championships 3 years in a row. This year, we have a great K6 program. Looks like we have a possible chance of winning the elementary championships. At least we're one of the top 3 teams. So yeah, I'm still in the mix, as you would say.
Man, a lot has changed in 20 years because they had no high school anything when I was there for high school when I was at Dalton. But it's good to see that a lot has changed in a few decades. This position right here, very interesting. We saw Queen C8 a little while ago. If I just back up for a second, we saw Queen C8 always with this intention of Bishop H3. Normally, White is slightly better even after the light squared bishops come off because, you know, Black's attack, a lot of these closed King's Indians require the light squared bishop for stuff to happen. So usually White is better with the space anyway. But H3 is very ambitious. It's saying, you know what, we're not going to allow Bishop H3. We're going to potentially try to secure that bishop another way, maybe Knight C3, maybe G4 at the right moment. And yeah, now Justice is trying to create inroads elsewhere. Very interesting to see what Josh is going to do because now castling does lose a pawn. So you kind of have to ask questions to that bishop on f5. And we'll see where we are now after knight c6. Justice is playing very provocatively, inviting White to take more space with d5 or g4. And yeah, we see g4 on the board.
Yeah, my sense was that he would have played d5 earlier, actually. D5 seemed like a good idea to just put it on the board, not allow the c6 square to be occupied by the knight. And then suddenly the knight on b8 is fighting for that d7 square with all of Black's pieces. So suddenly the bishop would have no path back home if the knight ever went to d7. Now he's allowed the possibility of the knight to get to c6 without this pawn structure, as we can see there, would have been quite imposing. But now he's allowed the knight to get to c6, and they have an absolutely rich position. This is the position we wanted to see. And what would you tell your students in this position, Gerald, or if you were watching on the side, your students?
I'm looking at. Yeah, I'm sorry, Maurice. I'm looking at the fireworks here. Yeah, I mean, possibility knight takes d4 has this incredible discovery of knight e4 eventually. This diagonal is being highly contested on the a1 h8 diagonal. And now Josh has to make a decision. Do I want to play knight b5 here? Do I want to take on d4? What are the consequences of taking on d4? And is the discovery really dangerous? In the 10-minute time frame, 2-second increments, perhaps he can do all the calculations, but I think this is a critical point in the game.
It's funny, too, because this...
Is there a tactic? He didn't play it. Did you see knight takes d4, knight takes, queen takes, and then if knight e4, queen g7? Were you looking at that too?
Yeah, it's funny because with the queen on c8, and especially, it does, there always is knight e7 ideas. It's not enough. I truly don't believe it's enough, but it's something you do tease out. I don't like knight b5 because you're ceding the e4 square. Like, this bishop, as we were talking about, was struggling to have oxygen, and I don't think you're justified in this expansion with h3, g4 if you don't actually net the bishop. So that's why I think the eval is showing advantage to black right now, because it's not justified.
Do me a favor. Take on d4 with the knight. I want to see what happens there, because Jaro was pointing something out, and I spotted an idea. If you take on d4, and now knight takes d4, queen takes d4, and now knight e4, and now queen g7.
No, it's not the move. But let's see anyway. White is better. White is better here. White is better here.
White is better here. Knight takes e4.
Oh, sorry.
What happened?
It got away from me.
Yeah, I was just looking at this line really fast to see what the situation was. But apparently this is not the winning line. Oh, because knight d5 was the right move. Okay, so here takes, and White's just takes, and White has 3 pieces for the queen in a sharp game. But it's knight d5 that's the right move, turns out.
Actually, quite remarkably, Maurice here, I'm now checking with the engine. There's only one move here that is not losing for black. Losing is strong, actually. There's only one move that keeps the advantage really down for white. Every other move is +1. The only other, like queen takes f5 is +1. b5 is what is being suggested here.
Okay, so that's crazy. We get it. So that was a wild line with the material imbalance. But if we back up really fast, I think knight d5 was actually the move.
And now that's what I was saying before, is that this e7, the queen being on c8, it's so precarious. We actually saw it in another game that Josh was playing against Kenny Solomon way back when, and I think round 1 or round 2. The queen is never good on c8. I can say the same about a black knight on b6, seldom good. And so you have sometimes there's this upset geometry, and when you have this weird pieces in weird places, bad things happen. This did not happen though.
Let's play this out, but let's play that out because the fans may not be spotting everything that we're spotting. That here the threat is mate on g7, knight takes e7 check is also a move. Black is basically compelled to play bishop takes queen in this position because it's just a mate. And now you drop in intermezzo after intermezzo. The first one there, check, and then after the king moves, let me get that one with check also, so that you don't have to do whatever you're going to do, and then we'll pocket whatever move you make, the queen. But we should point out, after we take the queen, you could save your bishop if you want to, but your knight on e4 is hanging. So 2 pieces go down at the end there. And this is how white actually nets a full piece after a full-scale combination.
And actually, you could have blocked with the knight, but you would have had other different problems, because after knight c8, bishop c8, boom, g5
lands on the board. Sweet. Wow.
So
that would have been
beautiful. Yeah, beautiful.
The tactics are flowing. They're like libations. They're just flowing. So anyway, we did not have this happen, Gerald. We had knight b5 happen, and now we had a6 after that. And this is a mistake because, actually, unsurprisingly, honestly, bishop e4, you save the bishop. You give back the pawn, save the bishop. This king is not going to feel amazing about castling with the h3, g4 combination. So save the bishop. Instead, Justice, again, as you said, likes to mix it up a little bit and have imbalances. And this is a very strange position. gf5, ab5, cb5, knight e5, takes, and now... surprisingly, how would you play in this position? Because to me, I would not have done what Justice did, and Justice played the best move.
I would take an f3 here, but what is the best move?
Justice played knight takes g6, and it is best. And that's impressive because it looks at f4 in some positions. It splits the pawns, but it's not a big deal. The queen maybe is going to dart over here at some point. So really incisive play by Justice. And here we are. We are at knight in this position now with knight takes e4, knight f4, and the pendulum is swinging back and forth, Gerald. But
let me tell you, this position is erratic, to say the least. And you're not predicting anything here because the concrete features that tell you exactly what to do are simply not there. This is an unmoored position. You can generalize all you want, and we can even criticize the players as the engine is saying, oh, you should have played this or should have played that or shouldn't have played what you played. But the concrete factors that we normally would point to are not there in this position. And it's just a bizarre position on the board.
At all. Gerald, who would you prefer to have?
Yeah, black now is beginning to expand here. Obviously, the weakness on f4 was significant. He has to calculate whether knight takes h3 is merely yielding a pawn he's taking or improving the position. It looks like knight takes h3 is also improving the position. I think it's a tough go now. Josh has to try to catch up. Where are they doing on time here? What's the
each got 3 minutes. Josh is 3.5. Justice is a little over 3, but we'll go down soon. I personally would not have taken that pawn on h3. The rook now has more roads, and I do like bishop. So I do like my bishop pair, although I can see queen f5 extinguishing the light squared bishop soon, maybe queen f5, knight f3 check. And it does seem like black's king might be safer in the short to medium run.
Absolutely. And look, this is not a position you can generalize. They are playing a thankless position right now. Why? Because, again, there's nothing that catches easy flow. Look at this pawn structure. You don't see pawn structures like this any day, not just every day, any day. Like, this is crazy. And the pieces, the way they're posted, there's nothing about it that looks familiar or normal. You only have 3 minutes on your clock, and you're trying to just flow and say, what is the most accurate move here? The engine can complain. This move he's playing just to try to control the position. Knight takes, queen takes against his knight to f5. And are you serious? I'm going to play knight takes and allow the knight to get to f5? No, I mean, it looks like now this is pure tactics.
What a
pure
move.
tactics. All it is. Pure tactics.
And you got to go.
Queen e2 is there.
Well, rook c. This is excellent counterplay. Basically, I was thinking, oh, maybe queen darts back to g6. No, you don't have time for any knight f5 incursions because I'm getting there first. This is excellent dynamic play by Justice.
And the fact that he has the open A file, making it impossible for you to move your rook. You can't castle at the moment. Queen takes, and then rook c2 is coming. So suddenly, I'm not even clear on what White's next move ought to be, because if he trades and allows a rook to penetrate the 7th, his bishop on b2 is anemic. Where is it going? c1? I guess it's going to c1.
Maybe you start with
C3. Yeah, possibility if.
Sorry, go for it, Gerald.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with Maurice. Maybe c1 is the safest square, but queen takes, knight takes e2, bishop c3. Then we have to worry about knight e4. But then again, once the bishop moves, we have to double the rook on c2, possibly taking on a2. It's a difficult position now.
Yep. I'm not clear on what the next move is. What you got?
I was wondering maybe if you could try the subtle rook g1, maybe tee it up with knight f5. And maybe there's some world where you allow the check on b2, you bring your king to f3, and you just try to get some counterplay. But I'm not buying it because it feels slow, and then I can't actually take on d6 afterward because my rook on g7 will be loose. So
look, your idea is really interesting. Your idea is really quite interesting, but it requires calculation, precision. Rook g1 is a very interesting move. And but hold on. That and by the way, queen takes e2. He does have 98 if you just go for knight f5, right?
Exactly,
so
that's true.
You're not winning your piece back. You're not winning your piece back.
But it felt wrong because it didn't even represent ambition. It was, at best case scenario, I was just trying to trade some piece and shut it down. I do also wonder if maybe it makes sense to go a4. You say you give up the b3 pawn, and now you have the f5 square again. So, okay, very different direction here with queen d2.
Not bad. Not bad. A fighting move. I would say that's a move worth looking at for the moment, at least. He's slowed things down geometrically. He's brought his queen closer to the d2 square. Now his king will end up on d2. It took him some time, though, burned a lot of clock. He's down to 104 and Justice with 205, and he has to figure out exactly what to do in this position. There is a rook a2 bizarro move. Am I just dreaming?
No, I think it's in the air, and then queen b1.
Yeah, exactly. And because I get to, if you take my queen, I get to take on a1 and then take back this intermezzo shot. That looks that looks quite interesting if you have nothing else. But he's also ticking down 132 and counting.
Do I have bishop c1 there? Let's say like rook a2, bishop c, queen b1, bishop c1, rook takes c1, check, king e2, rook takes h1. Then maybe I go for the draw. Wait.
Whoa, a draw offer and they just bailed. Look at that. They bailed. They decided it didn't make sense to fight each other and accepted a draw. You know, the fans hate when that happens. But in the middle of the mix, they decided strategically it didn't make any sense. They had no control. I think this is going to come back to haunt somebody, but they both know that they backed down. They backed down in this position. They know the too much respect for each other. And look, you see that face, those faces are saying, yeah, I was scared. They put a little Magnus Nepo in the mix, I'm going to tell you right now.
I could have sworn I put something in the rule book about this. You know, I put in the guidebook because, you know, I'm personally an anti-draw myself. And I normally it's around move 30 that we have this. Normally it's move 30 or move 40. We have this rule. We've even changed it for Titled Tuesday and Freestyle Friday. Okay. Wondering if this might have been a mistake that our game operators have to check. But anyway, it was a fascinating game, even if it did end in a draw. I just feel like we could have got a little bit more meat on the bone there before that.
This was a top board. That was not something I feel cool about at all. You know, when I did my tournaments like Millionaire Chess, there was anti-draw rules all up and down, and that's why the fans were so excited to see this big dog matchup. Could we see the rook a2 move, by the way, to see what the engine thought?
Yeah, let's go out of bird's eye and let's check out this rook a2. So rook a2, so queen e2, rook a2, queen b1. I was thinking bishop c1, and then if rook c1, I get that each one is hanging, but I get my own bit of counterplay with rook a8, and then game on. So I didn't bishop f8, queen d6 maybe, or knight h1 first. I wasn't sure, but this didn't seem clear to me at all. As a matter of fact, it still doesn't seem clear.
It's not. It's clearly just opposition.
Oops, I clicked away there.
And Maurice, I just want to mention. I mean, you mentioned how strong this Queen D2 move was. It had a psychological impact in the game. I mean, it was a great defensive move. I mean, even if it tactically speaking didn't completely hold.
All right, so I'm now checking. I'm looking at what the engine is saying, and there's only one way for white to. Every other move loses. You have to start with knight h1 first.
You have to, because if you take on if you play queen d6, then I play queen e1 and queen d1, and I trade queen. So that would have been.
That's right. That's right. So you have to go for this. And here black has knight e4 or queen h1, and the game continues.
Spice.
It's a mess.
Spice.
So, but objectively, they didn't get it. They didn't get it totally wrong objectively. After queen e2, black is a bit better. There's no winning dynamic here. The best move is kind of an abomination to me, to be honest. The computer, I'll give you 5 guesses, and you'll be like, "Wait, what? That's the one." I'll give you 2 each because we're limited on time here. But the moves suggest here is ridiculous.
I'm going to go for a trade. My first suggestion is going. I mean, since you're saying it's unusual, I'm going to go for the trade on D2. Maybe it's a possibility. my first suggestion, maybe some expansion with D5. Actually, we can't play D5 yet.
So Queen D2, you got your 2 guesses. Queen D2 and D5 are not it, Gerald.
Okay.
Maurice, you want to give your 2 guesses?
I'm gonna go with Knight G4.
Nope.
And I don't see any move that fits.
We got one game remaining, so we need to switch over to that one.
Yeah, let's switch over. What is the move?
It's H5. Well, Alpha Zero never hurt anyone, right? So you just kind of keep the tension.
Yeah.
And then if Rook C1 happens, you actually go back to G6 and chill. So anyway, back to the games. We have one more game. Farai's playing Tercy here, and we get there just in time for resignation because Farai is up a rook now, and with more than enough to win. So he does get to 5.5, and so wow, that was an action-packed round, action-packed games, and let's go to the results there. So we had Orlando beating Tunde. We had Josh Colas and Justice Williams give us a very interesting fighting game that we think maybe could have ended a little too soon, but it was a very interesting game.
Definitely ended too soon. Definitely ended too soon. Stop it.
No, I agree. Tani beating Kenny Solomon, and Farai beating Tercy. That's a huge win. Farai beating Tercy is a huge win for the standings as well. And Watu beating Goodness. Let's actually hop over to those standings really quickly if we can, because Farai is in the mix. We didn't talk about him so much before the round started, but he's a half point behind Justice. And as you mentioned, Maurice, that half point, that draw that we just saw may come back in the form of karma or something to affect the ultimate result of the event. So we'll see.
I'm going to say to you straight up, that right there was huge. When you take draws like that with 2 rounds left to go in a tournament, you're trying to jockey for position, so to speak. That's way too much time left in the event, 2 big rounds. And also, very, very importantly, your feeling about yourself, like you're micromanaging the rest of the event. You're not trying to dominate. You're not trying to win. You're not trying to prove yourself. We've seen it. When you start to marshal those points, that count up your chickens before they hatch, bad things could happen. And this could be Farai's moment, or it could be Tani's moment to really surge and prove that draw was more fear and not fighting.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we have this bird's eye view. The games are underway, or most of them at least. Farai is open with D4 and is waiting for Watu to play his first move. We have, Justice playing Kenny Solomon. So we have our first and second players in the standings playing the South African players. So where do you want to start? Do you want to start with Farai? I see a Chigorin on the Farai board. And we have another knight f3 e3 from Justice against Kenny Solomon.
I'm ready to go with that Mendoza Kobesi game. But there's so many good games. We're gonna have to bounce around like this.
Yeah, we'll do a better job bouncing around this time. So let's jump. Definitely. Let's switch to the Farai game. Go out of bird's eye, switch to the Farai game. And Gerald, what are you seeing with this position here?
If you know anything about Kobesi, incredibly resourceful, kind of a counter tactician. The few games I played, Kobesi and Farai is just a hardcore positional, solid IM. I think this is a classic matchup. They play each other. Historically speaking, Farai has been the number 2 board for the Zimbabwe team, and Watusi any given year is number 1, number 2 board for the South African team. So these two have a long standing.
I'm gonna jump in and interrupt you for just one moment, Gerald, because Watu visibly agitated on the screen just now when he realized after H6 he really shook his head and threw his hands up because he realized he compromised his structure. Unfortunately, he could not recapture the queen without losing the D5 pawn, so he took with the G pawn, And this is not a sight for sore eyes. Fry now can really massage some of these squares, particularly on the F file. Do not be surprised if you see some combination of bishop g3 and knight h4, or maybe even queen h5. And it's not aesthetically pleasing, Gerald. Sorry, you can jump back in here.
Oh no! I mean, it's a critical moment in the game. Kassa, completely. I understand here.
Listen, I love when people say, "My student." I have a student. Her name is Maddie, and Maddie. I'll ask Maddie for an evaluation of position and explanation, and she'll use SAT words to describe the position. And you just use one of those. You're like, it's not aesthetically pleasing. Man, this is ugly is what it is. This what kind of pawn structure did you put on this board? What? And now and every move is gonna look at it just gets worse and worse. How did he allow bishop takes F6? I mean,
This
that's
is
just
tricky.
basic.
Bishop f5 might be a little tricky though. Like I could see someone maybe trying to go queen b3, but I love knight h5. I was gonna say bishop f5 is maybe emblematic of what you were saying, Gerald, about him being a tricky counter-attacking player, because it's very easy to say, you know what, I'm gonna go queen b3. I'm gonna get a little greedy and double attack, but then maybe knight b4 comes. Maybe you course correct your structure a little bit. Maybe there's c6 at some point. Maybe there's a threat on the fork. And knight h4 is so much more incisive because you are playing where the problem squares exist. So I just want to call that out because I think a lot of people would be tempted to try to just win a pawn here.
Not, and I am like Farai Mendiza. He sees the position. Now it's pure desperation on the part of Black. He's trying every trick to somehow alter the dynamics, but the positional structure will be permanently weak. In this position, you could even take that bishop on e2, although I mean on e4, although I wouldn't want to because I'm looking at no, I actually do want to. I wouldn't
Please
mind
take it. Please take it.
at all. I wouldn't mind at all taking your bishop in this position, although f3 is simple enough as well. I think either move must be good. And he has taken, and there he goes. He's just taken, and he's played. I don't know why he didn't just develop his bishop, because bishop b4 check could have been met by king to f1 after you move your bishop out. The light squares are toast. The dark square bishop has no future. The pawn structure is putrid. Maybe that's too complicated a word, too big. It is ugly. This position is absolutely disgusting.
Rook c1 here looks nice to me. It just, Black's trying to keep it together with some f5 dynamic. We don't even have to rush to win the central pawn. Just keep developing, get your piece on good squares. Also, bishop h3 is tempting as well, but I do like rook c1, just kind of freezing things. And I think we should move on from this one for now. Farai's definitely in the driver's
seat. This is a huge game. This is a huge game, by the way, for the standings. He's only a half a point out of first. So a victory on his side is going to be massive. So we should, and I like bishop h3. Why? The reason why I really like bishop h3 is because your only dream was to get your king out of the middle of the board. So we're stopping every dream, every hope. Where are you going to put your king? How are you going to even organize your pieces? And you don't have a single pawn break to talk about. I mean, it's horrible. Yeah. This one, I'll be stunned if he doesn't win this game. Let's go see what the leader is doing, though.
Yeah, I'm going to flick over to Justice here, and Justice has been the knight f3, e3 guy today. This might be the third time he's essayed this with white, and this time he's gone for e3, g3 combination, playing against the hanging pawns here. Gives you some Queen's Indian type of vibes. The e3 pawn is a little bit misplaced, in my opinion, sometimes in these structures. It's a little bit more flexible on e2. Sometimes you get these Catalan knight e5, knight d3 ideas. But all the same, the hanging structures is the hanging pawns can be a bit weak. You could see bishop b2, rook c1, maybe knight e2, knight f4, maybe knight e5. I like these positions for white. Gerald, what about you?
No, I like these positions for white. I mean, exactly. I think he's going to solve the problem of the bishop, the bad bishop being blocked by the e3 pawn by going on the long diagonal. He might eventually exchange and play against the hanging pawns. Queen e2, rook d1, rook c1, centralize the rooks. It seems like just a logical plan, but white, it seems, has the easier go here so far.
I agree. By the way, we should point out for those in the audience who may not know, the hanging pawns currently don't exist. We see the potential for hanging pawns, but they're not quite there yet. If you were to play pawn takes on c5, if you may do that for me, capture on c5 right now, and then the b pawn took, now we would officially have hanging pawns. Those two pawns side by side, not protected by any other pawns around them. And these are the so-called hanging pawns, two pawns in the middle that are not protected on either side by adjacent pawns. So this is the potential for this structure does exist. In the meantime, white is controlling a lot more, as you two have astutely pointed out. And so the question for black is, can black play with accuracy here to make sure that the pawns don't come under heavy pressure once the position converts to that hanging pawn structure? Because we could also have isolated d pawn, by the way. He could take back with a piece, and his pawn on d5 would be isolated. That's another structure possible as well.
Yeah, one of the things that's really tricky here is, you love the rook c1 and d1 structure with the rooks on those half-open files, as Gerald, you were mentioning. The thing is, though, sometimes it's hard to it's tricky to essay, because sometimes there's like queen e2, knight b4 business, bishop a6. This knight always tries to kind of, a6. It's not objectively best there. It's usually better on d7, but it will try to tickle or at least distract, disturb the white position. There's also an idea here. The f5 square is often typically soft. You'll see queen c2, queen f5 as an option sometimes. Sometimes on a good day, you'll see knight h4, knight f5, although that's typically parried by g6. I've had some games myself where I go queen c2, queen f5, and when g6 happens, you go queen h3. And it seems strange, but the moment you provoke g6, that bishop on b2 becomes a monster. So it's really hard for both sides because there's a lot of different decisions that have a lot of consequence.
And I would point out, by the way,
sorry,
Jared.
I agree.
I'd point that these kinds of positions, as you're describing them, you just described something really critical. The fact that you had experience in the type of structure. You said these types of positions really mean this type of structure. You've had experience, so you would be flowing in this position. You would know where to put your pieces. You would say, let me do this, let me do that, let me do that. That's important, because when you start playing, when you have experience in the line, you can play quickly and not have to think too much. And as you see here, right now, Justice has slowed down dramatically. He's more than 2 minutes down, going on 3 minutes down in the clock, in a position we like for him. And Kenny is just more in flow, even if he's a little bit worse. So experience matters.
Yeah, Gerald, jump in here.
Well, I mean, the positions radically changed from the point. I wanted to go back initially to Maurice's point of the isolated pawn. General rule that sometimes knights are stronger, are the strongest pieces in the isolated pawn position. But it looks like we're not going to get there now. With this beautiful, by the way, this repositioning of the knight from c7 to e6 definitely strengthened the black position. Justice had some ambitions on a7 pawn. It was poisoned. He couldn't take on a7.
I must say, I do like the transformation for Kenny, because then now a6 is on a much better square on e6, and actually this 95 move now prevents the opportunity to play against the IQP. Black could play cd4, and then that bishop on b2 is not a very good piece. And so I think that, Black's got more off the bone the last 5 moves. And it's funny because Justice is a Catalan, English, fianchetto type of player with the white pieces. So he does have some understanding here, but I think Black's gotten the better of him so far in this position. And I'm going to give a shout out to our producers who said the most biblical matchup of the day, Justice versus Solomon. That's kind of a funny one to me. But yeah, very complicated still.
Very complicated. And the issue of, we're only played something like, 16 moves in the opening. And we see that Justice is at 3 minutes almost and about to count down. There is plenty of game left. There is so much richness. Right about now, you could start getting extremely nervous with so few time on your clock. And I'm going to go back to, and now he's played f4. So you have to start to play a little bit quickly. Doesn't that just drop a pawn, takes, and knight takes d4? That looks like you just lose the d pawn, because queen takes is met by bishop c5. So this is, and bam, it's on the board. Again, when you draw games and start playing a little cagey and start to and now he's just played h3, which means he doesn't really have any clue. He's collapsing right before our eyes. And Kenny, now that we see the tournament leader in trouble, will he lose? Maybe not, but I did not like what he did taking the draw last round and not just playing it through. And we're starting to see some of those effects right now in this game.
So how do we go forward here? So with black here, one move I'm looking at is h5. I would love to massage the g3 square at some point, pry open this diagonal. So h5, h4 is appealing in some moments. Also, I'd love to get my rooks connected, but I don't love the queen on c7. Maybe something like rook c7, rook e7 could be interesting. Their inroads in. I think the thing you have to take some care of. This bishop on b7 is unprotected. Maybe d4 is not. It's not the right moment for that. But I would love to kind of soften up this king a little bit more. What options do you see, Maurice?
You don't want to know what I'm looking at, because I sacked a knight on g3 against Shabalov many years ago, one of my best games of my life, and I would love to be able to make something along this diagonal work. He's found the g3 square. There he goes, bishop c5. I like it. The g3 square is what I have my eye on, and he's looking to play bishop. What's this? Queen d3. Yeah, you could just play g6, solidify. Yeah, hits the knight.
But hold on,
and he just.
I like this move. I like this move. This bishop. It's gonna have its say potentially, and so it's a nice little move. It connects the rooks. It gets a tempo. Maybe you transfer the knight to e2, defending g3 after g6 happens, or if it happens. I think this is still not so easy for black. The bishop was excellent on this diagonal. Your sacks, Maurice, were there. Those were the sacks, but they're not as justified with the bishop on c5, are they?
Hold on, because you move your knight off of c3, the knight on f6 gets to the e4 square, and the game continues with just tons of flow for black. The g3 square is the argument in the position right now. That weakness is present. Now, that said, everything we're saying, you have to be in flow. You have to just believe. I'm sounding like Lawrence Fishburne talking right now to Neo in The Matrix, right? But Morpheus is saying, you better believe. You just have to go. You can't stop here and calculate. You have to just know this next move, this next move, this next move. And that's not happening. As we see now, Kenny is frozen. And remember that 3-minute advantage? It has dissipated dramatically, now down to just 3:25. He's got only a 30-second advantage on the clock and still counting. So no, the position is not supposed to be easy. You're just up a pawn. It's still a rich position, but you've got to make moves. Just make the move. Stop calculating. He's not going to sack the knight, but if he backs it up, that's a concession. So he doesn't want to play g6 exactly because of what you said. He just doesn't want to do it, but he's going to have to. And now he's under 3 minutes. Look at this. He's about to pass his opponent on the clock. This was a tragic mistake on his part. And by the way, Tani won again. He's flowing now. This kid is making a comeback.
Tani is 6 points. There's going to be some spice potentially heading into this last round. Let's go back to this game, though. Let's go out of the bird's eye view back to this game with Justice and Kenny. Gerald, what would you do here? Like, what are your next few moves with black?
Yeah, I see the prompt here, the arrow in terms of g6. So he's going to go forward. Yeah, I mean, he's looking at can we take we take on e3 or not? That's the question.
He played knight e3 after all that, and
I guess if you take twice, there's d4. That's the problem. It's just a fork.
There's d4, and then everything is hanging, right? So
good move from Justice, bishop f3. Yeah, and again, the pieces were on good squares. The knight was good on f5. The bishop was good on d6. Keep working on the pieces that weren't good. That queen on d8 was not great. You could have gone h5, solved your back rank problem. This is going to be a mess.
Look, this is a mess. Is what it is. This is a mess, and that's okay because now he just played b5, stopping knight a4. He's securing his knight on the e3 square, which is bizarre. He just needs 2 moves, queen b6, and then he can play d4. Like queen b6, d4, and he's entrenched. That's what he's after. White cannot allow this. White just cannot allow this. White needs to find something now.
Are you guys concerned about the maneuver knight e2, knight d4? Looks really, really strong.
I am. I am.
I like your thinking. Absolutely. I like your thinking. If he can get to d4, because this knight will not have a way back home. So knight
Also,
e2.
knight e2, rook takes c5 is a move now, because there will be no more really crazy tactics, I believe. You'll just get the two pieces. It's still a mess. The king on h2 is not ideal, but this is I'm gonna probably
just
scream
wild.
at some point in the next
But
few
I'm
minutes.
telling you, now we can start expecting. We're going to start expecting question marks. That's what I was going to say. We are going to start expecting question marks because time is not their friend. They're now down to 123 to 208. There is no way you work everything out. And it's easy for us on the side. We got three of us, 6 eyes versus their 2, and we're calm and discussing. They are sitting there trying to figure it out at the board with the pressure of this round on their hands. You're going to see question mark moves come more frequently. This last one allowing question mark and now absolute mistake, because isn't e3 now actually hanging?
I didn't understand knight b1. What's going on?
But
What's
I must
going
say,
on?
I wasn't sure what the right move was there myself. So I'm not going to even blame the players for not knowing exactly what to do. But they are down on the clock, and that is what's the most predominant feature. And the fact that d4 is the only move here, which he's found, respect. Come on now. Now you can't take this because of rook takes c1. So what do you do here?
First, you got to start with
c8. Yeah, do we have the intermezzo, Maurice? The rook takes c8 intermezzo, or what's your take, Kassa?
Yeah, you have to.
I think you take you on e3. You take you on e3.
Takes on,
he's under a minute. He's under a minute, by the way. He's under a minute, so he has a lot to calculate.
If you take on e3, I'll take on d8, and then I'll take on b7 at the end, and I'll be able to stop the e2 pawn with bishop c3 or something. So, this is the queen d3 is more fiscally responsible, we could say, given the time situation. But wow, okay, so Justice has 2 pieces for the rook, and can he stabilize? The problem is that you would love to move the knight to d2, but then there's rook e3, so you pretty much have to keep the bishop tethered to this diagonal, and then the knight on b1 is going to be the problem child. How can you get that in the game? If you can muster knight a3, knight c2, then you start to feel very good about everything. But what a game.
Strong move. Yeah.
And by the way, Josh Colas lost. He's lost to Orlando Husbands. So the 2 players who drew this last game in a cagey fashion that we said maybe the karma would come back to bite them. It's already come back to bite one of them, and now it's about to bite the second one. Immediately, they're going to suffer because rook to e1 is crushing. Rook to e1 threatens mate and the bishop.
I think Josh, I'm having it on my board that Josh won, actually.
My apologies. My apologies. Josh did win that game. My narrative is false. I got ahead of myself. So that is the case there. But this one now and he missed rook e1.
Rook e1 was missed. And guess what, folks? Right now, this game pending. We have 3 guys on 6 points at the moment. 3 guys on 6 points. This game is pending, but folks, producers,
He's only got 5 seconds left. He's got 7.7 seconds left on the clock. Does Justice? This game is crazy. He would have been mated with rookie or lost a piece at least, and now he's fighting for his life.
92 is excellent. I think White will hold this. There's no entry points for the rook. There's no entry points. You can just sit. You could go. Actually, Queen B1 might be a problem. Speaking of sitting, but H4 is good.
No,
H4 is
H5.
You just
H5. Oh, A5 defending the pawn.
I like this. I do not think Justice will lose this game. You just have to sit with your bishop. Go bishop A1, bishop B2.
5.6 seconds left. There's still game.
Kenny's got 30. Kenny's got 30 and counting.
He should absolutely just play H5 as soon as possible and get his back rank savvy. Queen C3.
I like Justice now. Justice is playing for a win now. You better go F6. You better go F6.
F6 should be played.
Yep. Okay.
Played. King over.
Don't get
now
vicious here. Just chill. Just chill. Just chill. Queen D2. Just chill. Just chill. He's looking. Oh, he's snapping on A5. I do not like this move. You allowed the queen in. I'm
still
officially
okay.
nervous. Players. This is
But
very
I'm
dangerous.
telling you, seconds left. Seconds to go. Rookie 1 is the threat. 2.5, 5 seconds left on the clock, and now he's still holding. Queen
C3
F1
back.
might come in.
Why did it?
That allowed a check on D2, by the way. Why couldn't he? He could have checked on D2, and now they look like they're about to repeat. 0.7 seconds left before he made his move. And Queen D2 check. This is the question.
Oh,
and
the
now
bishop.
there goes the bishop. And now it's over. Now he's losing, but the question is, can he win the game?
I don't think it's lost. Knight F5. There's too much counterplay here. There's 97.
Yes, counterplay indeed. And now potential. And what? Oh my goodness. Now he's winning. Now he's winning. Unbelievable turn of events in this position. Now he can trade off and play B4, and now suddenly White is winning the game. A stunning turn of events. White is going to win. What a crazy game. Karma did not suit the people who drawed last round. The whole narrative has been turned upside down. They managed to win games that absolutely Justice did not deserve this one, but he got the win, and that's all that counts.
Hey, victory goes to the brave usually, but Kenny was the one that kept the game going. Respect to him. He definitely tried to get more out of the position there, and as you can see, the faces tell it all. One side is relieved, and one side's asking, where did it all go wrong? You know?
How did he miss Rook E1? How did he miss Rook E1? That was crazy.
Hey, again, like you said, 6 eyes, relaxed commentators, or somewhat relaxed. Very different story. I think we'll go to the standings or the results really quickly. Tunde did beat Goodness in the all Nigeria matchup. Farai beat Kobisi, and Tani beat Tercy Ferdinand. Tani's been on a tear himself. Justice won in the end by hook or by crook. He beat Kenny Solomon, and Joshua Colas also tried to keep pace and won his game. And so we're shaping up to have a very interesting last round where Justice has 7 out of 8. Farai has 6.5. Josh has 6. Tani has 6. And those are the folks vying for those top spots. So anything can happen. I think it's going to be time for us to let our guest go here. It has been such a pleasure, Gerald, to have you a part of the show. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it.
Well, thanks, Maurice. Again, great to see your commentary. Kassa, beautiful vision for this. I look forward to future events.
JT, we appreciate you, man. Keep doing the great work.
Thanks, big guys. All right.
All right.
That game, I'm sorry. That was a hot mess. And I'm going to say, yes, we may have had 6 eyes, but it only takes one to see Rook E1. Like, that's not a move a GM should miss.
I think a lot of times in games, it's about where you lose the control. Like at the end of the day, the position after Black won the pawn with knight takes d4 and then rerouted the knight to f5 was a position where you just cannot possibly imagine losing. And I think it really started to go wrong much earlier when there were all these pieces that left their ideal squares. The knight on f5 was ideal. The bishop on d6 was ideal. The queen on d8 was still stuck there, and the bishop on b7, maybe was unprotected, but the pieces started to go into squares that were not familiar, and it just became a very concrete game when it didn't actually need to be. That's my take on that.
I will say this, and it's really important. A lot of times, the person who is in better flow wins the game, even if they're playing poorly. Right? One side is not in flow. Kenny has not been playing well this tournament. He's not been playing terribly. He's got 4 points out of 8 right now. But to see him at 50%, and he's won that he's a GM in the field. Like you're the GM in the field. So you're coming up with only 4 points. It means that you're not in flow. You're just not just snapping the moves out. You look at Watu, for example, who's having an absolutely disastrous tournament, blundering in ways that you would not even suspect. The kind of positional mistake. There's certain players who are not in flow, and the older players are really showing it also toward the end of the tournament, right? We're in round 8. They played a lot of games, and the younger ones are still punching. Tani's getting stronger as the tournament goes. You see the nervous energy is a huge thing in chess. And now we see some pairings that are extremely favorable for Justice and Josh. Like now they get two players who are not doing well.
Yes, let's look at these pairings really quickly. We have Josh Colas versus Tunde. We have Kenny Solomon versus Orlando Husbands. We got Justice Williams against Tercy. So again, that's a nice matchup. We have Tani against Watu Kobisi, and we have Farai against Goodness. We have to scramble to the standings here just to, again, remind people what the situation is just before the games are underway. If we can get that up. You see Justice is 7. Farai is 6.5. Joshua Colas and Tani have 6. So those are the folks that have a chance at the first place still. Justice is in control of his own destiny, but we'll see how it goes. And I might have to break out the tie-break rules, but we won't even get into that until the round ends. So anyway, games are underway. I think we got to start with Justice and then go elsewhere.
And let's be very clear on this. Justice, a win, it's over. Like he wins the tournament. That's where he is. That last game, he was throwing a lifeline. He took it. He controlled that game enough. And now he wins. He takes first. And we had him as one of the favorites, and he's proving himself right now. Farai is only a half a point behind. So if Justice slips and somehow manages to lose, and Farai wins, then he overtakes Justice, and that means he wins. I think but they're all playing different people. So it's not like they're playing each other and somebody could knock somebody off. Everyone in the lead, including the 2 players at 6, they're playing somebody else, one of the tail enders. So this is going to make for a hot round indeed.
And again, the players have to understand what the situation is and how ambitiously they want to play. Justice is guaranteed an Armageddon with at least a draw. I do not think you should be thinking that way, but again, it's something we have to mention. And again, first place is $8,000, second place is $4,000, and then third is $2,000. So there is a bit of a difference here where, even, the palms can get sweaty even as people are vying for second place. So here we are. We do have the Tercy Ferdinand Justice game in the mix here. It was an interesting English where, Black took early on C3, is playing against the double pawns. White has more space and the bishops. Black may go for bishop a6, knight a5. But one thing I know about these positions, Maurice, bishop a6, knight a5 is not enough to win that c4 pawn. So I think White is pretty much doing well here.
Well, this is a Nimzo Indian, right? This is a Nimzo Indian structure, and it's absolutely well known that c-pawn could be dead. We don't care. What we want is e4, e5, and go blow your king side up. And this is the plan. So this is going to be who's quick, who's fast. Is White quick enough to create problems? Because White's going to be able to play the move queen e2, as you mentioned. That speed is just White, by the way, normally plays a3 to prompt the trade of bishop takes c3. That's what White usually does. Plays a3, loses a full tempo on that side in order to prompt the trade on c3. White didn't have to do that at all this game. So now suddenly White has got a free tempo and is now playing e4 on the board. And here comes White. I mean, White is not pretending. White has only one thing on his mind. That's to blow up that king side, get a grip on that side, and then attack like a maniac. And this may be something that Tercy just completely understands because he's played e4 with speed. Already our tournament leader is well behind on the clock. Not so much, a minute and a half. But if he's going to win this tournament, he's going to have to deal with a plan that is well known, and it's all about his king.
Yeah, and honestly, castling kingside is just simply out of the question here. And you're just asking for a quick loss. Black really, this bishop a6 move, again, especially when a3 has not been played, you just can't go for these knight a5, bishop a6 plans. In my opinion, Black instead needed to try to play d6 and e5 and try to keep that blockade in the center. I don't know if I'm getting like a Fischer-Hubner vibe. There's been some games where Bobby Fischer had some d6, e5 setups. h6 is very slow. These moves do not actually address the elephant in the room, which is the central thrust. So I am very worried for Justice here.
I would be too, and I'm surprised, by the way, that e5 wasn't taken advantage of in that exact moment to force the knight all the way back to the g8 square. Now this move has been played, knight to a5, hitting that pawn, hoping for the best on that square. There are a couple of issues that Black will have to deal with. And by the way, knight d2 is eminently playable. I mean, it's not like you can't do it, but I would love to start with the move e5, then drop the knight back, and then play for f4. I'm not hating this either. Queen e2. How do you slow down the train that's coming at you? Because you cannot play d5 in this position because of e-pawn takes. Your king is still in the middle of the board. And this queen, by the way, has positioned itself for the possibility of e5 and queen e4 with the mating diagonal. So how do you actually get anything going here, as there's just threats? And he's played this move c5, which is hope against hope that he'll be able to do something along that line. Now we see the possibility of e5 and d5. I mean, there's central thrust everywhere. This is absolutely crushing for White. Like, White is doing everything positionally correct, and Black is just in deep trouble.
Justice can be slippery, though, and I think what he's banking on is for Terzi to make a mistake going forward. And so I think this is actually a really critical position already for White from the standpoint of how do you want to prosecute the advantage. You can consider going d5, but maybe a series of trades is helpful for the Black side. You could keep that tension and maybe start building elsewhere. And so it's like, how do you want to build? I do like the idea of potentially going d5. There's also ideas around, taking more space. Maybe going h4, maybe shifting the knight d2. Yeah, this is kind of more incisive because d5 does allow Black to try to get some undermining going with knight e7 or bishop e7 back. Black would love a closed structure, a closed center where the pawn's on d6, but there's no other openings. And then maybe there's a dream of Black castling long at some point. Knight d2 is an excellent move. How do you address that?
Knight d2 is first class. Knight d2 is first class. First of all, it tells you that your c4 threat means nothing, right? Means zero. That's why when I had said e5 and knight d2 is the move I wanted, because it would free my f pawn as well. So this is the next thing. f4 is possible. f4, f5 blow you up. And the knight e4, knight d6 possibility. It's all white. It's all white. Black has no moves. Black needs to play like d5 here or something. Like something absolutely desperate to prevent knight e4, because if you let knight e4 happen, you will not have a position to play. You're just going to be busted. This one, now Justice is in real trouble, and he's going to have to bring his entire form and experience to bear on this position and buckle down to create the most resistance possible, because he knows he's busted. It's not that he's unaware he's busted. He knows he's busted.
And we're gonna shift from, he does try d5. We're gonna shift from this really quickly and go to our second place guy, Farai, because he's on 6.5 and he's cooking as well. Very complicated position though. Well, until that last move, it seemed like there was a queen, very much of an imbalance here. White does now only have, is this only a rook for the piece? Only a rook for the queen? I thought it was a rook and two pieces and a piece a while ago. So why is the evaluation what it is? Because there must be some counterplay. Rookie one. Yeah, no, rookie one.
I mean, it's a ton of counterplay. It is tricky because the reality is that the dark squares are weak. If only you could play rookie one and bishop h6. Actually, why can't you play rookie one and bishop h6?
You'd have to try. You could try that, and then I think knight f6 would be played to cover e8. And
is just
in time. Yeah.
Yes, but that's the counterplay. There's somewhere in here that the counterplay lies. You also have rook e8 check itself, And then there's questions along this rank. How do you develop? You're threatening b6 and bishop b7. White is going to need tempi, and he's played rook e8. And now here we go. Here we go. This position is curious.
Goodness is fighting, and we love to see it.
No, he's not making it easy at all. Meantime, Josh Colas is completely destroying Tunde with a pawn up. Yeah, we can bring that position to bear. But I mean, this is just absolute destruction in this position. He's a pawn up. He's got the better minor piece, and he's about to collect yet another pawn in the position because you can't take on c4 because of the back rank. So we can count this as a win, as Josh will at least tie with Justice.
And I'm going to go to Tani now. Tani was on 6, and he looks in control as well. Although this is a mess. I know where this came from too. This came from a Sveshnikov. This is that piece stack. This is a mess, but Tani seems to be in. Are we going to have all these guys catch up onto 7? I'm scared. I'm scared. I do know that I believe if we do get Armageddon, it will be the top 2 on a tie break. So we're not going to have like a 4-player Armageddon tie break. I think I might have personally been involved in that rule book. So chess fans out there, I tried to handle it with care, but we were not expecting a 4-person tie break. So
go back to the game. Go back to the game with Mendiza. Mendiza, this game is crazy, and Black is winning. But knight f6 had to be found. Knight f6 allowing this pin, allowing what looks like a serious pin, but it now wait a second.
Let's go back a move. Let's go back a few moves just to see what happened if the king went to h6.
This position. So
oh my goodness.
Suddenly the king is on a really poor square. It might be possible to play the move rook to g8. Although f6 is a move.
I think you start with. I think you start with after king h6. I think you start with knight g5.
Knight g5. Oh, knight g5 is even cleaner. Yeah, knight g5 with the threat of rook h8. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's hardcore serious. Yes, and now the knight has nowhere to go. So knight f6 is a move, and now knight g5. The threat is knight to e4. So it seems necessary to trade pieces. If I play bishop h3 here, is that just a stupid move?
I think it's a genius move because you threaten mate, and so you give yourself the opportunity to trade the rooks while potentially spoiling or at least distracting white. I think that's what you want to do. And I'm going to put bishop h3 on the board to check. And yep, it holds up. Holds up.
Bam, bam. And then he'll be able to disrupt. He's got 3 connected passers on the other side. So definitely, but the main problem that we're dealing with is that but bishop h3 you have to take with the pawn. Oh yeah, now it's destructive. Will he find bishop h3? That should be a winning move. That means that he would win. Josh is winning.
Let's go to Justice. We got to see about Justice, because Justice, it all comes down to whether he can. Although I will say this. At least maybe Black can castle long and have visions of some rook g8 business. Of course, objectively, it's a wrap, but I could see Justice coming back here.
Queen e5. Queen e5. I mean,
but even Queen e5, it doesn't threaten mate, right? Like the queen is defending c7, the knight is
we're going to collect everything. We're threatening queen b8, queen takes pawn, queen takes b6, and as long as we put a bishop on g3, you're going to take a while before your threats materialize. So you're right. It's not mate. We're not playing for mate. And also, by the way, there's the d5 move. Ruh-roh. Actually, d5 will be a possibility as well when all this starts to happen. So
Maurice, castles. One of my favorite patterns. These bishops cutting that king when it castles long. Sometimes you can get this way, but sometimes you get that way. d5 is the best move.
I mean, d5 is a kicker. Shuts down the diagonal. By the way, he's up a pawn at the moment. If he can shut the diagonal down and get queen e5 and your bishop, he played passive.
I'm telling you,
my goodness, why did he wait? Why would you wait?
It's harder just sitting in that seat. Come on,
you
had to be precise.
That's what we do. That's what we do as chess players. We play chess. I mean, yes, you have to make a move, but scared chess is losing chess, and that was scared chess right there. And he led his opponent right back by being a little bit, but, but I mean, D5 is begging to be played, just begging to be played.
Here's the thing, Maurice, because we were talking about, I was talking about Rook J before. Queen E5 will always be met by Knight C6, actually. So it is actually
exactly.
not
really. That's why D5 is so beautiful.
So, but if you, let's say you don't see D5, like it's not coming as an option for you, then are you even better at all, really? It's hard. It's actually probably not.
Well, that means that he's sitting on this position thinking that maybe he does. You know what's happening too? I'll tell you what's happening. He's up a pawn, and I really hate when my students do this. He's up a pawn, and he's trying to make sure the guy has nothing. So I'm going to give you nothing. I'm just going to defend. I'm going to consolidate. I'm up a pawn, and I'll just make sure you have nothing. And boy, I hate when my students do that. I just hate it. When you're up, don't play like you're ready to trade pieces and play scared. You're up. Make them make bad trades. You can also sack the pawn. You're up. That means you can sack it. Like, you can sack it for position. Don't just play like, if I could just trade things down. That's one of the things I hate the most. When you're up, look to trade. No. When you're up, make your opponent make trades. Make them make bad trades. Make them beg you to trade. Don't play like you're scared. I'm up now. Let me just trade off pieces. Bad idea. When you're up, keep that extra pressure you have. You got an extra pawn, blast the position open. Play a move like D5. That's what you got. You got extra pawn for a reason. D5 is a money move, and it looks like he's not finding it, despite the fact that he was better on the clock. Now he's no longer better on the clock, still looking for a move. This is a great move by Justice. Now I'm just trying to mix it up and get home, just get out of here with at least a draw. And I'm starting to feel like Justice might get out of here with even a win, as his opponent is frozen, inexperienced. Well, not so inexperienced. He's a Nigerian champion. He's 17 years old.
F3,
and now he's played F3.
F3.
Now he's played F3. And there it is. You see how he's trying to just massage this position instead of realizing that he's the one who's better.
I will say this, as they both get under 3 minutes, that I think what Maurice is saying is actually really applicable the higher up you go. I think actually at the lower levels, the consolidating approach is usually pretty easy, because most people just continue to fall apart and blunder and not ask any questions. Whereas at the higher levels, I think it is way more valuable to kind of, keep that tension and keep that tension alive when you have material advantage, because you continue to put that pressure on. So it's something that I'm actually very much guilty of. And this has been an impressive turnaround. So we're going to stick with this one, but the position is completely changed. And again, Justice will guarantee himself at least an Armageddon with the draw. So we're going to stick with this one. Kenny Solomon did beat Orlando Husbands. That's not relevant to the top of our standing, so we're not going to go to that one. Farai already won. So Farai is in the lead right now, half point ahead with 7.5. And
Josh has won.
Josh has won as well. Josh is on 7. So really it comes down to right now.
Farai is in the lead. Farai is currently the leader.
Can Justice now get to that dance or get more? So we're going to find out shortly what's going to happen. But the position has calmed down a bit. And I see there's many interesting ideas now. This can turn quite quickly. The C4 pawn is hanging. H3 is an idea at some point. Black needs to get some bishops off the board. Oh, B takes C5 is a very thematic mistake. Yeah, I knew it was going to come up as a mistake. You need to get rid of that bishop. It was more important to play bishop takes C4 a move ago. Trade the bishops. You would have had to trade them because the rook is on F1, and get the tempo on the bishop on E5. This is now going to give white the opportunity to play for rook B1. And here we go. This is now, it's one of those simple recaptures that changes a lot.
Ruh-roh. Here we go. Suddenly, he's going to have to think, because he didn't see this move, and rook B8 is a monstrosity. That is going to be huge. That dark square bishop is lording over the position. When we talk about the two bishops, we mean the bishop I have, especially if you have a bishop and a knight, is the bishop I have that you don't. And that bishop, oh my goodness, the king is going for a walk on the deep, the wild side, as the position continues. This is at least an exchange, but I don't know that I want to win it. No, actually, I
Bishop
don't
D6?
win material. Yeah, I was looking at that, but I'm not. I'm not feeling that.
Actually,
That
maybe just
but
F6. Just ignore it.
understood. But then the bishop starts eating everything on the board. It takes c5. It takes a7. But I don't want an exchange. I want to hurt your feelings, but I don't see how. I don't see how to get the rook into the game
Ah,
properly. He's just made
too
bishop
modest.
f1. What is that?
So he's saying if you take on c4, rook b7, and you're going to have a lot of problems, right? Isn't that the kind of what he's saying?
That is
Whether
exactly
he's
what
right
he's saying.
about that. So rook
That's
h5
exactly what he's
now.
saying. I can't. You know what? I can't hate on that move. I got his point. But now here's a very big question. Bishop c7. You take with the knight. It's pinned, and he's played f4.
That's brilliant.
This
You stop
is
rook g5.
It's a brilliant move. He's playing. They're in the mix. Let's not argue with them. Let's just go with the flow. 50 seconds left for Tercy. The tournament on the line. The tournament
F6
on
9.
the line.
Where is this? This
And
rook
now
is starving for
he's
air.
is definitely is. And he's got at least a draw if he wants it after this bishop move, because the rook has to go back. And if, of course, bishop e2 is possible, but he has decided to go a completely different route and play
Now you
rook to
can take on
e1.
c4. You can take on c4.
Now
you have the g6 square now. You go bishop takes
you
c4.
have the g6 square.
No.
Whoa.
Take on c4. Trade these bishops. You want these bishops off the board. I'm rooting for Armageddon now, so I'm trying to get justice to hold.
You trying to get justice to hold. This one here, there is no poetic justice in chess, but Justice Williams is trying to say, I've been winning this whole time. I mean, at least I've taken over the lead. I should win this game. It is 45 seconds to 54 seconds. There's a rook b5 possible. And now, what is this? Is that a win of a pawn for white? It may be, but it may not be enough to win the game. This game is fire, folks. 44 seconds to 44 seconds as well. And black has to make a move. And it turns out rook c6 is the only move. He has to find it right now, or else he goes down.
Nerves of steel to do that. Nerves of steel to do that, because it's a nice intermezzo, and you forfeit the a7 pawn, but you go on the offensive on the d file. So I assume there's something with this, and then rook d1, rook d2.
He did not find it. I didn't believe such a move would be found. But check this out. He has 26 seconds to 38. He is officially much worse right now after this trade. And he's gone back and he's dropping the a7 pawn, but he's getting at least a c4 pawn point. There's a pass a pawn on the board. Technically, white is currently up 2 pawns, should be able to convert this position, but it's not going to be easy with no time on the clock. White is in the driver's seat, but black fighting for the draw. This is not an easy position.
This is, I think justice is fine now. The pawns a2 and c3 are just simply too weak. I would take on f4, go knight e5. I'm going to have h3 or f3 levers. I do take on f4. I mean, there's the a2 and c3 pawns are just, they're not close.
I don't believe anything about this position could be called simple, but this last move now, and they are in just a fighting flow. Knight to e3, a great move. That move I'm impressed by. I'm going to say that. And now the king is coming. Wait a second. The black king is going to show up in the position. Is black potentially winning this game? Nope. Takes. And now he's trying to take the pawn on f4. That's a big deal.
It's like the British are coming. The British are coming. The king is coming. The king is coming. Now, rook takes g2 is precise, and then rook e2 back, threatening mate. This might fit. This is fizzling. This is fizzling.
This
rook
is
takes
the draw.
e3.
This is the draw he needed.
We're gonna have Armageddon. We're gonna have Armageddon.
We're gonna have Armageddon indeed for Ryan Mendiza, who's sitting on the side, knowing that he had a chance, and now we're gonna get the finish that this tournament deserves, and that is a draw ending. This one here is clear after they have fought all this time. There's no way to win with the H-pawn. Good attempt by Tercy Ferdinand, the young Nigerian champ, but not enough.
Let's not jinx it. We can't jinx it. Let's just like let it play out. Just a few more moves. We've done it before.
There's no jinx here. There's just no jinx. There's no way to win this position unless you hang a rook.
Hey, you said it. You said it. You said it.
He
Oh
just has to
Lord.
keep moving. Is just be just mindful, and just don't hang your rook. And that's all he has to do is just go back and forth. And okay, step one with the pawn. The king is cut off, but it's
Just chill.
still
Just keep.
very much drawn.
1 second. It said 2 seconds. It
Yeah,
said 2 seconds.
he's messing around. He's messing around, but now he's found that much, and now his king will go up the board to h5. There he goes.
Why is this king being allowed to advance? You could have kept the king cut on when the rook was on b3 and gone king f6, king g6. I'm telling you,
True that.
this is still obviously a dead draw, but I do not. This is going on longer than it should.
It is. That time element you talked about is the key, but this is so dead drawn, and now it's really dead drawn.
Don't allow the king to cross. Don't allow the king to cross.
Right.
Oh my God. Oh, I'm nervous now, Dan. I'm nervous. I'm
No,
not
what do you
comfortable
mean?
anymore.
Nervous about what? Nervous about what? Oh,
Beating
a
one.
mate threat, but it's just a draw.
I'm
Yes.
nervous.
Now he looks. Oh, he could have taken the pawn on h4 in that last move.
He would have lost. He would have lost his rook. That would have been rook h8 check.
King f5. Oh, that would have rook check. You're right. My bad. My bad. I thought
It's
he was on
never
e6.
over. It's never over. It's
Yeah,
never
yeah.
over.
No. It's over. This one's over though. This one's definitely over.
Why just chill like it's a Philidor position, folks. Just keep your rook cutting the king off. It's an H pawn. It's a rook pawn. Do not. These checks
Come
are not.
on. Okay, let's start thinking about Farai because this one is drawn and this one is dead. You had extra drama where there shouldn't be drama. But
wow.
Tani gave it his best shot.
We do have a draw. It is, and we do have two folks now on 7.5. And let's look at those round 9 results real quick, and see where we are. So Joshua Colas did beat Tunde Onakoya. Kenny Solomon beat Orlando Husbands. Tercy Ferdinand and Justice just had a heart-stopping draw. Tani beat Watu, and Farai beat Goodness. Let's very, very quickly go to our standings. We have Justice and Fry on 7.5. They will play in Armageddon. And we have Joshua and Tani on 7. There's a lot of tiebreakers here to work out. And we're going to go for a short break and come back with an Armageddon. Don't go anywhere.
Love it.
Mate is in 4 moves from the position in front of you. Don't move until you figure it out in your head. Don't look at me for a hint.
I can't do it without moving the pieces.
Yes, you can. Clear the lines of men in your head, one at a time, and the king will be left standing alone, like a guy on a street corner. I'll make it easier for you.
What was that about?
I thought it would help.
How does that help?
You know, visualization and stuff.
I'm not picking up the pieces.
Sometimes you don't need to do anything crazy to get better. You just need to reassess your chess. I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, and I'm presenting Jeremy Silman's How to Reassess Your Chess now on Chessable. So go to chessable.com/yourchess and start reassessing your chess today.
Welcome back to the 2025 NextGen Cup. I am International Master Kassa, joined by Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, and we've had quite an event. We've had great games, great entertainment, good guests. Really, I'm so thrilled. And the chess is not over yet because we have an Armageddon. So while those bids are underway, we're just going to chop it up with you and just talk about what it's been so far. And yeah, where it's maybe going to go in this next game.
It's been extraordinary, this event. We've seen ups and downs, twists and turns. We've seen fantastic moves and crazy blunders. We've seen players just duke it out, and now we have two at the top of the leaderboard, and they are the ones who will now play for first place. Just an incredible dogfight, and I'm so happy that it's actually come to Armageddon. You always want like a free game, you know, the fans. Even if you didn't have to pay to watch, but give us some free chess. And we're getting free chess right now in this Armageddon game.
100%. And I'm getting some details on the bids and how it all went down. So we had two folks, Justice Williams, International Master Justice Williams, and Farai, International Master Farai Mendiza, both on 7.5. And the way it worked is usually in Armageddon, you want to get black to have the draw odds. Farai bid 6 minutes for the black pieces, and Justice bid 8.25. So that will be the breakdown. Justice will have white needing a win to get first place, and Farai will be black with 6 minutes needing just a draw. So, and again, a win is necessary for white to get over the top. If anything other than a win happens for Justice, Farai will take this. So very curious to see how it'll break down. Justice has been a knight f3, e3 guy thus far, and I don't know, is he going to continue that? Or the games are underway. Hold on. Maurice, the game is underway.
The game is underway. And we do see that on the board. And the key for Farai now is going to be to play with ace. He's going to have to play the opening that he trusts the most. And we see g6 on the board. And I think that Justice has to also manipulate time. That is what he needs to do, is not play anything quickly, but start to slow down a little bit to not try to have his opponent or make his opponent feel that he's trying to beat him on the clock. And now we have a full-fledged King's Indian in front of us.
Yeah, this knight c3, c4 was an anti-Grunfeld setup. I think Farai also plays Grunfeld sometimes, but did not have the opportunity of getting a traditional Grunfeld, so he went for King's Indian. h3, I believe, is a very, very sort of modern handling of the system. You normally go d5 now and use space grab. Sometimes it's g4, sometimes it's keeping the king in the center, sometimes it's castling long, but h3 is a really interesting wrinkle designed. It's actually quite aggressive, sometimes designed to make f5 harder to play and also to sometimes, break out yourself on the king side. So very curious to see black's handling, Maurice. I could see a5, knight a6 coming along. I could see some c6 undermining at some point. Who knows?
Let me tell you what I said about manipulating time. It's very important to play a line that does not necessarily have a huge reputation, but will force your opponent to start to think, if they don't know it, and have to wonder, how do they get play? And as you see here, with only 6 minutes on his bid, Farai is already under 5 minutes, and Justice has only used 26 seconds on his clock. And Farai is sitting up in his chair as he looks for long-term plans that give him flow, and he does not see it. This is what you want when you play white, is to force your opponent. Yeah, I'm glad you bid your 6 minutes, but now look at you. You're sitting there trying to wonder what to do instead of just knowing what to do. And now he's finally played this move, knight to e8.
Yeah, and I was going to, again, I mentioned it before, h3 is designed for f5 not to happen, or at least to be done under very adversarial circumstances, because with g4, the g line gets opened up, and this is not something you want as the black player. So I don't agree with knight e8. Farai shifts gears and plays c5, and this is another move that's a really very risky, because now very hard to imagine black getting any real counterplay on the queen side, actually. So I think actually Farai has kind of burned the bridges on both ends of the board in an attempt to kind of keep it tricky, and Justice has the position he needs, given he needs a win.
100%. C5 was a positional mistake. You have no breaks now on that side. You don't even have that square for your piece. And so white just can sit and play basic chess, even just playing queen d2, getting his, and this is the only kind of desperate hope that you have, is to play for the move b5 if you can pull it off, and nobody cares if you lose a pawn. But now with the move a4, a5, now this is a complete shutdown. He's hoping that he can shut the position down 100%. But this, if you know real Lopez structures, and there goes justice with the move rook to g1, this says, as far as white is concerned, that he can simply play. He's got a free hand to play on the other side of the board. He'll be able to play the move queen d2, bishop e2. He could even he should castle queen side. He could tuck his king on b1, bring his knight over to g3, or play for h5, play for bishop h6. This is one side traffic only. Black has no counterplay to look forward to on the other side of the board, and it's just a question of, can he survive the white squeeze?
Yeah, the computer will say it's objectively lost. I mean, and that's what the bar's showing right now. In human chess, it's always a little bit trickier because f5 in conjunction with the bishop and maybe knight bearing down there, it's always a bit trickier than it looks. And so I was actually wondering whether it's in the best interest to castle or actually just put the king on d2. I know it seems strange, but 2 diagonals away from the knight, usually the king is pretty secure and there's just nothing that can get at it there. We see a huge space grab on the king's side. So
it's a massive space grab. And the thing is that he's not capturing twice on f5. He's capturing once, but he's not capturing. He's capturing enough to get his g file, but he's not capturing again to give you anything on that square. So the knights will just march in on those light squares. And now we're seeing some really tepid moves. He's needing to play quickly. Look at the time disparity, 253 for black, while white holds a pregnant 802, and he can sit. And if I'm Justice, I simply keep playing slowly. The slower, the better. Don't try to make him lose on time. That is the worst thing you can do in this position. Keep playing best moves slowly. Nice moves, queen d2, you make, even if he saw queen d2 instantly, spend a little bit of extra time playing such a move. And now queen b6, I'm not really sure what that does. It does at least feint that it's somewhere over on that half of the board, but he's still in deep trouble in this position. And now the question, frankly, the only issue is getting your piece where it needs to be. I'm already looking to sack my knight on f5. He's played this move.
Yeah, I don't like knight b5 simply because there was no
I don't
counter.
like knight b5 either.
You lose control in the center. How do you deal with this? e4 and g4 are attacked now. You got to cover. e4 is more valuable, but this is a tough decision. I think Justice should spend a few minutes here actually, because how are you defending? Which pawn are you defending? How are you defending? It's a tricky one.
Exactly. And knight b5 was completely unnecessary. There were no threats over there. There was nothing happening on that side. There was no queen penetration. There was nothing happening on that side. So he didn't want to deal with anything. So he played a natural move, or I should say a natural move. He played a casual move is what I mean to say. Played a casual move and let this knight get back off the back rank. And suddenly things are under threat. And black is now, for the first time, feeling like he's back in the game.
I think I got it. I think you have to play h takes g6 and then knight g5. I think the point is that if they take with the h pawn, then the knight can sit on g5 cleanly, and both pawns are protected. If you take with the f pawn, I'm still going to go knight g5, and the point is that if h6 happens, I don't mind jettisoning the e4 pawn if I get knight e6 in, I get the bishop pair, these light squares open up in the center. So I think you have to have some combination of knight g5 right away, or probably more precisely h g6 and then knight g5.
This is a fascinating position, actually, because I'm about to say, isn't knight e4 playable? Like, am I just insane to want to play this move? And
I think
knight e4, that creates all kinds of craziness. That creates all kinds of chaos. The exact chaos you need. I don't mind you taking on h7 with check. Go to it. Do you? Because
so you're
I just want to get
gh7, king h8 is what you're saying.
Absolutely. And then we're going to party. Like my night before is coming. Where's your queen going exactly? I mean, there's that might be the chance, but he's spending a
Oh,
long time and he's actually just captured back and allowed the position to be what you wanted. And this is knight g5 move. I feel like if you had to mix right there, it was time to mix and sack and just go for it. Now he's allowed this positional grip. And well, maybe there's a rook. I want to play rook e8 and then play. No, but there's a knight e6 at any time. I don't like the fact that he's allowed this grip and white is back in business and he has played knight back to b4. That's a lot of moves with that knight, by the way.
I will tell you this. I do believe at some point in the near future, you're going to have a rook f4 sighting for black. I think it's quite thematic here to sack the exchange on the f4 square and spring that bishop to life. And I think it will stymie any real meaningful attack that white might have against the black king side. So I think really white should take some care because 96 normally is the move you want to make, but then all of a sudden this knight might get the d4 square. Again, there's these rook f4 ideas later. I now would shift gears entirely and forget about 96 and go back to some rook h1 business, maybe castling long and then doubling on the h file. I think that you have to go back to slow play again.
And he's trying to do that now with the move knight to h3, which makes a ton of sense. Black has to figure out how to actually make any progress in this position. And the fact that he's just being sat on, there's nothing to really do. He just needs to find a move. And he is now at 48 seconds. Time ticking down. His opponent has 5:26, and he just has to make moves. He doesn't have anything to do, and that means no useful moves. What to do? Just make a move. And that's a sad state of affairs. But white still has to figure out how to win this game.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's some knight f2 going to happen here. You overprotect e4 and g4 from any weird sacks. I'm still worried about this king on e1. I voted for d2 a long time ago, but I could see some knight f2 and then king f1, king g2 and putting the king there. I have no idea what's going on with this back and forth knight dancing on the b file. No idea.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if I've castled and put my king on b1 and you get queen b3 and knight b4. I'm unable to play bishop back to d1 at any point to trap your queen because you have queen takes c4. And I don't know how to organize against this queen that is doing pretty much. Oh, and then there'll be the threat of bishop takes on a4 as well. So Justice is in a bit of a funny situation as he tries to figure out exactly what he ought to be doing. He doesn't want to play bishop h6 and actually allow that problem that you talked about, the potential weakening of the f4 square, but he might have to. I don't really see what it is he's supposed to do.
I got it.
Because
Knight
also
f2.
d5.
Bring the king to g2 and play rook h1. And there's no tactics. You play knight f2. There are no tactics because your king will be shielded by that knight. You bring the king over to g2. You play rook h1. These pieces are doing absolutely nothing. So you don't have to engage them. And I think, I love this decision by Justice with knight f2.
Yeah, makes sense. Except rooks will be doubled on the f file. And you say there are no tactics, but that little h5 thingamajig. And by the way, I just noted something that blew my mind. And it's this. The rook on f7 is standing in the way of the king on g8. And it's entirely possible to do the Petrosian king march, to send the king over to the queen side where white also doesn't have any way of breaking through. And maybe he could have even played king f8 on the last move and then play for king e7. Like, would that have been a bad idea?
That would have been.
I think
that would have been sick.
That would have been
sick,
epic, right? Just go march over to the other side, Petrosian style, and say, show me what you got. I only need a draw, so you got to show me some stuff. And he might still have that plan in mind as castles has occurred, and white is marshaling forces against that king side. I still think white's better. And okay, now he's desperate, moving his knight back to this square, maybe the 7th time, or okay, it was only like the 3rd. But queen b3, now he's threatening something. He's threatening a concrete bishop, so to speak. Bishop takes on a4, but you can defend that. And again, at least you're not worried about a mating attack, if you will. Like,
wait, is this queen on b4? Is this queen on b4 trapped? Maybe knight b5 and bishop b2, or knight b5 and knight d3?
Rumors exist. Rumors exist that it could possibly happen. And now the knight is suddenly, now he's regretting the fact that he didn't put the queen on b3 instead of putting it on b4 and allowing this. And suddenly it looks as though, well, actually, how do you even save it?
You don't.
And he's run out of time while we were talking about it. The game is over. This is the champ we have. That 6 minutes was too little, too much of a crazy bid to try to get black and force the draw. And he ended up running out of time, as we couldn't find a really good move for him anyway. A sad ending to the whole affair, actually, but that just shows you the inexperience of playing with Armageddon and bidding properly.
I've also never seen a King's Indian in an Armageddon. When you need them, it's a must-draw situation, but that's neither here nor there. We have our winner on the screen, Justice Williams, the star of the show. He really killed it from he almost start to finish. He was playing excellent chess, and what can be said? It was awesome. I assume we're going to have the young man for an interview now that he is top dog, but what was the story of that game, or the story of his tournament?
Well, I think that there are a couple of things that happened that really stood out. First of all, he kept pace, never letting Josh get too far ahead. That was really critical. And then in that middle period when he won that game, very critical game to overtake Josh when Josh lost, and then he had the edge. And I think that hugely for Josh, the moment Josh accepted the draw against him, when they had the one-on-one matchup where Justice had the lead and Josh essentially blinked in that moment, that's a game that Josh will regret. Now he's going to look back at it and say, why did I take a draw? I understood that I was afraid, but it doesn't pay to be afraid in those settings. And then most critically, that round 8 when he was completely busted, like he was dead in the water, and his tenacity ended up paying off in the end, because he was supposed to lose that game, but tenacity held tight. And then in the last game, he was supposed to lose again. He was getting crushed by young Tercy and ended up drawing that game. This was a story of take the lead and hang on by your fingernails in order to make sure you don't lose this. But then in the last game, he showed his dominance. He said, you're trying to give me that much time? Come on, that's disrespect. And he ended up being able to win the tournament as a result. This is nothing, you try to have a smooth arc. It's never a smooth arc. It's pointless to tell the story of a chess tournament. I'm not going to say it never, but just because a player won doesn't mean that it was easy goings and I just played well and it happened. You have to accept that your tournament could be topsy-turvy and you still end up the victor. And by the way, you can even play well and end up the loser. That's just chess.
No question about it. I think you described the highs and lows of chess and of Justice's tournament pretty well. We're going to get an interview with him, and he's going to be able to describe it himself after the break. So stay with us, and we'll be back shortly with the winner of the NextGen Cup, Justice Williams. Welcome back to the 2025 NextGen Cup. We had quite an amazing tournament. It was a doozy. We had some ups and downs, and we are joined now by a very special guest, the winner of the NextGen Cup via Armageddon, International Master Justice Williams. Congratulations, Justice. How are you feeling right now after a marathon chess day?
Well, I'm definitely feeling like really grateful to be on the. Let's just say I was reading this Kramnik book, and he was talking about how in the last rounds he just continued to like lose and lose, like no matter how the tournament was going. And so I was like psyching myself out of that, and like I've been through those situations as well. And the fact that I like drew my way into this Armageddon, I was like, all right, no, we have to change something here. So I'm just grateful that I played a good game and got a good result.
J-Dub, look, congratulations. Absolutely. Representing New York, first of all, and appreciate you for the fight. But it was indeed a fight, a struggle, right? You started off strong, and then you took that lead over your main man, Josh. You must have felt like the momentum was all yours, but then all of a sudden it got hard in the middle.
Yeah, no, that's you want to like fight those feelings. And so I definitely felt like, I was pulling away, and I really had to like try hard to fight those feelings. And, because once you don't fight those feelings, as you can see, you lose objectivity, and your positions start to not like make sense anymore. And you're trying to like be as resourceful as possible. So I definitely had that moment. And fighting it was probably the hardest battle or hardest part of the battle.
Nigerian champion Tercy Ferdinand definitely put a scare into you. I want to know, at what point were you like, oh shoot, like I'm totally busted here? And then at what point were you like, I'm not going to lose this game. I'm good.
Yeah, I remember, I believe like 2012, I traveled to South Africa, and then I played like Watu and stuff. So I got like a really good feel for like African players, and I played the Nimzo, and they like play a lot of Samish and stuff. So I was just like, probably not going to that. So if you play anybody African, don't play the Nimzo. And of course, in the last round, like you get like a Samish position, and I'm like down a tempo, and I'm like, oh, I should have like 98 or castles. Like, and it was just like, all right, cool. Now I have to fight my way out of it. And so that's when I played like D5, because I was like, all right, I'm not gonna go out with a knight on D6. So at least put a pawn on D6, and if I can win that, then I'm back in the game. And he allowed me a chance to grab that pawn, and I snatched it.
Literally. Yeah, Maurice,
Justice, you've been doing a lot of great work in the community. You have a great program. You had a great program in St. Louis, the Black Squares program. You're a teacher now, a coach. How do you blend your coaching and helping the next generation that you're so committed to with the fact that you still have aspirations for the Grandmaster title?
Well, I'm not going to lie. It's hard to... I haven't had too many, like, let's say training partners, or let's say like partners in general. So this might sound like kind of crazy, but it kind of gets lonely. So you kind of get like close with God. So you honestly just like, I just do pretty much what I feel. And like, I see these things as like opportunities and blessings. So like somebody asks me to do something, it's like an opportunity. So like I get into it, and then something generally good happens from it. Yeah, same way like I view the chessboards, like I trust my intuition. Like same thing in like real life. Like I trust my intuition, and I try not to overdo it. Like this year, I'm doing more chess because playing stronger players, they're really focusing on chess. But I still get like people reaching out to me. So I'm not a person that generally likes to say no, and is used to really saying no when it's like a good cause.
Well, I just want to say one thing about what you just said about it gets lonely and so on. And I would say, my chess career is pretty much almost over, if you could call it that. And but I'll say my very active playing days, or my most active playing days. But one of the things that I longed for when I was really active was this kind of community you're talking about. And it's so funny when you're really young person, and I was there. You guys broke my national master record, and then were pushing me at an FM, and then and by you guys I mean you and Josh and so on. And there was an instinct for me to not work with people. It's always been kind of my personality to kind of be kind of a bit of a lone wolf. And I'll say if you climb up if two people climb up the ladder, it doesn't necessarily break. And so I want to just acknowledge that folks out there that have ambitions, you can work with other people around you. It's important. It does not mean you're not going to get there. And when other people get places, sometimes you win too. So I just want to acknowledge that, and acknowledge you and your talent and the growth as a man you've showed, even on and off the chessboard the last decade, because it's been beautiful to see.
No, thank you. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it.
So,
also I would like to say, as an elder statesman in this game, with the young talented brothers I see in front of me, I became an IM when I was 27 years old. That's when I became an IM, at 27. I didn't become a GM until I was 33. I didn't start chess until I was 14. And you talk about that lonely road, it was a lonely road. It was definitely a lonely road, when I was going through it. So you can't give up. You got to keep believing, and we'll figure something out. We'll figure something out. There's some things that are starting to happen. I think you see that there's some things that are starting to happen, and we just need to figure out how we coordinate all of it. And I think events like this give a signal that there's something going on. There's something going on. So you just keep that faith. I'm glad you won this. Put a little change in your pocket. I'll be able to help out your moms as well. I know she's proud of you for winning this for sure. Smiling on big smile on her face, and there's something happening here. So keep the faith.
Oh, appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, well, we'll let you go, but again, just want to acknowledge the 2025 winner of the NextGen Cup, Justice Williams. Congratulations, well deserved, and get some food in your system. Enjoy the rest of your day. Well deserved.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. See you soon.
Champ.
All right. Wow. I think we did see the winner just now. We had a conversation with Justice. Let's take a look at the final standings, because there was more than just a first place to this tournament. There were many more folks in the mix. And so we see first place Justice Williams, second and he was tied with Farai. They both had 7.5, but the win in Armageddon got him to 8.5. Farai was in second place. Josh Colas in third. Tani in fourth with 7. Kenny Solomon, Grandmaster Kenny Solomon, in fifth with 5 points. I am and Orlando Husbands in sixth with 3.5. Seventh was Tercy Ferdinand with 2.5. He's eighth, Watu Kobisi with 2.5. 9, Tunde Onakoya. Shout out to Tunde. He was playing under the weather, under some adversity in this event. We appreciate him for sticking with it. And goodness, the young talent. There are so many more brilliant days of chess ahead of you. This one was a tough one, but great for you to get that experience. So there we had it. We had first to 10th there. You see the prize money there. Everyone left with something in their pocket, and hopefully something that could help contribute to the next steps in their chess endeavors. And that was what it was all about. So, Maurice, we had quite an event today. Where do your thoughts go?
Well, it was an extremely exciting event. I mean, the players showed their skill levels. They were fighting chess. There were so many decisive games. We love when we see decisive games happening. So combative chess, to be sure. We had some amazing guests come on. We got to thank everybody who actually came on, because they were just fabulous. And we even had young kids coming on as guests, that group of 318, who are definitely inspired by watching players like this, that look like a lot of them showing their skill at that level. So I think this was an inspirational event. Listening to Justice, even at the end, continues to inspire me to do the work that I'm doing as I work with young people, even younger than him, but others who are aspiring to be great players and want to make a difference, want to make their mark in the chess world. So kudos to you, Kassa, for putting this event on. I know it was a ton of work. Thanks to our sponsors who made this happen and everyone who was involved. I think that this is just a kind of beautiful event that we see here also during Black History Month. I'm thrilled that I even had a chance to be a part of this. I remember when you invited me months ago to participate, and I said, yeah, I'm down. Let's make it happen. And so it's great to see this event finally take place and be as exciting, actually, just even from a chess perspective alone, as it was, with an Armageddon to finish it off. But then everything that was a part of this was extremely well run. So kudos to you all for making this happen.
Yeah, it really does take a village to put on an event like this, and so I do want to thank our private benefactor who actually wishes to remain private, who's supported this endeavor, the Chess.com team. There were so many folks that are even here now that have contributed to this, and I just want to leave you guys with, folks watching, with the thought that, like, it really does take visibility and opportunity to make. It makes all the difference for folks that are really talented but just need those opportunities, those cracks. I mentioned at the beginning of the show, 50 years ago or so, there weren't many GMs or strong players in India. And then what happens? Well, Vishy becomes a world champion. A lot of Indian players get interested in chess. The government supports it, their financial investments. And now you have a situation where you can name many players in the top 10 that are Indian. So we have a lot of talent across the world, and it's important to recognize that talent. And this is hopefully going to start a conversation behind that. So I just want to, thank all the players for participating. Thanks to the folks behind the scenes. Thank you, Maurice, for being an excellent partner in the commentary booth. And let's see more. Let's do more. Let's grow and build on this event.
Beautifully said. And it only helps when we bring more fans to the game. That's what's going to make chess bigger and bigger. People realize that it's a worldwide activity that people love to do, and it brings people together. So the more we can do events that stress that there's chess in every corner of the world and all sorts of backgrounds playing this game, then that's when our game, as usual, will be the winner. So this event definitely recognized that and was able to affirmatively make that point.
No question about it. From myself in New York, from Maurice in Florida, take care, and we'll see you hopefully soon.
Take care, everyone.